And we have got lots of races and exit poll information coming in, and I have some of my favorite experts here to break all of it down. Know this. Polls are now closed in a total of 7 states, but the hotly contested Georgia governor's race is now waiting another 25 minutes because the judicial order is keeping polling locations in 2 areas open after they had some issues this morning. We're going to have more on that in a minute, but first, let's take a look at a few of the marquee races out there. Indiana, it is key to any slim Democratic hopes of taking the Senate. Vulnerable incumbent Joe Donnelly facing off against challenger Mike Braun. And in the Virginia Senate race, incumbent Democrat Tim Kaine taking on Republican Corey Stewart. There are also some key House races closing this very hour. Are you excited? Because I sure am. In Kentucky's 6th District, retired Marine fighter pilot Amy McGrath takes on incumbent Republican Andy Barr in a district that could be an early indicator of Democratic success across the country. And down in Virginia's 7th District, Democratic challenger Abigail Spanberger, she is battling incumbent Republican Dave Bratt. And you have got to look ahead at the 7:30 poll closings. In the Buckeye State, Ohio, it is a battle down the ballot. Republican Mike DeWine faces off against Democrat Richard Cordray for the governor's mansion. And incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown is fending off a challenge from Congressman Jim Renacci. And in a rematch of the summer's special election, Republican Troy Balderson is once again facing off against Democrat Danny O'Connor. And we are hearing from voters thanks to the exit polls. And this, to me, is the most interesting early indicator: healthcare. Healthcare is the #1 thing on voters' minds as they vote today. And remember what Democrats have been pushing in their final messaging: healthcare. And that is distantly followed by immigration and the economy. And we are getting a look at how voters feel about the political divide in the country. And by a large majority, voters feel like the rift is growing. Maybe that is a positive for centrists, for moderates. Take a look at this. Dramatic figures say that the country is becoming more divided, and that is consistent among Democrats, Republicans, and independents. People feel the divide. The question is, do they want to come together? Over in Georgia, voting hours have now been extended at 2 polling locations tonight, and we're also learning that 5 Georgia voters have asked a federal district court judge to block Georgia Secretary of State Brian Kemp, who also happens to be the Republican candidate for governor. I know you're rolling your eyes. It's true. They do not want him playing any further role in determining the outcome of the election. So I want to take you now to Decatur, Georgia, where MSNBC's Tremaine Lee is on the ground with the latest. Okay, Tremaine, walk me through all of this, because there have been voter suppression issues, talks about hacking that had no evidence behind it swirling in the last couple of weeks. Walk me through what you make now. We've got voters saying they no longer want Brian Kemp to touch this election.
Stephanie, this race was always going to be a lot, right? There was history that could be made. A sister and daughter of this city could be elected as the first black female governor in this country. But there's also another kind of history that you think about, the Voting Rights Act, and then the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, and then coming into this race with Brian Kemp, the Secretary of State, running for governor, but would also possibly determine the outcome of this election. There's always been concern about what could happen on Election Day. Would votes be suppressed? What would happen once they got to the polls? Would the machines be operating properly? We're already getting word, anecdotal, that there is some real concern about what happened today. There were a number of anecdotal accounts of folks going to vote, but no plugs being in the back of the booths. We went to one at Booker T. Washington High School this morning, and one of the machines that actually reads the ID was out for the first 2 hours of the day as the line snaked out of the door. But I want to introduce and bring in Derek Johnson, the head of the National NAACP. Derek, what have you been hearing? There's been a lot of concern about voter suppression efforts going into this, but now there's something happening. What are you seeing?
Well, it's completely preventable. If the Supreme Court had not gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, we would not be seeing these problems. We're hearing of concerns in Harris County, Texas. That's where Houston is located. Now the polls have to be extended another 2 hours because of problems with the precincts. Here in Georgia, we have problems in Gwinnett County. 3 precincts are now extended for 2 hours because of problems, not having power cords. We're hearing about problems in Wayne County, Michigan, where one of the precincts only had one machine and hundreds of people standing in line. All of these things could have been prevented. These are issues in areas where the Voting Rights Act, Section 5, covered, and because of the Supreme Court gutting, and because of individuals like the Secretary of State here in Georgia intentionally creating problems at the polls, we are seeing democracy being subverted.
Derek, let me ask you this, because it's easy for some of us to get caught up, right? We've been concerned all along, and the citizens and residents and voters have been worried about this very day. How bad is it? What we're seeing, is this par for the course? I mean, would you see this during a normal election, or is something different happening here?
There's something different happening here. It's preventable. Individuals had noticed that these were problems. We knew these were bad machines 2 years ago, and some of these public officials did nothing to fix the problem. Here in Georgia, this Secretary of State did nothing to fix the problem, completely preventable. I was just in Texas. Again, completely preventable, and that election official did nothing to fix the problem.
So here we are. Doors across the country are starting to close. In Georgia, a number of polling places have been extended for 25 minutes. But as we're approaching those last minutes, what's the remedy? What happens next?
Well, some of the polling places have been extended an hour or 2 hours, and we're telling everybody, if you're in line, don't get out of line. Make sure your vote count. I just had another report of about a precinct being extended in Indiana, some of the same problems. All of these areas are former areas that was covered by Section 5, completely preventable problems. We did not see these type of problems when Section 5 was in place.
Derek, thank you very much.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it. Now, Stephanie, despite some of the issues, we've been across the city all day on college campuses, at various polling places, and folks are fired up. Quite frankly, young people have found themselves in a position to make history, especially those students at Morehouse, Clark Atlanta, Spelman, this hub of HBCU activity in the city of Atlanta. And so I was always concerned about, will any of this, the controversy, everything swirling around, cast a chilling effect, especially for young people. With them coming out may determine how things go one way or the other, and they're, quite frankly, still excited. So much is yet to be seen. There seems to be some issues and concerns of what's happening out there, but we'll stay on top of it and see how it goes down.
Tremaine, thank you so much. Tremaine Lee in Georgia. Think about that for a moment. All of those college students engaged in the last presidential election, so many of our young people simply felt disconnected. So whether they love him or hate him, enraged or engaged, we are seeing the youth in this country get in the game, and that is democracy working. The record number of people voting, that is good news. Joining me now is a panel I adore. Former U.S. Senator from my home state of New Jersey, Bob Torricelli, attorney and former Florida Congressman and former Republican, David Jolly, and creator and executive producer and co-host of The Circus on Showtime. If you have not seen it, you must, Mark McKinnon. All right, Mark, I got to go to you first. What do you make of all this going on in Georgia?
Well, as a Republican, it really disturbs me that there has been over a number of years systematic effort strategically to suppress votes. And you see it with Republican Secretary of States. And I think the biggest voter fraud in America is voter fraud. There is no, there are like 3 or 4 examples across this country of some idiot that accidentally walked into a voting booth. But there is no systematic fraud that Republicans are trying to suggest. And it's just clearly an effort to suppress votes that are not good for Republicans, and I think it's indefensible. Okay, then as a Republican, how do you feel about the fact that Brian Kemp has not recused himself, given that he's running for governor? I mean, for anyone running right now, don't they want to win fair and square? Well, I don't think it's good for him strategically. I think that he'd want to recuse himself so that this doesn't become the overhanging issue on election night. He's got a lot of other messages down there that he could be running on. Other than this issue and this story that, has become kind of self-inflicted over the last week. All right, David, for Democrats who have believed in the blue wave, want the blue wave, trying to get this momentum to carry them through, let's assume it does. Then what does that mean? Because so many people in the exit polls are tired of the gridlock. If Democrats win, it's a guaranteed gridlock nation. It is, and Democrats are going to face a strategic decision. But let's also recognize this Georgia story is not going away. Brian Kemp is recorded on a hot mic saying he'll be in trouble if voters turn out. Those are his words. He said his greatest concern for his... But why do you think he'll be in trouble? Because he'll lose the race. That's the whole point of voter suppression, is he's quieting the voices that could cause him to lose this election, and he admitted to it. Except, David, we are living in a post-truth world. How many times have you and I sat here and said, man, President Trump, do you realize what he said? He was just caught in a lie. That's going to matter election time. That was 6,000 lies ago. And the leader of the free world will get Brian Kemp's back, whatever happens, because for him it's about power and the Trump nation. Yeah, so that's why I think Brian Kemp's going to be sitting pretty. To your point, though, and look, Democrats want to win, Republicans want to win. Democrats are in a be careful what you wish for scenario here if they take over the House, because we all remember Mitch McConnell saying, I'm going to use the Republican majority to ensure Barack Obama is a one-term president.
And Democrats rightfully scorned him for that comment. What do Democrats do if they take over the House? Do they try to address the concerns of the middle that want to see people working together? But by doing so, do they strengthen Donald Trump's hand? What if Donald Trump sends the Democrats controlling the House a middle-class tax bill and say, OK, Democrats, now let's work together? We know it would be maniacal on the part of Donald Trump, but Democrats are going to have to figure out their message. And then, look, they've never talked about impeachment. They've avoided it all along. But those voices of impeachment, that drumbeat, if you're a Democratic presidential candidate, that is your lane to say, we need to hold this president accountable. Recall, he's a co-conspirator in a Southern District of New York federal case.
But doesn't that depend on what flavor Democrats win? To you, Bob Torricelli, the big risk right now I see is the center, whether you're talking Republicans or Democrats, but that reasonable centrist candidate is going to lose. And as the parties push to the fringes where all the noise is, that's not serving the majority of this country.
No, actually, among the many numbers I've read today, the most startling to me was that 65% of the American people think the economy is in good or excellent shape, and 65% of the American people think the country's headed in the wrong direction. That means that they're not upset because of necessarily their living circumstances or their economic futures. They just don't think the country is functioning. And that's a warning to both political parties and the political class. People are challenging the structure of government and its relevance to their lives itself.
All right, well then, look at the amount of first-time voters we have, Bob. Isn't that a huge positive that you see since President Trump won? So many people in this country, whether they're on the right or the left, are so focused on politics. I've never seen that in my lifetime. I'm suddenly the most popular woman at every dinner party, and that has never been the case.
That's hard to believe, but okay. The country is polarizing to an incredibly dangerous degree. The thing to watch tonight is there any voter remorse? I believe Democrats are going to have a good night, but that doesn't really answer the question. The real question to me is those middle-class, working-class white voters who put Donald Trump in the White House in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and here in Florida, where are they by the end of the night? We're going to learn a lot about the future of the American presidency, the 2020 election, when you see that class of voters. A voter remorse, or are they staying the course? One thing I will tell you as a Democrat, we can win tonight, we can take back one or both houses of the Congress, but we are not going to govern America because we build a coalition that consists only of urban elites, black and brown voters, union members. We have to reach into that enormous pool of white, working-class, disenfranchised voters if we're not simply going to take the Congress, but really going to govern the country and govern with a working coalition.
We have to care about all Americans. Mark, the polls are closing soon. For you, when you look at these numbers, what do you care about most?
Well, I'm interested in the overarching narrative in this campaign. I'm struck by this goes to Bob's number about how strong people feel about the economy. It's just baffling to me, or striking anyway, that when we have economic news that is historically good every day over the last couple of months, that it's really, in many ways, stronger than Reagan's economy was in 1984 when he ran on the message of it's morning in America. Well, Donald Trump is concertedly avoiding that discussion and turning it instead to midnight in America with this message about the caravans and immigrants. But he knows how to tell a story. He knows how to create a narrative architecture. Here it is. Identify a threat, and the threat is others coming into our country, changing our way of life, taking away jobs. Who are the victims? Middle-class, hardworking Americans who are seeing a diminishing quality of life, losing their paychecks, losing their jobs. Who are the villains? Well, it's caravans of these people with diseases and Middle Easterners and terrorists coming toward our border. What's the solution? Build a wall, put more troops on the border. Who's the hero? Donald Trump. That's a classic narrative architecture. You can agree or disagree with it, but Donald Trump knows how to tell a story.
Okay, but Mark, here's the twist. Maybe that's not President Trump's only narrative. Maybe he's actually broadened his base. When he goes to his rallies, the people attending Trump rallies are not invested in the market. They are not feeling the positive economy. So there's no reason for him to talk about it. He should stick with the fear-mongering. That works with that audience. But his base could have silently grown in a huge way with the investor class. The stock market is up 28% since Election Day. We have not seen that from Election Day to midterms in 64 years. So the investor class, Wall Street didn't back President Trump when he was running. They thought the fact that he was unhinged would hurt world order. So now you've got investors, and now you've got corporate America who might not go to a Trump rally. They might not tell a pollster who they're going to vote for, but they will show up and vote for him because they want to protect their portfolio.
Well, exactly. And you'd think that with that kind of message and substance behind the message, you'd want to broaden the base, broaden the message to a broader base of voters, because he's going to need that, I think, ultimately to have a really good night tonight. We'll see. But he's certainly going to need that to win re-election, a broader base than the firm coalition that he has that's around 35%. That's not going to, those aren't re-elect numbers. So I would argue that. And by the way, you know, I think that I might argue back with you. You know, you look at those economic numbers. I'd say for a lot of those people at the rallies, they're doing well. They're getting second jobs. They're or better jobs, and they're getting stronger paychecks, and wages are coming up. So I think a lot of those people at those rallies are feeling the economy. 65% across America are.
Wages are coming up, and so is the cost of living. David, Bob, Mark, I want you to stick around, and I want to go deeper into the economy for a moment, because as President Trump is making this final pitch to voters, he wrote an op-ed in Fox News, and his closing argument was not about immigration. It was vote Republican and continue the jobs boom. It is true, the economy on many levels is humming. So let's just go through some of those numbers. Unemployment is at its lowest level in nearly 50 years. That's a huge positive. Wages are up, and GDP growth is very strong. But that, we have to remind our audience, is a continuation of the growth we saw beginning under President Obama. And it should be mentioned, the economy is not working for all Americans. So according to a study by the organization Third Way, 62% of this country do not support and cannot support a middle-class lifestyle based on what they make. And in many states, Americans are still struggling. I want to bring in my dear friend Ben White, Politico's chief economic correspondent and CNBC contributor, Maya McGinnis, president of Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. I don't even think there is such a thing anymore, along with my dear, dear friend, Megan Murphy, former editor of Bloomberg Business Week. All right, Ben, to you first. We keep hearing about this economic turnaround. Yeah. It's not a turnaround, but the president has supercharged the economy. We know from corporate America, because of the regulatory overhang, CEOs weren't spending. They were not investing. Yeah. How much has that changed now? Because the picture President Trump paints, or certainly the Twitter feed from his daughter Ivanka, paints a rosy picture.
Right, that it is morning in America. Again, I think there's a couple of things to unpack here. First is that this midterm election is clearly not about the economy. All the exit polls suggest that it's about Donald Trump. He wanted it to be about Donald Trump, and it is. And that's what's happening. On the economic front, yes, if you slash tax rates on corporations from 35 to 21%, you're going to get some more investment. You're going to get faster economic growth. And if you cut all those regulations, same thing is going to happen. But it is not a dramatically different picture from the Obama economy. It's slightly better, not hugely better. Jobs numbers actually, as we talked about this morning, a little slower first 21 months under Trump than they were the last 21 months under Obama. It's not clear that this 3% plus GDP growth rate will continue beyond the second, third quarter of this year. We could get back into the twos again, and we have soaring federal debt, soaring federal deficits. People don't feel too good about that. So I think Trump was probably smart to make this not entirely about the economy, because people are not dancing in the streets for this economy. They think it's pretty good, it's pretty decent. And the investor class, you talked a lot about them, they're splitting right down the middle right now. They're not flooding to Donald Trump by any stretch of the imagination. You look at donations from Wall Street, they were split pretty evenly. And a lot of investors say, we're totally fine with Democrats taking the House. We like divided government. Put a little bit of check on Trump. We got our tax cuts. We got our dereg. We're good.
It's a very good point. You're not seeing huge market action today. In fact, it was light trading. Megan, if the economy is doing so well, this is what I can't figure out. Why does the president lie about it? Take these middle-class tax cuts, for example. It was 2 weeks ago. He said, first week in November, we're going to have these middle-class tax cuts. Anyone can realize that wouldn't happen because Congress isn't in session. But the fact that he's even saying, well, after the election, there is zero plan of how to pay for said tax cuts. What you would have to cut on the other side is massive, and no one's discussing that. So if the economy is working so well for the country, why is he making up this tax cuts 2.0 plan?
You know, as you said, that tax plan was never going to materialize. It was simply made up of thin air when Congress wasn't even in session. But I think we're all singing from the same hymn page here and talking about what is baffling about this is that he has not made a stronger case on the economy. And I think that Ben's right. And while people are out in the streets dancing, but look, we had a jobs report just last Friday that by every measure was incredibly strong just in how hot this labor market is starting to run, particularly on wages, which is something all economists, all business journalists have really been looking at for wages to outpace inflation, for that wage, for those paycheck increases to really filter down to people's pocketbooks. We had this number of 250,000 more jobs added. We're adding tens of thousands of jobs. The labor force participation rate is going up. Wages are going up. More people are confident about finding a job. More people are looking for a job. Why has he not made that message? Instead, what he has campaigned on, which is immigration, caravans, and fear. I'll tell you, it tells you two things. One is that he really believes this about immigration, caravans, and fear, and he really thinks he can win on it. And he has made this election solely a referendum on himself. He has done that all rallies long. That is what he has campaigned on. And I think when he looks back at the numbers, we're going to look at it in Wisconsin, we're going to look at it in Minnesota, we're going to look at my home state, Illinois, at some of these key suburban swing districts, and whether he's going to like the result of what he sees on his own self-created referendum on himself, we'll have to see tonight.
Maya, who cares about the deficit anymore? I've been on a hunt for members of the Tea Party because they've been conspicuously silent. Does the deficit no longer matter to Republicans?
Well, we'll see what happens after the midterms and what the majority party is. Unfortunately, what we've seen is that the majority party oftentimes, and in this case, certainly with the Republicans, quickly forgot about the importance of the deficit to pursue their agenda of large tax cuts. And so I think to your big question of what's going on in the economy, at the same time that we're seeing these tremendous numbers in terms of growth and wages and unemployment, it is built all on top of the national debt. We didn't just borrow from the future in terms of this. We borrowed from like the next couple of years where the growth that we're seeing is not going to last. And I think part of the issue here is that voters aren't feeling less economic anxiety despite the good positive numbers. And one, that's because the tax cuts and the regulatory reforms don't feel directly related to their lives. Two, I think it's because so many people are starting to realize that trillion-dollar deficits around the corner can't be good news. And like you said, no politician seems particularly worried about it in terms of willing to do anything about it, but it's a nagging concern. And three, back to this broader issue of politics, which is the topic of today, I think it's clear we're not going to wake up tomorrow more united as a country or with more confidence that we're going to start working on any of these big, thorny issues of competitiveness and growth and public investment and the fiscal situation. And so I think the political division and instability leads people to not feeling confident either. So good headline economic numbers have not translated into how people are feeling in terms of what's sustainable.
All right, well, you can't argue with the fact that the president is a fantastic salesman. The president is a great branding guy. And Ben, I want to share what he wrote in that last op-ed where he writes, today, if you want a job, you can get a job. If you want a better job, you can get a better job. African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans have the best job prospects in history. Do you think voters feel that way, Ben?
I think they feel that way to a degree, but like we said, all of these trends on Hispanic unemployment, African American unemployment, there have been trends that have been happening since 2010, since the Great Recession ended. So I don't think people feel enormously differently over the last 2 years of Trump than they did at the end of the Obama administration. And I think, you know, the problem that Trump has, I don't think it was totally wrong to try to engage people on immigration and get them out to vote and drive out turnout numbers, but he took it way too far. Like making up the story about the caravan, talking about changing the Constitution and the nature of American citizenship, all that stuff is freaking people out. Even, you know, all the people in the suburban areas, all the people in the Midwest who might have supported Trump might say, hey, wait a minute, we like this economy, you know, this is good, we support Trump on that, but slow down on the immigration stuff. This is not who the American people are, and we want to stop it. And so I think that's why you see the economic message not really necessarily overtaking all the rest of it. And he wasn't wrong that immigration would motivate his base to get out. We'll probably see that in some of the numbers. But it's going to lose him in the suburbs. It's going to lose him in the industrial Midwest. And it's not good for Republicans long term. It's certainly not good for them in 2020.
Megan, a big name, a big foreign company that President Trump talked a lot about months ago was Foxconn. We saw Scott Walker and the state of Wisconsin give away the state in terms of tax cuts for this idea that Foxconn was going to come and deliver thousands and thousands of jobs. Well, according to the Wall Street Journal this morning, Foxconn is looking to potentially open that plant, even though they never opened one in Pennsylvania years ago after promising to do so. but their plan is to bring workers from Asia to fill those jobs. Could this issue that the president wanted to be a winner for Scott Walker actually hurt him in this election? Because, again, it is all about the details.
Stephanie, I think your colleague Ali Velshi said it best this morning about this very specific deal when he said, when you think labor in Asia is too cheap and you're promising jobs in a state like Wisconsin, those two things simply do not add up. And Foxconn was a con, as you mentioned, the Pennsylvania plant. The amount of promises, the amount of investment that Scott Walker, what he gave them to attract this investment is staggering. That is, I'm so glad you brought this race up. This Wisconsin race is one that I'm watching incredibly closely tonight. It is going to be a bellwether. We know Scott Walker's history. You know his history on labor. We've seen him actually talk more about health care and that he actually is a supporter of protecting pre-existing conditions as this race has really heated up. If Tony Evers can take this race tonight, that's going to be a real indicator of the type of night we're going to see. We've seen the headlines about a potential Midwest massacre. I think Ben is exactly right. What we really have to think about when we think about the Midwest, when we think about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Indiana, Illinois, these are exactly the kind of voters in both rural and suburban districts that do not like the divisive tone that the president has used. They are not fans of this ripping apart of the social fabric of America. These are people who love their country, like to hunt, like to go out, a lot of conservative religious folks as well in these districts. What we're going to see is how much this is a backlash to this extreme, overtly racist in some cases rhetoric that the president has used. And I think the Scott Walker race is one that we really have to focus on. I haven't heard too many voters talking about it today when you see the sampling, but we'll see it play out over the course of the night.
Then when we talk so much about money issues, I keep thinking about these divisive races and the millions and millions of dollars that are going into campaign ads. Imagine if that money went to those states and those cities and those rural areas to make schools better, Wi-Fi faster. Just imagine. Maya, before we go, we've talked so much about college-educated women being a huge block of voters to watch this election. Do you think the economy is a big issue for them?
I don't think the economy has played a huge role in this election at all, given what we would have expected, right? Like what you said. Well,
it doesn't make boring. It's not boring to you and I, but it doesn't make a sexy, nasty campaign ad, and that is what this election is about.
It doesn't make the huge controversy and the fighting and fanning the flames of things, and that has completely been what this has been about. It's also after 2 years of bad fiscal and economic choices, so I think many people are trying to avoid those.
All right, Ben, Maya, Megan, do not go far. I want to come back to you in just a minute. But we have a breaking news at this moment from Georgia. Well, their Secretary of State office, a county judge, has just ordered Annistown Precinct open till 7:30 p.m. Anderson-Livesey Precinct now open till 7:30 p.m. and Harbin's Precinct open until 7:14 p.m. This happens as the Justice Department will be keeping a very close eye on midterm election in voting in multiple states tonight. Staff from the Civil Rights Division are being sent to 35 jurisdictions in 19 states to monitor compliance with voting rights laws and various polling locations, which include several counties in Georgia, Florida, Texas, to name just a few. This upsets me so much. We're encouraging everyone to get out there and vote, and people should feel like their vote counts, and they should feel like the process is fair. Here I want to bring in at NBC and MSNBC to our viewers tips to lead them into how to vote, to know that your voting is safe, and some good tips on it. For more, joining me is David Becker. He's a former Department of Justice voting rights attorney and executive director and co-founder for the Center for Election Innovation and Research. All right, David, this is clearly the final push, the final hours, the final minutes. Officials say there's no evidence to back up this widespread voter fraud that the president talks about. Is that true?
That's absolutely right. I mean, this has been looked at repeatedly by the Bush Justice Department, by secretaries of state of both parties all across the country. And repeatedly what they find is that voter fraud exists, but it barely exists. It's just above zero. It's very, very rare in the United States. And that's because Americans take voting very seriously. It's actually a good story about how election officials have put checks and balances in place.
But is that kind of nonsense narrative a success when it comes to voter suppression? Earlier this week, when we heard about this hacking from Brian Kemp's office that there was no evidence of, and you talked to people on the ground, they were feeling confused and disgusted, confused about politics, and said the whole system doesn't work for me.
So I think voters are taking a bunch of concerns about the election process, things like possible voter suppression, things like hacking of the system, and even things like voting being really, really hard. And I think they're internalizing it, and I think it's very, very difficult for them to decide whether they should participate in this process. And no one is happier about that than our foreign adversaries. So it's really important right now, as polls are about to close in Ohio, as polls are about to close in Texas, polls are about to close in Missouri, voters need to understand that the vast majority of them, regardless of what's going on in your state, the vast majority of them are going to have a convenient process. They're going to be in and out in 30 minutes or less, and they're going to really enjoy it, and they're going to be glad they participated. So I really want to get that through to viewers as they're thinking about it.
Well, then, hey, Russia, I hope you're watching. We've got a record number of voters out there. Tell me about the work that is being done by election officials to give Americans comfort that voting is secured.
So election officials all across the country have been partnering at the state and local level with the Department of Homeland Security, sharing information like never before. They now know where certain probes and scans are coming from. They now know what the nature of those efforts are. They know that their systems are better secured than ever before, and they're using funds that have been appropriated by Congress to help hire better staff and to train that staff to avoid problems. So I think what we're going to see is, so far, those efforts have been successful, but vigilance is definitely going to be required over the course of the remainder of the night and into 2020.
But you feel pretty good?
I feel pretty good about it. I think election officials have been working overtime, and voters should know their vote matters and will count.
Darn right, David. Thank you so
My
much,
pleasure.
David Beckard. All right, it is 7:31 here on the East Coast, the half hour, and polling in 4 more states officially closed. That includes the last polls in Georgia, which were extended in 2 areas because of issues at polling stations. Democrat Stacey Abrams hoping to become the nation's first female African-American governor. She is facing off against the Republican, I've been talking about him all hour, and Secretary of State Brian Kemp. Polls are now closed in the state of Ohio, where Republican Mike DeWine and Democrat Richard Cordray are battling to replace outgoing Governor John Kasich. And in the state's 12th district, it is part 2 of the contest between Troy Balderson and Danny O'Connor for a seat in Congress. And another early indicator for any large Democratic gains, Republican primary winner Reverend Mark Harris is taking on Democratic candidate Dan McCready, an Iraq war vet. Have I told you how many women are running? How many people with science backgrounds? How many vets? That's extraordinary. I haven't even mentioned the amount of people with an education background. The greatest thing that has happened to this country in the last 2 years, people are engaged. Polls are also closed in West Virginia, where vulnerable Democratic Senator Joe Manchin is trying to keep the seat, as Trump-backed State Attorney General Patrick Morrisey is trying to flip it into the Republican column. Manchin is another crucial piece to Democratic hopes to flip control of the Senate. They need to net out 2 seats by the end of tonight. So you want to stay with NBC all night long. There are some hot races taking place in the Sunshine State as well. Voters there will decide if Andrew Gillum will become Florida's first black governor in the Florida race against Republican opponent Ron DeSantis. And all over Florida is the Senate race. Everybody is talking about it. It is Governor Rick Scott taking on Democrat incumbent Senator Bill Nelson. And this guy is running for his 4th term. And I want to take you now to Naples, Florida, where NBC's Ali Vitale is live with the latest. I mean, Ali, Florida, many people consider that Donald Trump's home state. What are you hearing from voters there?
Donald Trump considers it his home state. He repeatedly calls it his second home, and we know that he spends many of his weekends from Thanksgiving through when it gets warmer in D.C. at Mar-a-Lago. And so he feels that he can insert himself into this race, perhaps more than any of the other races across the board. I know he's been doing a lot of traveling, but he, from the very beginning, inserted himself in this governor's race by putting himself in the tank for Ron DeSantis, and Ron DeSantis really modeled his campaign after President Trump. You'll remember that ad where he said to his kids, build the wall, and they had little building blocks out, and he read The Art of the Deal to one of his kids. That's something that has stuck with voters. I know that many voters that we've talked to over the course of this past week and a half stretch have said that they really do associate DeSantis with Trump, and sometimes that's both good and bad. We've talked to voters who have told us that Trump has helped them to reaffirm some of their Republican choices. Others have said that he is the reason why they're voting for Democrats. And so it's going to be really interesting when you consider the people who, when all is said and done here in this race, Trump is either going to see that 1-point lead that he had in 2016 stuck around and is still the same in 2018. That base still wants to turn out for his chosen candidates. or it's going to be a referendum on him when they look around. And at this point, it's looking like Gillum is doing well in a lot of the counties that campaign told me they wanted to do well in. And so if it turns out that Gillum wins the governor's race, you're going to see one of the Trump acolyte candidates, Ron DeSantis, get knocked down. And then you're going to see people reacting to, well, what's Trump's role in this? And of course, what does it mean for 2020, Steph?
I mean, I remember that campaign ad well. Reading Art of the Deal to a baby makes me wonder what happened to Goodnight Moon. Quickly, Florida's a big state, and while President Trump, as you said, does consider it his second residence, his other home down in Palm Beach, does the fact that he is a local help him throughout the state? I mean, I think about the Panhandle that was just wrecked in the last hurricane.
It's interesting that you say that, because when we were at a voting place here today in Collier County, which is a pretty conservative part of the state, one man said that he wouldn't vote for Rick Scott because of the way that he's reacted to hurricanes in the state. And so that's going to be really interesting when you figure out what happens in the Panhandle. Many of the places there have seen extended voting so that they can accommodate all the disaster recovery that's been happening there. But Rick Scott really did suspend his campaign activities to focus on the recovery. Many people saying that that's the role that he can shine in as governor and heading up those recovery efforts. But then when you look back at Trump, he of course visited the Panhandle, but that area of the state sort of remains to be seen. I will say that Gillum has made the point, because he is the mayor of Tallahassee, a place that was hit pretty hard by Hurricane Michael. He made the point repeatedly after that he has shown that he can work across the political aisle. He did work with Rick Scott on recovery efforts there, and DeSantis has repeatedly leveled the attack on Gillum, that because he has talked so critically about President Trump, he can't possibly help Florida on a federal level when it needs the help. Gillum has been able to then fire back and say, no, but I can. I've already worked across the aisle with Rick Scott on hurricane recovery efforts. I'm sure that I can do it with President Trump if and when it comes to that once I'm governor, Steph.
All right, Ali Vitale in Naples, Florida. Ali, thank you. I know you have got a long night ahead. All right, I want to talk more about the president, because this guy has been on a media blitz. He held over 30 rallies in the 2 months since Labor Day to motivate his base. It's his favorite thing to do. And exit polls just in show 2 out of every 3 voters say Trump was a factor in their vote for the House. So here's the question. Why are these elections so important to him? Joining me now, NBC News and MSNBC contributor, my dear friend John Weaver, and MSNBC political analyst, Cornell Belcher. John, you have the home court advantage, so I go to you first. President Trump, I'm not saying this in a negative way, he's not somebody who's put country first. He's not somebody who's put the Republican Party first. And while he loves to campaign, why is it that he is making this midterm election so important?
Well, he's making this about himself, right? This is what he wants to do. At the end of the day, he's been driven to do all these rallies around the country to feed his narcissistic mind. That's my belief, quite frankly. And in a way, when he jumped the shark after the shootings in Pittsburgh and started talking about immigration and changing the Constitution, he put more Republican House seats in play and maybe closed some of the Senate races, made them tighter. And I think it was geared toward locking down the Republican Party for 2020 and not so much about what's going to happen in the midterm.
Cornell, do you think that's it? It's the president's ego or narcissism or love of the stage and rallies that had him out there? Or is it that he knows if Democrats take power, there's going to be a whole lot of investigations coming his way, and somebody whose name rhymes with Schmuller is likely to be protected?
Oh, I do think that Republicans have historically thought that midterm elections, and rightfully so, by the way, that midterm elections are largely a base election, meaning that they've historically done a much better job of getting out their sort of core supporters in their see 2010 and 2014, and you have an older, more conservative, less diverse electorate. But I think Trump has had the opposite effect on that. I think when Democrats see him barnstorm across the country, he is absolutely generating enthusiasm on Democrats, but also to alienating moderate voters. When you look at the exit polls tomorrow, I'm sure what you're going to see is Democrats have dominated with moderate voters in these battleground states, and these moderate voters who are turned off by the sort of the racism and division that they keep hearing from Donald Trump.
So the center is not sexy. It's not exciting. It doesn't get people fired up.
Right.
And going to the extremes does, John. If you look at the GOP, they have gone the way of Trump. And if you look at all the things he has said on the trail here, divisive, angry, Americans have said they don't like it, but it worked in the last election. And many of the Democrats who are running, didn't go the divisive route. You didn't hear Beto O'Rourke even say Ted Cruz's name or President Trump. Who's that going to play for?
Well, look, between 10 and 15 million Republicans have left the party since Donald Trump became president. So they voted with their feet, they voted with their action.
And everybody else in office got in line right behind him.
They did.
We're looking at you,
and
Lindsey
they
Graham.
did. They became Patty Hearst, right? Kind of a Stockholm syndrome there. So the party shrunk. So it's obviously in more lockstep with the president. But I will also say the Democrats who run, who as they are, progressives like Beto, like Mr. Gillum, like the woman in Georgia, they're doing very well. They didn't try to moderate their positions. They didn't run negative campaigns, but they ran as progressives. And I think they're going to be rewarded for that.
Cornell, is going further to the left the right strategy for Democrats? When you think about all Americans, we all want the same things. We all just want to live better lives. We want to be socially free, financially secure, physically safe. And that has a lot more to do with who we are than what political party we affiliate ourselves with. So while the energy and enthusiasm on the Democratic side is further to the left, is that the path to the future and really winning for this party?
Well, I kind of push back on some of the further left sort of conversation in the Democratic Party. I mean, look, if you take a look at who our people at the top of our tickets now, you know, whether it's Gilliam in Florida or it's Stacey Abrams or Beto or any of sort of our House candidates, what are they talking about? They're talking about expanding health care coverage, making health care more affordable. They're talking about raising the minimum wage. All these things are supposedly lefty and progressive. They also happen to be where the majority of Americans are. The majority of Americans aren't for giving big tax cuts to corporations. The majority of Americans are not for, you know, undermining Roe v. Wade. So what we're calling sort of lefty issues, quite frankly, it's where a lot of Americans are. I don't see Democrats running anywhere on issues where you don't have a majority sort of opinion. Common sense handgun laws. That's where the majority of Americans are. When I look at the candidates that are for office right now, Democrats, I see them actually representing the majority or the middle place in the electorate.
All right, then to Cornell's point, John, President Trump loves this narrative that if you vote Democrat, the stock market falls. If you vote Democrat, we're going to go the way of Venezuela. Socialism is a dirty word. Why don't we see Democrats fight harder against that? Why don't Democrats try to own the economic message? The truth is, jobs numbers have been better, stronger under Democratic presidents in history. But no one, certainly conventional wisdom wouldn't tell you that.
Yeah, look, I've often thought the great middle, and the great middle is larger than the extremes, is out there looking for a message, looking for a jobs plan, a plan to deal with wage growth, right? Neither side is offering that. The Republicans are offering a bankrupt policy where we're going to increase our debt and give tax cuts to the top percent in our country. And the Democrats are talking about the issues that Cornell talked about. They're not unimportant. But what about the issues about the coming displacement, for example, and workforce training? They're not sexy, but they're very vital to our country.
But did we learn something, Cornell, before we go? Sort of about, I don't know another way to put it, but political genius. You can love or hate President Trump in this post-truth world. Look what he's done to get himself elected and get people engaged. Is there something to learn from an emotional intelligence standpoint in how he's connected with people?
I think what Donald Trump has done is he's talked about this. I mean, he's not talking about the economy. He's talking about racial issues. Donald Trump has made this an election about sort of angst and racial aversion, and I think the moderate middle swath of Americans are going to reject that. And we're seeing that the suburbs and the better off sort of upscale suburbs, that's where you see the most angst about sort of what's happening in this country. And it's not economic; it's about our values and who we are. And I think that's why you're going to see Republicans lose a lot of races tonight.
Then do you think that voters actually hear the local messages? Because when you look at the people running for office on both sides, many Republicans are not reflecting what President Trump is saying on the stump, and Democrats are certainly not fulfilling the portrait he's painting of them. Do voters know that, or do they just hear the lies he's putting forth at rallies? Because that's dangerous stuff.
Yeah, we see two things. Healthcare is a big number in exit polling, right? Many Democrats ran on healthcare. So clearly that is resonating.
But you've also got Republicans like Martha McSally saying, I'm here for your pre-existing conditions. And if you actually do your homework, you know she voted against it. And I wonder, do voters know that?
I think they do know that. I mean, that was an extreme case, right? And that was played all over Arizona. I think she's going to lose tonight, partly because she was not authentic, okay? And that's not the McCain way in that state at all. She's going to lose a big swath of McCain voters for not being true to herself. But back to the broader point, Paul Ryan, great guy, disappeared the last 2 years. His super PAC ads running around the country could have been written by Steve Bannon.
They may have been.
They may have been. So when I make a joke about they become like Patty Hearst and the Sudanese Liberation Army, I'm not really joking. We purposely handcuffed ourselves as a party to Donald Trump and his rhetoric. There's no movement there. There's no distance between the federal wing of our party and Donald Trump. And so what happens tonight is not just a repudiation of Donald Trump, if that happens, but what's happened congressionally.
Well, election night is a time for every American to have their vote count and make their voice heard. John Cornell, thank you so much. I want to share an early NBC News exit poll that we're just getting, finding that health care, as John just mentioned, it's the #1 issue to voters, making the first time health care has risen to the top in a presidential or midterm election. That issue is trumping the economy, immigration, and gun policy. I want to bring Megan Murphy back, David Jolly, Bob Torricelli, and Mark McKinnon. Megan, to you first. What do you make of that health care being the #1 issue? And what's stunning to me is that's what flipped the House Republican years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point, and we may see it exactly the opposite tonight. You know, Democrats attracted a lot of conversation, a lot of criticism in some corners for being too cautious in their campaigning. A lot of people said should have taken a more national message, gone directly anti-Trump. But they stuck to their knitting on health care in particular. It was the #1 thing about advertising. So many Democrats have campaigned on it. We see the importance tonight. And I want to go back and echo something that Cornell said. There's a little bit of a myth out there that the Democratic candidates that are succeeding are these incredibly progressive, incredibly left Democrats. That just is not the case. If we see so many of these seats flipped tonight, they will be flipped tonight by a lot of candidates who may look different, who may be women, who may be African-American, who may be Latino, but who have hewed very closely to a sort of moderate
Megan,
left position.
That's the exact
and that
problem.
is going to be fascinating.
But that's the exact problem. It is a myth that they are far left candidates. But the
Absolutely.
president has put forth that myth, and he's got members of the media supporting it. So I just wonder, what does the American voter know?
The American voter knows this. They know that health care, as we're seeing tonight, is an incredibly important issue. Republicans have lost the message on this. People like their health care. They like having the security of it in place. They have seen this message come out. They see the economy. They're going to take their bets where they think is their future. And I want to make one other really important point because it's become passé to talk about it. But let's say the name Brett Kavanaugh. Do not underestimate how many women stood in line today, got out, registered, first-time women voters, for decades-old women voters are there tonight because of what happened with that incredibly divisive battle. Don't underestimate how much women are turned. If we do see a blue wave tonight or even a blue ripple, we'll be down to white suburban women, women everywhere, who are putting their fists down and saying what happened in that case was absolutely appalling. I believe Christine Blasey Ford, and I'm going to put my vote where where I believe that happened and how appalling that treatment of women were. So I think we're going to see a big backlash on that tonight as well.
All right, Megan Murphy, let me make something clear. That topic is never blasé here. And let's always remind our audience the Devil's Triangle was not a drinking game. All right, there's brand new exit polling, not personally, on gun control. Voters nationwide appear to support stricter gun control by 60%, while 37% oppose. David, we talk so much about gun control. If it's not a rally, if it's not a stand-in, if it's not parents, CEOs, company calling for common sense gun control, why on earth won't it move an inch?
Because on the Republican side of the aisle, they are married to the money that comes from the gun lobby.
But isn't Donald Trump the perfect president to do something? If I'm the NRA, the argument is it's a slippery slope with Obama. I don't trust him. They could actually trust Donald Trump.
But the NRA got to Donald Trump. We've seen that after Parkland. We saw that after Vegas. We saw it after everything else. Look, guns are an issue. Health care are an issue. Taxes are an issue. My problem with the construct of that exit polling question, what was the most important issue, is it didn't include Donald Trump as an issue. So if we just say, is it healthcare, immigration, or guns, you're going to get a data set from that. I still believe fundamentally the #1 issue in this race tonight is Donald Trump. And if you take that question, 75% say, I'm voting to send a message to Donald Trump. And the reason that that may translate to a good night for Democrats is because we will be able to measure Republican attrition, right? Have we seen the voters leave that John was referring to? And even among those who stayed, do Republican numbers in key races like DeSantis fall below 90% support? And then do we see those independent and no-party affiliates begin to perform in a relatively blue fashion? Right? Independents often split and perform kind of half R, half D. But are we in an environment which makes up a wave where independents perform more on one side of the aisle or not? I think that's what we're going to see in Florida. The early returns, and Florida still has a central time zone precincts that are open. Early returns in Florida and in key races. I'd rather be a Democrat tonight than a Republican. A lot can change, but it looks like it's shaping up like it could be a good night for
All right, then let's go to a Republican. Mark McKinnon, did President Trump miss a golden opportunity to do something on common sense gun control after Parkland happened? When he first met with some of those families, I remember Gary Cohn was still in the White House. There was this moment where they said maybe he could do something. And if he was able to do something that Obama couldn't do because of his ties with the NRA, he would have gotten massive bipartisan support. He didn't. And now here we are. How much of a mistake was that for him? Was it a mistake?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think it was a huge opportunity. And I think actually it instinctively he would have liked to have gone that direction. He's from New York. I mean, he was never like a big anti.
Why do you believe that? That like instinctively, he's not a gun guy. There's no reason to believe that. Look at what he's done in office. Just because he doesn't tote a gun.
Well, I'm going back to, he never talked about it before. I mean, he never talked about it before the election. It was never an issue for him. And I think just given the cultural world that he grew up in, and Ivanka and Jared and the others, that's not a driving issue for them. But it just testifies to the power of the NRA. I do think I think he had an inclination, and in fact he did, as you recall, initially on this issue, start to talk about it. And remember, there was that huge blowback from the NRA, and I think a meeting in his office, and then suddenly it just flipped. And that was just, that was raw power and money at work, and we saw the president bend and fold. But that was a missed opportunity, I believe, and it's unfortunate because I do think that he had an instinct to go at least somewhat in that direction.
Okay, but here's why I don't believe you, and I turn this to Bob. Is that who President Trump is? Because who President Trump is a consummate salesman, deal guy who will make a quick buck any way he can. That is what his career has been. So when we think, oh, well, he never really cared about guns or he didn't care about this or that, he cared about making money and getting people to love him. And that's why he has sided with the NRA. It's never been about guns.
Well, here's why I'm on the program. There's a difference of how journalists read polls and how politicians read polls.
I just asked you to come because you're from Jersey.
60% of the American people are for gun control, 30% against, and 30% win. Why? Because for the 30%, it's a voter motivation issue. Many of those people go to the polls, that's all they vote on. The other 60% are intellectually for gun control, but they go in and they vote on a lot of other issues. Second, real policy decisions in the American government are made in primaries, because that's where candidates are chosen. And to be a Republican candidate today and to go into a primary and not be for gun control means you're not going to get elected. This only changes when part of that 60% who vote in primaries go in and vote on gun control, and that becomes a primary issue. I've been listening to this debate for 30, 40 years. Nothing has changed because that equation has never changed.
All right, did you just invent the word votervation? Because if you did, I think it's amazing. All right, we are just minutes away from the next round of poll closings, and there are more than a dozen states with polls that are closed in just the next few minutes. Are you ready for this night ahead? And it includes a vulnerable Democrat, Claire McCaskill, trying to hold her seat against Republican Josh Hawley. While in Tennessee, Democrats are hoping former Governor Phil Bredesen can pick up retiring Republican Bob Corker's seat, while Republicans are hoping Congressman Marsha Blackburn can keep the seat in the GOP's camp. And what is perhaps the most amazing things about the supersized midterms? Exit polls show that 16% of voters nationwide say that this is the first time they have voted in a midterm election. I love that number. Well, 84% have voted in a midterm before. Among those first-time voters, 61% supported the Democratic candidate and 36% went for the Republican candidate. And breaking down those first-time voters by race, 27% are Hispanic, 18% are black, 12% are white. And by age, 54% of first-time voters are 18 to 29 years old. 14% are 30 to 59, and 4% are over 60. Shout out to those over 60 voters who have decided to come out this first time. And we are also getting a look at how voters feel about immigration this hour. According to early NBC News exit polls, nearly half of the voters nationwide say Donald Trump's immigration policies are just too tough. And about a third say, well, I think they're right. All right, my panel is still with me for their final thoughts. Megan Murphy, to you first. The president spent his final days on the campaign trail stoking fears, talking all about the migrant caravan. I think it was a week ago. He said they are rushing here so they could vote in the midterms. That was absolute nonsense. But here's the thing. Does the nonsense work?
We're going to find out tonight, aren't we, Stephanie? And you just saw some of those exit polling saying that nearly half of people surveyed. And look, always take exit polls with a huge grain of salt. Simply think those policies don't work. Yes, tomorrow is a new day, thank God. And what we will learn tonight is whether the kind of rhetoric we've seen, deplorable, in my opinion, for this nation, for politics in general, for what we're supposed to represent, works, or if it doesn't. Look, yeah, did he use it to drive out the base? Absolutely. The base is only so big. And at what risk, at what expense? As I said earlier, I'm a Midwestern girl. Look at Minnesota 2 and 3. Look at Illinois. Look at Illinois, the 6th district there and the 14th, and we'll see the results. What impact that kind of rhetoric, how much voters were turned out, and watch women tonight and what they do and how they mark their ballots and how they respond to some of the absolutely appalling lies and nonsense came out of the president's mouth over the past few weeks.
Megan,
and look at Stacey Abrams.
You know I want to talk to you all night long, but we've got a board up. Ohio calling this race. Sherrod Brown, the Democrat, with 63% support. Jim Renacci, 37%. Ohio being called in that race. I think we've got Vermont next. Is that right? There we have it. Bernie Sanders, 61%. That is not a big surprise. 33 to Lawrence Zupan, his challenger. So we sort of thought that was coming on the Sanders front. Is that all we have right now? I think it is. Mark, my last question to you. Megan said it. Women are the ones to watch. Suburban women, for example. We keep saying we got to watch those suburban women. But do we really know what they're going to do, especially since white women carried President Trump?
Oh, listen, I think Megan was right. I think we can expect what they're going to do. I think they're going to largely fall away from Trump, those who may have been for him in 2016, largely because of Kavanaugh. But I think that even the more interesting demo to watch, given some of the numbers you were reporting earlier, is that kind of 18 to 29 demo. We've seen some staggering numbers about the increase in that voter cohort, as high as 700% increase. I think in Tennessee. In other states, it was 400% increase. So, listen, I think the one thing we can say tonight for sure, it's going to be historic. There's going to be surprises. But that cohort, the millennial cohort, may be the most surprising of all.
John, final thought?
I'm looking at a number of governor's races. I think at the end of the night, we could draw a line from Trenton to Madison, Wisconsin, and find nothing but Democrat governors, which bodes poorly for the president in 2020 and gives the Democrats a bench and a handle on redistricting in 2020.
Bob Torselli, final thought.
Same thought. Well, we're all watching the results of the Congress tonight in every TV studio in America. I'll bet the White House is doing something different. They're looking at the infrastructure of the 2020 race. This country elects presidencies in the Electoral College. That's by states. State parties are run by governors. They control registration. Their parties control turnout. And in more than one case in the last 20 years, 1 or 2 states where they had an incumbent governor of the same party had a huge influence. Right now, Donald Trump's watching that infrastructure. That's the governorships of Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. All eyes are on those. This is no longer a government run equally by the Congress and the presidency. The presidency is preempted power. The only way to reform the American future is to get that presidency. Win those governorships.
Wow, we have to share. Well, we know one thing that Donald Trump is watching, and that's television. All right, we're going to call a Virginia race here, a Democratic pickup, 57% for Jennifer Wexton and 43 to Barbara Comstock. David, last point to you for the night.
These are the races that matter. The shift in rhetoric by Donald Trump actually hurt the very seats that the House Republicans needed to keep or to win to hold the House. Donald Trump likely lost the House for Republicans tonight with that shift. John says it goes from Trenton to Wisconsin. I say you can draw a line from Miami to Trenton on the East Coast. There's about 10 races that'll indicate tonight whether or not it's a blue wave. I'd rather be a Democrat based on early numbers than a Republican.
Well, there's a lot of shouting, there's a lot of division, but civility and decency must come first. Maybe tonight is a night America has voted for it. David Jolly, Bob Torsali, Megan Murphy, Mark McKinnon, John Weaver, thank you so much. What an hour this has been. You better stay with us on NBC Signal as we take you through the rest of the night and all the big races.
Our coverage of a midterm election like no other.
As polls close across the country at this hour, we are here with the entire NBC News team to bring you all the results and what they'll mean for you on this night for the history books.
Election night 2018. America votes and decides its future. Two very different messages.
Can you believe what's going on in this country? We have this incredible opportunity to make history.
There is so much at stake. Who will control the House, the Senate, and dozens of state houses across the country?
And who will win the advantage for 2020 and the race for the White House?
Get out in 2018 because you're voting for me.
The president says tonight is a referendum on him, and the Democrats agree.
It's our time to fight back. Are you ready to fight back?
This is the most important election you have ever voted in, no matter how old or young you are.
A divided country at a crossroads. An election marked by hate, violence, and tragedy. Tonight, the moment of truth.
From NBC News, The Vote, America's Future. Live from Democracy Plaza in New York, here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our coverage of the 2018 midterm elections. Joining Savannah and me here, Chuck Todd and Andrea Mitchell. It promises to be a long and exciting night ahead. It's now 8 o'clock in the East. Polls have just closed in 16 states. That brings to 25 states now where the polls have closed, half the country, and we already have some races that we're about to call.
Yeah, we do. Breaking news right now. But first, let's take a look at what to watch for tonight. As we know, Republicans control Congress with majorities in both the House and the Senate. So for the Democrats, winning back control really comes down to these two numbers tonight, 23 and 2. The Democrats began the night needing to pick up 23 seats to gain control of the House, 2 seats to flip the Senate. So let's take a look at where it stands at this hour. As you can see, Democrats have already picked up 2 seats. They need 21 more to go if they're going to get control. And let's show you where those wins happen for the Democrats. Northern Virginia, Barbara Comstock, the incumbent, is beat out by Jennifer Wexton. And then let's go to Florida's 27th district. Donna Shalala, do you remember that name? Former HHS secretary under President Clinton, now going to be the second oldest freshman to enter Congress in history.
And we're watching a couple of other big Florida races. Of course, the Florida Senate race, Bill Nelson trying to hang on there. Right now, that's too close to call. Also, the Florida governor's race, another one that has generated national attention, also too close to call. Let's see how things are doing in the Missouri Senate race. As of right now, that is too close to call. Claire McCaskill in a very tough fight to keep her job.
And a tough fight in Indiana, a big Midwestern battleground. Joe Donnelly, the incumbent, and you can see that it is too close to call. We'll continue to watch that one. Tennessee Senate. Very tight race there, too early to call. We don't have the numbers to give you at this moment. And West Virginia, too early to call. Senator Manchin in a big fight there to retain that seat for the Democrats.
The Georgia governor's race attracting a lot of national attention, a lot of star power right now. Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp, the Republican. That is too early to call in Georgia. You see 8% right now in Georgia, very early.
Let's bring in Chuck. Okay, nothing shocks you. Anything surprising so far tonight?
Not so far. It is sort of going as the national polls had indicated. We're not seeing yet evidence of a tsunami, nor are we seeing evidence of a sort of a bounce back for the Republicans. It's going about how we projected. Look at the first 2 pickups. being Virginia 10 and Florida 27. But let me show you why we're starting to see what we think is somewhat of a predictable night. First of all, it's what our exit poll found about the president's standing. And his approval rating was sitting at 44%. If you take the approve here, 13 and 31, 44. But here's what's amazing. The strongly disapprove at 47 is actually a bigger number than the combined approve. And by the way, there's another 8% who supposedly somewhat disapproved of him. Our pollsters will tell you, the president's job rating will tell you where the House is going. For context, in 2010, President Obama's job rating was 47%. It led to 60-plus seats loss. And Bill Clinton in 1994 had a job rating of 48%, and it led to a 50-plus seat loss in the House. Donald Trump, 44. What's it going to be? Let me show you why Democrats should be feeling really good about tonight. It's not that they won Virginia 10. It's how we were able to call this race before the wealthier part of the district's votes were even counted. We called this race when Loudoun County came in, if you will. Well, Loudoun County is more of a middle-class suburb. She won Loudoun County by nearly 20 points. If you extrapolate that out, this is going to mean there are 30 to 40 seats that have suburban counties like Loudoun that would give we knew that in the wealthier counties, like Fairfax County, that they were going to do well. That would be a big deal. Let me take you a little bit to a few other of the Virginia races that we've been watching. There's two we haven't called. Virginia 7, as you can see here, this one is as tight as can be. I think this will tell us a lot about the night. If this night is going as well for Democrats as they think it's going to, then this is the type of seat that they should eke out. 56. We got a lot more to report, but her lead has been holding. And then there's the 2nd congressional district, which is Virginia Beach here. This is as swingy as they get. The Republican incumbent Scott Taylor narrowly holding on here. But overall, so far, I would say what we're watching is a night that we thought we were going to see. A good Democratic night. Doesn't look like a tsunami wave just yet. But Republicans probably at least have a fighter's chance in the Senate.
Well, we should probably define all this oceanography term that Chuck uses. The blue wave is what people use to refer to Democrats coming back in a big way and retaking control. So will it be a ripple? Will it be a wave? Will it be a tsunami? Andrea, what do you have on your eye? Or will it be nothing at all?
Well, what Democrats are saying is that they really are confident not only in taking back the House, but in doing a little bit better than some might expect. Not a big wave so far, but what they did this time, which was the first time they've ever done this, 85 seats. They put money in. They put more money competitively in than did their Republican counterpart committee, and they expanded the battlefield. So they have multiple ways to get to that 23 seats.
All right, let's look at some other results that we have coming in right now in the Massachusetts Senate race. Let's put it up here. NBC News projects Elizabeth Warren will win in Massachusetts. Also, Ohio Senate, Sherrod Brown will be returning to the Senate. We project that he will win in the Ohio Senate.
Let's look at Connecticut Senate race. This is one that wasn't in much suspense. Chris Murphy, the incumbent, going back to Congress, and the same story can be told in Delaware. Tom Carper, also the incumbent, and he is headed back to the United States Senate.
And in the Maryland Senate race, Ben Cardin, the incumbent, will be returning. We project he wins. Also, Pennsylvania Senate, the two-way race, Bob Casey, Lou Barletta. The incumbent Democrat, Bob Casey, will go on to win tonight.
All right, and let's talk about Rhode Island. Sheldon Whitehouse, incumbent senator, headed back to the United States Senate.
Our team of correspondents is standing by tonight across the country at the key states and the key races. You can see them there. Our road warriors will be talking to all of them tonight. But let's begin with Hallie Jackson at the White House. Hallie, we understand there was a viewing party to be had at the White House tonight.
Still happening here at the White House, Lester, and it really is a who's who of Trump world, you could say. We understand that major GOP donors, friends of the president, his family have all joined him and the First Lady inside the residence to watch these returns roll in. So President Trump is seeing the same numbers as the rest of America right now. What's the mood? Listen, folks that I'm talking to inside and around the White House say they're feeling pretty good about the Senate. That's been the mood so far. As Chuck pointed out, no real shockers yet. the mood is much more grim when it comes to the House. We are told by several sources that President Trump has indicated to allies that he would be ready to work with a House Speaker Nancy Pelosi if, in fact, Democrats flip the House and Nancy Pelosi remains in charge there. That's despite his attacks against her on the campaign trail. You've got the president really looking at what is going to be a referendum on him. His allies are saying, listen, voters are voting based on the president's agenda, not on the president as a person, but the president himself has linked these midterms to his own performance so far. The races the president is watching, I'm told Florida is a big one he is keying in on, as well as Indiana, Missouri, and Arizona. These are very close races that could end up determining, of course, control of the Senate, as the president's keeping an eye on those tonight, Lester.
I think we're all looking at, in many cases, the same races. All right, Hallie Jackson, thanks.
Let's go over to NBC's Garrett Hake. He's covering the Senate race in Texas. Polls still open there. This has been a hot one. And you are at Beto O'Rourke's headquarters in El Paso, the Democrat who's trying to join the Senate. Garrett, what's up there?
Savannah, the O'Rourke campaign has captured the imagination of Democrats in Texas who have not had anything to cheer about in roughly the last 25 years, the last time Texans elected a Democrat to any statewide office. As you said, polls are still open here in El Paso, O'Rourke's hometown, where he is still out on the trail, driving around the city, talking to voters, talking to his supporters and volunteers at polling places. And polls will stay open a little bit longer in some precincts in Harris County. That's Houston. It's the biggest vote-generating county in the state. If O'Rourke is going to be the first Democratic senator from Texas since 1988, he needs to have a huge night there as well. He's up against just incredibly difficult math in this state, and the Ted Cruz campaign, who's based really a lot of their campaign on the senator's improved relationship with Donald Trump, on the Texas economy, and on saying Beto O'Rourke is still too liberal for the state of Texas.
Garrett, thank you very much.
And Gabe Gutierrez is at the Republican Ted Cruz headquarters in Houston. Gabe.
Hi there, Lester. Well, excitement is building at Ted Cruz's headquarters here. All this talk about a blue wave, well, these Republicans just don't want to hear it. Even though their opponent has raised $69 million, they say that the math just doesn't add up for Democrats here in Texas. Now, this campaign, of course, for Ted Cruz comes just 2 years after the heated 2016 campaign, where he called then candidate Donald Trump a narcissist and a pathological liar. Well, during this campaign, Ted Cruz accepted the president's support. Major issues here in Texas, immigration and border security, and his campaign feels that that could put him over the top. Right now, we're watching the turnout in some of those southern counties, those border counties, and wondering whether that will break for Democrats or Republicans. 4.8 million early voters here in Texas, a record, and the Republicans feel the math just does not add up for Democrats. Lester?
All right, Gabe, thanks very much.
All right, let's go to NBC's Rahema Ellis. She's covering the Georgia governor's race. She's reporting tonight from Democrat Stacey Abrams' headquarters in Atlanta. Rahema, what's the mood there?
What I can tell you is this is the calm before the watch party. There are hundreds of Stacey Abrams' enthusiastic supporters who are expected to crowd into this room as soon as they can get through some extremely heavy security. People say they've never seen anything like the security before for a governor's race in Georgia. But history could be made here. If Abrams wins, she'll become the first Democratic governor in the state in 20 years and the first black female governor in all of the United States. Savannah?
Right. Rahema, thank you. We'll be back to you a lot tonight.
I want to go to NBC's Kerry Sanders. He's covering the Florida governor's race. He joins us from Democrat Andrew Gillum's headquarters in Tallahassee. What's the scene there?
Well, I'm on the campus of Florida A&M here at FAMU, where Andrew Gillum actually graduated in 2003. He is a rattler, and he's got a lot of support here. If he is elected, he will become the first black president. He will become the first black governor here in Florida. Meantime, down in Orlando, Ron DeSantis, the Republican who has gotten the endorsement of Donald Trump, is anxiously waiting. As he exited today from the polls, he said, we'll see which way it rolls. The cookie crumbles the way the cookie crumbles. Some Republicans told me that they thought that was perhaps a little bit of a defeatist attitude, but nonetheless, they're waiting now for the polls to be answered, and all the voting is done. We have 2 time zones here, guys, and everybody's finished their voting. Now it's just a matter of all those electronic votes making it to the computer and being counted.
It's all over but the counting, right?
All right, Carrie, thanks.
Let's go to NBC's Jacob Soboroff. He's talking to voters in Santa Ana, California. Could be a late night out there in California, Jacob.
It sure could, Savannah. This is the front of the line at the Orange County Registrar's office. Come on out. You should want to get out of the building. Come with me. If the House doesn't flip on the East Coast or the center part of the country, it could very well go down out here, and we could go late into the night. If not, a week or 30 days from now, that state election law in California, 4 different toss-up congressional districts are being decided and voted on at this central polling location, and you can see the interest is just out of control. The registrar recorder here in Orange County, careful as we go up the stairs here, has said that this is the highest turnout he has ever seen in a midterm election, and he's 15 years on the job. The line continues to stretch down here. There are 200,000 people that are expected to vote in person. Hundreds of thousands of absentee ballots are expected to be tabulated after this day. And look, there's an entire another line all the way down that way, you guys. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you. Santa Ana, California, a lot of contested races in California.
I want to go to Chuck right now. Chuck, I was curious. You're looking at Florida very carefully. I was wondering, are we seeing the Senate and the governor's race, they're mirroring each other?
They're totally mirroring each other, and I'll just show you. I mean, there's no, and for a while there was a lot of discernment here. As you can see, now DeSantis, welcome to Florida, right? DeSantis is up by about 30,000 votes here. Let me show you in the Senate race. Rick Scott is up about 10,000 votes. So they've pretty much been in sync off and on. Let me show you why it's been very interesting. When Gillum was ahead, we could say, oh, he's overperforming in a couple of Republican counties. DeSantis, though, let me show you what's going on here in Miami-Dade County. Andrew Gillum's winning by 21 points. But look at this when you compare it to Clinton-Trump number here. Gillum's actually underperforming Clinton in Dade County, one of the few places where Gillum is underperforming Clinton in Florida, and DeSantis is overperforming in Trump. Now, I could tell you this, they played the socialist card, the Venezuela card, that whole thing. There is some conservative Latin voters, when they hear the S word, socialism. So this is something that's, like, okay, that is one explanation there. But let me take you to why Gillum has been holding pretty well. He is overperforming Democrats slightly in Seminole County. For instance, he's winning Seminole County. Now, Seminole County is a middle-class suburb just north of Orlando. It's actually where my mother lives, for what it's worth. As you see there, Gillum's narrowly ahead almost all of the county vote in. This was a county that Trump narrowly won. So, look, it's Florida. This thing is going to be what every race in Florida is decided. Rick Scott won both of his governorships by less than 1% of the vote. I have a feeling we're going to see both Florida races decided by less than 1% of the vote.
And greetings to Mrs. Todd.
And
yes, exactly.
Hi, Mom.
Go ahead and do the hi, Mom, right? As we move across the country, every mom's get a
I have
hello.
made sure she lives in a swing county.
Yes.
And as soon as it's not, I'm going to make her move.
You were born for this,
Yes.
Chuck. Casey Hunt joins us. She covers Capitol Hill for us, and I know you've been working the phones all day long. So how are people feeling? How are both parties feeling as they head into this night?
I just would like to say, I would also like to say hi, Mom, also in a swing district. The reality is that the Democrats that I have been talking to have been incredibly nervous to predict a big night. They just feel so burned by what happened to them in 2016. But that said, all the information that's coming into them is telling them that they are going to take back the House, and potentially with a significant margin. Everybody thinks that Nancy Pelosi is going to be the next Speaker of the House. Now, the Senate map, it's a much different story. And as I'm talking to people, as these votes have started to come in, Indiana is one early sign where people feel, Republicans feel, I should say, that they are coming in perhaps more strongly than they thought that they might. Joe Donnelly had been the Democrat. He's an incumbent. He had been one that they weren't terribly worried about. They thought they were going to need to be more worried about him. But these initial signs may not be good, and that could have signs for other Senate races across the country.
But 2016 looms large here. The
very,
experience.
very
we've
much
seen
so.
the movie before.
And everyone just feels a little scared, a little cowed, not ready to start feeling good until those numbers are actually
Republicans have pickup opportunities as well in the Senate. They may well increase their numbers tonight by the time it's all said and done. Got a few more results to show you. Well, sort of. Georgia's governor's race. This is a big one. You've probably been hearing about it, but it is way too early to call this one. We could go late into the night counting these votes, perhaps even to a runoff. Let's look at Massachusetts governor now. We can call a winner. Charlie Baker, the Republican, of course, in the Democratic stronghold state of Massachusetts, is the victor tonight.
A lot of governors' seats open here. The Pennsylvania governor, Tom Tom Wolf, the incumbent, is the projected winner. In Tennessee, in the governor's race there, we're at Bill Lee, the Republican, is the projected winner.
All right, let's go to Chuck. The governor's races. I mean, we've been talking so much about Congress, but the governor's races, what's happening in the state houses on this election night is huge.
Well, it is, because this is, fast forward 4 years, and when you go to 2022, what happens in between 18 and 22? We redraw the maps. You redraw the congressional district maps. So Democrats are hoping if they can get governorships in some of the big states, Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio. Think about those, how big they are, how many congressional districts they are. All of that, most of them, I think, were in, somewhere in Republican control when they did it. The legislatures may all be in Republican control, but if you have a Democratic governor, you might be able to get a better map, if you will, or a fairer map, depending on your political persuasion. So that's why these governorships tonight, the governors elected tonight, may help draw the maps for the Congress that we elect in 2022.
Everything Matters. We'll be connecting the dots all night long. We'll take a break, be back in a moment with a look at the Senate battlegrounds. Hope you can stay with us. Welcome back, and when we hit the 8:30 hour in about 8 minutes from here, there will be a poll closing in Arkansas, and we'll be able to give you a characterization of that race, don't we?
Our coverage continues. Chuck, this is where we count on you to be our first canary in the coal mine, and I know you're still looking at Florida, my friend.
It's Florida because, look, we have 90% in. We've got, what do we got here? 40,000, essentially a 40,000 vote margin. So at this point, it's about where is their vote left, all right? So, by the way, I'm going to put out the presidential comparison numbers so you can see. Just a reminder, it's Florida. It was decided by less than a percentage point in 16, and it looks like we're going to do that here. But let me show you Dade County. We still have 25% of the vote to come in. As you can see, If DeSantis narrowly ekes this out, this will be what we look at, that the fact that Gillum underperformed Clinton in Dade County.
Vote?
But there's missing vote there. There's 25% of Dade County still got to come in. Here's a big one, Broward, nearly half of Broward. So that's a good sign if you're Gillum, that half of Broward is in. That's, you know, sometimes you don't know if half is exactly double of what's there or if there's more counted. And in Broward, Gillum's been overperforming there. Palm Beach, though, as you can see, almost all in. Yes, he overperformed Clinton, but there's no more vote there. Alachua County, I hope no, let's see here. Get Gainesville here right. I think it's sitting over my, I think it was Gainesville up. Maybe it's, there we go. Alachua, as you can see, this is Gainesville, the University of Florida. Only 1% in. It's just the early vote that in. This could be a big Gillum County. He was trying to do well in the universities here. So that appears to be a reigning vote. Look, I'm not going to sit here and call any race, but there looks like there's more potential Gillum vote left than there is DeSantis vote left. And by the way, the Senate race and the governor's race, they essentially are the same thing. Scott's lead is a little bit more narrow than the DeSantis lead, but they seem to be moving together.
What are you saying, Chuck?
I'm just saying it's Florida. It's going to be decided by less than a percentage point.
It took all that time to say it's Florida.
I know. It's still Florida. If you're wondering here, like I said, it looks like there's more Gillum vote left than DeSantis, but let's be realistic, it's Florida.
Yeah, and President went to Florida 5 times, I think, since the beginning of the year.
Right. One lesson I think that we're going to be taking away from Florida if Andrew Gillum pulls this out is that running as a progressive Democrat who's focused on getting minorities to the polls is the way for Democrats to win. And in 2020, that is going to be a lesson. And frankly, it's going to be a divide in the Democratic Party between those who believe they need to win back
voters in the Midwest. Let me interrupt here because I think we have a flip on the governor's side. Let's take a look at the Illinois governor's race, and let's see where we're at. All right, looks like Pritzker is, J.B. Pritzker is going to carry the night in Illinois. That's a flip for Democrats. Also, Maryland governor.
Yeah, Maryland governor, it's Larry Hogan who takes the race there. Again, Maryland, another so-called blue state where you have a red governor winning tonight. And Rhode Island, let's look at it. Gina Raimondo, she's the incumbent. She takes it. And so we have a few more results to get to. We're going to continue watching these races county by county, precinct by precinct in the case of Chuck. Our coverage of this historic election night's just getting started. So much more to come. We are watching races in Florida and Georgia and Texas, Missouri, the big, epic, perennial battlegrounds. It's coming down to the wire. And at stake tonight, who controls Congress, Republicans or Democrats? This is The Vote, America's Future on NBC. 8:30 in the East. This is election night. Nothing short of control of Congress at stake tonight. The Democrats trying to regain a House majority. The Senate is a tougher road for Democrats. We'll see how they do, and we've got some calls to make at this hour.
Yeah, the polls have closed in Arkansas. Let's take a look at the governor's race there. And NBC News projects that Asa Hutchinson, the incumbent, will go on to victory in the Ohio governor race. Right now, too close to call. Richard Cordray and Mike DeWine. This is a seat that both sides have fought very hard for. In the Georgia governor's race, this is one that much of the country has its eyes on. Still too early to call. You see only 16% of the vote in there.
Florida governor, too close to call, and it is a close one at this hour. A lot of the votes been counted, but not all of it. And the Florida Senate also quite close, too close to call at this hour. Indiana's Senate race, Casey Hunt just talking about this. There had been high hopes that Joe Donnelly, the Democrat, could hang on. It's too close to call, but you see quite a difference in the vote there at this hour. And here is a battle for the ages. Missouri, Claire McCaskill trying to hang on to her Senate seat in a state that is becoming redder and redder, and that is too close to call.
Let me just warn you both on Missouri and Indiana. Missouri and Indiana both have the Democratic vote, the counties that they get, pretty much the last counties that report their returns.
So you think that reflects
the point
Republicans?
Is that's why we're not calling Indiana. You know, you see that wide, right? You see that wide. If you look at Indiana, you see the wide disparity there. The fact of the matter is, Gary, Indiana, a big Democratic area. That is literally the last county to report, and you got to find out how much is there before you feel good.
We got a call to make. Sorry, Andrea, I hate to interrupt you, but we got a call to make. It's Senator Menendez in New Jersey, blue New Jersey. He hangs on despite the fact that he went through a corruption trial that ended up in a hung jury. We are saying that he is going to win, although our graphic is frankly confusing me right now because it shows Bob Hugin ahead, but it's Menendez who won according to our decision desk. That's our projection. Bob Menendez, the incumbent. Chuck was just explaining how we wait for certain votes to come in. We've got a bunch of nerds in the boiler room.
Yeah, and the way it works, look, the way in New Jersey, obviously you have exit poll, we have our own extrapolation of we match it up with actual precinct, with actual returns in the key precincts and that. And look, sometimes the first vote comes from a very, partisan county in one direction. So that's why you'll see some. But again, in that little upper right-hand corner, you'll see the percentage of vote in. And in the case of New Jersey, it was 1% of the vote in.
Let me throw the graphic that just popped up there a moment ago, and we're watching the one drama of the night as to whether the Democrats will reach that 23 seats they need to take control of the House. Here's where things stand right now. They've added 2. Democrats now need 21 to a net gain of 21 to take control of the House of Representatives. And speaking of which, we've got some data coming out of Virginia, the Virginia 5th District. Let's see if we can put that up. And the Denver Riggleman, Republican, is the projected winner there.
This is significant because that was our tsunami watch race in Virginia, okay? It was an open seat. It's a Republican district. Leslie Coburn there, who was a longtime journalist, progressive journalist, had that flipped, then you were looking at something that we had never seen before on the Democratic side. So that is sort of the sigh of relief from Republicans. Okay. This could be a knife fight tonight. We'll see. We go to these other two, though. You put up Virginia second. This is the swing. This is the official swingiest district in Virginia, technically. If you looked at it on a 50-50, and guess what? The House race looks like exactly what a swing district House race looks like.
Right.
Virginia 7.
This is a fascinating race. Explain why.
Dave Bratt, he was the Tea Party guy that knocked off Eric Cantor.
Eric Cantor was the majority leader in the House, the sitting majority leader, and the political earthquake was unseated by this Republican, Dave Bratt.
One could argue before there was Trump, there was Dave Bratt, and that was the first canary in the coal mine that you were going to see a transformed Republican Party. Well, now Dave Bratt's playing defense, Abigail Spanberger, national security credential. This is a tough district for Democrats. It's a coin flip. I could tell you this, Democrats they claim they only needed 1 out of Virginia. If they don't get 2 out of Virginia, they're going to feel as if this is going to suddenly have everybody tighten up a little bit.
And here's the one they got that many expected, Jennifer Wexton winning. This is Northern Virginia, District 10, Barbara Comstock, the incumbent, losing her race. So that's one of the pickups we've seen tonight, Andrea.
Well, first of all, Comstock was behind from the beginning in this race, but this is suburban Washington, D.C., she was too conservative for the federal workers. She stuck with Donald Trump, even though she didn't claim that she was a Republican in her advertisements. She's basically stuck with the president, and she was behind from the beginning. But the real race is Dave Bratt's race. That would be a really important symbol for the Democrats on the House side. Democrats on the House side were already counting their victories, and that they're talking about the leadership race. I'm getting all sorts of emails about whether Pelosi can win. She's saying that she's ahead. The Black
Caucus. That's like measuring drapes, Andrea. Right. That means Democrats feel pretty confident.
This may be entirely too confident. I mean, it could be a lot closer than they had hoped.
Well, we just saw that from Chuck's bellwethers.
Well,
where have you gone?
I was just going to say, what I want to do is I can do the best of all worlds. I could take you to a House bellwether that will also tell us something about the very tight Florida Senate race and Florida governor's race. This is the closest congressional race going on in the state of Florida right now. This is Florida 26. This is actually where I grew up, for what it's worth. I know I don't mean to be taking you to only congressional districts where my family lives, but this is actually the district I grew up in the sort of southwest part of Dade County. Carlos Curbelo, the incumbent here, he did everything he could to separate himself from Donald Trump. He knew he had to. As you can see here, this is a district that Hillary Clinton carried by a whopping 16 points. So these are the type of districts that Democrats believe they've got to win in order to win the House. So what I would just tell you, as we wait for this vote to trickle in Dade County, which will tell us a lot about this race, it's also going to help tell the story of Florida governor and Florida Senate as we wait for more Dade County vote to come in, more Broward County vote to come in. But the fact that this is as tight as can be and tells you that this is... It's early, but this is turning into more of a knife fight for the Democrats to find their 23 seats.
Has a Trump factor emerged here at all?
Not so far. I mean, other than in turnout. You know, look, when you win or lose a race by less than 1%, which is what's going to happen in the state of Florida, if you want to blame Trump, you're going to be able to blame Trump. If you want to credit Trump, you're going to be able to credit Trump. You want to, you know, that's when you have that small of a race. Rick Scott's won both of his races by less than 1%, and Donald Trump wasn't president for either one of those. So I can't sit here and say we're seeing a Trump effect just yet.
Except that 2 out of 3 voters in our own exit poll said that that Trump was a factor in their voting, and 26% say that they were voting in favor of Trump. 38% said they were voting against him.
Well, it's early yet. You're saying your tea leaves don't show a blowout for the Democrats, but we'll see. Is it going to be a good night, a great night, or a disappointing night for Democrats?
There you go.
Let's go to NBC's Morgan Radford. She's in Missouri. She's covering the Senate race there. She's at headquarters for Claire McCaskill, the senator who's trying to hang on and is in the fight of her life, Morgan.
That's right, Savannah. We're waiting for Senator McCaskill to arrive. And as you mentioned, she is in the fight of her political life. She is trying to hold on to her seat despite Republican challenger Josh Hawley, the 38-year-old attorney general who is gunning for her seat. But election polls, they closed here about 30 minutes ago, and we got some brand new statistics from those Missouri election officials. They said that they expect to see record turnout for this midterm election. It could, in fact, be higher than they've seen in more than 20 years. They also expect to see more than 2.3 million ballots cast by the end of the night, and that's about 55% of registered voters. We were at polling stations all day talking to people on both sides of the aisle. Democrats and Republicans seem to understand what is at stake here. They understand that control of the Senate could come down to this state right here in Missouri. And one thing to keep in mind is that Missouri does not have straight ticket voting, nor do they have early voting. So everything depends on these final hours in one of the closest Senate races in the country. Back to you.
All right, Morgan, I like that. Good old-fashioned election day. Early voting is great, but these folks in Missouri, they're going straight to the polls.
Yeah, NBC's Gotti Schwartz is covering the Arizona Senate race. He's at Arizona State University in Tempe, and a lot of folks still in line there.
Yeah, that's right, Lester. We've gone from extraordinary to unprecedented. I want to show you something over here. We just saw that. Those are voting booths that they just set up outside. That is how big the turnout here. Very unexpected. And to give you a little bit of historical perspective, this right here, this line, that stopped about right there in 2016. Now, it is extremely dark right now, but this line stretches at least 2.5 hours. Students say that they have been waiting for quite some time to cast their vote. They say that they're going to vote. They've actually got a DJ over here. They've got music playing, and they've got, they're basically doing a lot of midterm cramming. Some of them say that they haven't even made their decision on who they're going to vote for, but we know that here the main main Senate race is Martha McSally versus Kirsten Sinema. There's one thing I want to show you. You can see the enthusiasm, but check this out. Somebody just wrote this. This says, FYI, both Martha McSally, Doug Ducey, endorsed by President Trump. President Trump looming large over what's happening here. A lot of people here say they are voting for McSally because she has President Trump's endorsement, and a lot of people here saying that they are also voting for Kirsten Sinema because she is an independent. Lester, back to you.
Gotti, thanks. Covering some miles there with that crowd, and if there was a ruler on the set, my knuckles would have been wrapped a moment ago. Tempe. I'll write it on a board.
Tempe, Arizona. We're talking hometowns. That's my home state. Don't say Tucson. It's Tucson. But we'll get to Arizona a little bit more later. NBC's Steve Patterson, he's out west, too. Nevada's Senate race is one to talk about, and you're at the mall this afternoon or this evening in Nevada. Steve, tell us about it.
Savannah, I am at the mall. Since the control room started to tell me to stand by here at the mall, I was at the end of the line. Now I can't even tell you where that starts. It snakes all the way into the mall. Check this out. This line goes all the way around the corner now. Democratic strategists I've been speaking to that are watching this have to feel emboldened. That's because the strategy here for the Democrats is basically to build up a big firewall of votes in Clark County. That's where we are. That encapsulates Las Vegas, and to build up those votes to brace for moderate losses in places like Washoe County. That's where Reno is, and these rural districts that come in as the votes continue to come in. We can kind of snake around this and show you even more of this line as it stretches all the way down. Republicans, meanwhile, I've been speaking to say, hold on, not so fast. You guys don't pay enough attention to those rural districts. There's going to be big votes as the Republicans come out and show their support as this night goes on. There's razor-thin margins between Dean Heller, the incumbent, and Jackie Rosen, the Democratic challenger. We've been watching the polls. They've been in the margin of error ever since we started watching this race. It's exciting to watch this line. It's exciting to watch that race, and we'll continue to do so as the night goes on. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Steve.
And NBC's Garrett Hake is covering the Texas Senate race. He's at Democrat Beto O'Rourke's headquarters in El Paso. What are you hearing there, Garrett?
Lester, as the numbers are starting to come in, my Republican sources are all pointing me towards the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, the DFW area. About 1 million votes counted so far, and Republicans are a little bit nervous about what they're seeing there. Beto O'Rourke performing very well in Dallas County, getting about 2/3 of the vote there. And in the suburban counties, Collin and Tarrant County, Cruz is leading, but just barely in Tarrant County. That's Fort Worth, Arlington. It's been trending towards Democrats in the last couple of elections, and the last numbers I looked at, it was essentially tied. That's not good news for Ted Cruz. Now, again, overwhelmingly in the state of Texas, the math favors Cruz, and Republicans I talk to aren't in any kind of panic yet, but they're watching what they're seeing in Dallas a little bit nervously. And oh, by the way, we're still waiting to see any numbers from Harris County, Houston, the biggest county in the state, where the O'Rourke campaign is expecting big turnout too, guys.
All right, Garrett, a lot of money spent in that race, a lot of new voters brought in Texas.
Beto O'Rourke, I believe, raised more money than any Senate candidate in history. We'll find out if money can get you a win in deep red Texas. We're going to be right back with insights from election night veteran Tom Brokaw. Our coverage continues live in just a moment.
Regardless of where we live, we share a common belief that Georgia can do more, can be more for all of us. You get a vote, and you get a vote.
And I got a message for all Stacey Abrams liberal friends coming to Georgia. This ain't Hollywood.
Democracy Plaza, welcome back. We have a call in a race that has been watched very carefully. It's the 6th district in Kentucky around Lexington, and Andy Barr, the Republican incumbent, will hold on there, the projected winner in the 6th district of Kentucky.
This is one of the races political watchers were looking at most closely because it was so tight, even though that's a district that President Trump carried by 16 points. A great recruit, people said, on the Democratic side, but it's not enough.
It isn't. It's funny. Democrats were actually trying to wave national reporters off this race over the last 48 hours as they saw numbers coming in. She ran a different kind of race. She didn't want to do super negative ads, and there's been some people that are backseat driving some of the decisions she made. But this is about a larger issue overall for this district and why I think we may be in for a knife fight to 23, if you will, between the two parties here. And that's because this is one of those, this is Lexington, college town, yes. But it's a rural and ex-urban district around it. And it's these split districts that have a little bit of suburbs and a little bit of rural that are about 50-50 each. Democrats have to win some of those in order to get the majority. Not all of them, but they got to win some of them. Virginia 7 is a similar one to that. That's what we're watching. That's that Dave Bratz seat. Well, so far, Republicans got to feel good. The rural and ex-urban turnout has been through the roof. Look, President Trump has a way to get his people out. That's what we're seeing in Florida. That's what we're seeing, I think, in the rural parts of Kentucky.
And she was a terrific candidate.
Absolutely.
This is a woman with a military background, a great candidate. One of those special people that the Democrats felt that they had
former Marine pilot.
Geography is destiny.
Let me bring in Tom Brokaw into the conversation. Tom, what are some of your observations at this point as we near the 9 o'clock hour in the East?
Well, going into today, I think there was a lot of hope on both sides, especially on the Democratic side, that this could be a very big night for them. But based on everything that we're seeing, we're going to wake up tomorrow morning. The country is going to still be very deeply divided. No question about it. There are some new players on the field. No question about that as well, especially on the Democratic side. They activated more women candidates. The African Americans are doing well and where they're running. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump and his followers are still intact if it stays the way that we're seeing it right now. And a big reason for that, I believe for some time, is the economy. The fact is the economy is chugging right along. We've got the greatest job creation since the 1960s. That's always an important factor when you're in a presidential election or any kind of an election year. Tomorrow morning, the presidential election for 2020 will begin because there are so many new players there. And there's somebody missing from tonight that we'll be hearing more about probably in the not-too-distant future. That's the special prosecutor, Mr. Mueller. He has not been talked about. He'll be a big, big player in the weeks and months to come for whatever he has to say, but he'll have something to say.
He'll have something to say, and if Democrats control the House, then what he has to say takes on even greater importance. Andrea, you wanted to add?
Well, because they will have investigative powers, they'll have subpoena power, they can go after his tax returns. The Pelosi and the leaders, if they are the leaders, will fight back against a progressive or more liberal challenge to try to go after, impeachment. They don't have that kind of power. But to Tom's point, what's really interesting is that in the exit polls, it said that the economy, for the first time in memory, was not the biggest issue. It was health care, the issue that defined the Democratic races, and not immigration, which was what the president kept returning to, despite Paul Ryan just over this weekend saying, look, with these job numbers, talk about the economy, don't talk about immigration. But it may prove that the president was right to try to get that base out and try to turn out this vote. It's still early to make that conclusion.
I agree with that. And I think the economy always holds the voter in place. If they're doing well, and especially in the industrial states where he surprised everyone by winning the presidency in the Midwest. So we've got a long way to go, but there's no kumbaya movement here at this point tonight.
That's right. Look, this is so far, and look, we're basically got to the Mississippi River. So there is a whole other part of the country west of the Mississippi, last I heard. So we'll see. But so far, this is a mirror image of the last 4 elections we've covered here. I mean, it has been basically, there's a slight advantage for one party or the other each night, but we're a 47% nation with sort of the last 6% tipping the balance each
I will say this about Donald Trump and the Republican Party. They're much better at holding their people and organizing them. They have an idea about what they want to sell, and they're holding them together. Democrats are more scattered across the political landscape in a lot of ways. They are bringing in a lot of new people, but their leaders are the same people who lost the Congress 3 elections in a row. And there are a lot of people out there in America who are saying, what are the Democrats about at this point? I need a I need a unified message about what they're going to deliver for me beyond health care.
And a lot of the Democrats running in red states tonight have said the Democratic brand has been a problem for them, and they're running moderate races. That's going to be the big debate as we go forward, what kind of Democrat race they should run, a progressive one to the left or one to the middle. Maybe we'll get some answers tonight. We're going to continue with Tom and our panel when we come back. Short break. Stay with us.
Welcome back. A lot of big questions, but of course, one of the big dramas of the night is, can the Democrats gain control of the House? And we've got a meter here that gives us some idea.
Right. So this is the NBC decision desk at work, looking at the races, looking at the vote that's been counted and the vote that has not been counted. And right now, NBC is projecting a 65% chance that Democrats will, in fact, take back control of the House of Representatives. But Chuck, the question for you tonight and for all political watchers is, even if the Democrats take control of the House, what would the margin be? And based on what we've seen in some of these battleground races so far, it is not a total blowout on the part of Democrats.
No, I can't imagine this thing going. If I had said earlier the over-under line, I would have set pre-election would have been 35. I'd have taken the over based on polling. Now I'm going to take the under at this point. I think we're looking at somewhere between 20 and 35 seats, which is why we're only at a 65%. 20 would mean they came up short.
Well, exactly. 20
that's why
would
I'm
mean
saying the range.
Our meter would go back to
so
the red.
that's why the meter is barely over the majority line.
We are just moments away from another wave of poll closings at 9 Eastern time. 14 more states, including key races in Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, New York, and Texas. We'll be right back.
From NBC News, The Vote, America's Future. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2018 midterm elections. It is 9 o'clock in the East. Polls now have closed in 14 more states across the country, leaving just 10 states where polls remain open.
This is the battle for Congress that's playing out tonight across the country, and we've got some races to call in a moment. First, let's remind you, Democrats would need 23 seats if they wanted to get back control of the House. So far, they've picked up two Democratic pickups. Right now, NBC News projects there is a 65% chance that the Democrats do take back control of the House based on the votes that have come in so far. That is just a meter that is projecting what the likelihood of that is. But we've got a big call to make in Indiana at this hour. Boy, was this a fight in the Midwest, and Joe Donnelly is the first Democrat to lose his seat in the Senate tonight. Mike Braun, the Republican, picks it up. This is a state that went big for Trump, but was a battleground in this Senate race. And let's go to West Virginia. Joe Manchin, another deep red state, but he holds on, running a local race against Patrick Morrisey, and he is projected the winner.
All eyes on the Texas Senate race. Beto O'Rourke, Ted Cruz, and right now that remains too early to call. 54% of the vote, and too early to call in Texas. The Arizona Senate race is too close to call. Kirsten Sinema and McSally. And in North Dakota, too early to call. Heidi Heitkamp in a tough race to hold on to her seat, the Democrat.
We got a bunch of calls to make. Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar, she's going back to the Senate. In New Mexico, Senator Heinrich also headed back to the Senate. The incumbent wins there. A race in New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, she holds on rather easily against her Republican opponent. And in Wisconsin, we've got another winner to announce. Tammy Baldwin didn't ever really face too much of a race from the Republican opponent, Leah Vuckmer.
And then in Wyoming, the Wyoming Senate, John Barrasso, the incumbent, will hang on to his seat, the Republican.
All right, Chuck.
Quick point about Indiana, by the way, the Indiana Senate race. That to me was as good of a bellwether as you were going to have. Let me tell you something about Indiana. It's a lean Republican state most years. In wave years, for Democrats are when they win Indiana.
Oh, I got a call to make right now.
They didn't win Indiana.
Let me tell you about.
It's not a wave year for the Democrats.
I see you're Indiana, and I raised you Tennessee. Marsha Blackburn, the Republican, wins again another battle in the South. Phil Bredesen, very popular former governor, tried to make it a race, tried to run that local race versus more of a national race. Marsha Blackburn certainly was supported by the president, and we all remember his statement at the rally, a vote for Marsha is a vote for me. Well, tonight the Tennessee voters have sent Marsha Blackburn, longtime congresswoman, to the U.S.
By the way, guys, let me just throw this up there. This is our unassigned races. Look where the Republicans already are at. The Republicans with called races are already at 49. We're sitting here. Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Montana, North Dakota, Missouri, Florida are what's left. All they need is one more win because 50-50, Pence breaks the tie. So if Republicans win Nevada or Arizona or Texas, North Dakota, we think they're favored in. The North Dakota race looks at the polls race, then the Senate is done for the night, and Republicans have held it.
Republicans having a good night in the Senate, and that is where President Trump really focused his travel and his efforts.
Absolutely. And look, let's go to Florida, because Florida is showing Florida looks just like election night 2016. And let me show you why. It seems as if the Republicans just, if the county did not touch water, Republicans turned out and went through the roof. I'll give you one example. Here's Polk County, where Scott is leading here. He's overperforming Trump in Polk County. Polk, an important Republican county. He's overperforming him. Now, that said, it is not as if Nelson didn't do better than Clinton in, say, important Hillsborough County, which is Tampa. But the fact is, every county that didn't touch water in the state of Florida that's red in here, you're seeing DeSantis and Rick Scott both seem to either match or overperform Trump. Now, let me show you the overall numbers here in the Senate race. As you can see, there's less than about 60,000 votes separate the Senate race. We still got 4% of the vote in. In the governor's race, it's a little bit more than that. It's about 90,000 votes. Here's what I can tell you about Florida. We think there's about 400,000 uncounted vote in Florida. We think most of it is sitting in Dade County and in Broward County. As you can see, 30% of the vote remains to be counted in Broward, and you have 13% of the vote remains to be counted in Dade County. Our estimations are the Democrats have to carry probably both Gillum and Nelson here, 60 to 62% of that remaining vote, unless there's more vote remaining than we're estimating, for them to have a shot at eking this out. Right now, we're going to wait for all the vote to be counted, but we are looking at this thing to be decided probably by less than 100,000 votes on each side, maybe by less than 50,000 votes on each side.
The perennial battleground delivers again, Chuck.
Chuck, thanks very much. Hallie Jackson is at the White House. Hallie, they're watching the same numbers and looking at the same things we're looking at.
And that call from Indiana is a big one, Lester and Savannah. That has been critical to the White House, and sources close to the president are already touting this, saying, hey, listen, this is a place. Remember, I was just in Fort Wayne, Indiana last night, where President Trump held a rally for Mike Braun. He has now come out on top. So if this was a referendum on Donald Trump, the president is feeling very good right now. Sources are also pointing to that win by Andy Barr. I was talking to folks earlier in the evening who said, yeah, that's going to be a really critical early indicator for us and for how President Trump is feeling. And so victories in those two races are important. As Chuck talks through that map, there is a lot of confidence, a lot of optimism when it comes to that Senate race in North Dakota. There is a sense that Kevin Cramer is going to do very well against Heidi Heitkamp based on how the numbers have been going. And so with that, it's looking to be, as expected now from the White House, potentially a very good night for them on the Senate side. Now, on the House side, obviously a different story. But at the same time, from what we've been hearing from folks here close to the president's going to be able to come out and say, hey, listen, if in fact they are able to hang on to the Senate, we've got the Senate. We blocked Democrats, he would say, from getting both chambers of Congress. And he might be saying that he's willing to work with, for example, Nancy Pelosi and Democrats if they do flip the House.
And there's the potential, Hallie, that they could pick up, the Republicans could pick up seats in the Senate tonight.
That's right.
All right,
Let's drill down on some more of those. Let's go to Chuck now.
We got our fancy orange room here, which is all of our smart boiler room doing the hard work here. So instead, you and I are going to do these. Casey, I know you've got some sources. What's going on in Florida?
We're talking to sources across the map in every region in both parties. And in Florida, we're hearing from both Democrats and Republicans that they don't think it's looking good for Gillum and, of course, for Nelson at this stage in the game. They're not sure there's any way that he can pull it out. Now, they are saying a hidden upside might be that Gillum did overperform and that may help some of their House candidates further down the ballot. But I have to say, Chuck, overwhelming sentiment from all of my sources right now. Yeah. This is a much better night for Republicans than many expected.
Hey, very quickly, I got a Florida expert here, Bill McInturf, our NBC Wall Street Journal pollster. You do a lot of Florida polling. It looks like every county that didn't touch water produced a lot of DeSantis and Scott vote.
Look, I think what happens is we've talked about Trump approval, and Trump approval in Florida is 51. And guess what? If you're a liberal Democrat, carrying a state when you have Trump at 51% is a stretch. Now, this is so close, it's 1 point. But if you look for what we've been looking at, it's wherever Trump's performing, the Republican vote is holding.
Bill McInturf will be back a lot. Thanks very much. All right, guys. Savannah, back to you.
Yeah, I want to bring in Steve Schmidt to the conversation, NBC News political analyst. Steve, good to have you here.
Good to be with you.
So we haven't seen the blue wave, and we've seen the Republicans make a strong stand to hold or increase their seats in the Senate.
I think it's early enough in the evening that we can tell that there is not a blue wave forming. There is not a blue tsunami that's going to repudiate Donald Trump across the country. In the states that Trump has campaigned in, late in the campaign, those states have delivered and performed for him. So if you're sitting at the White House right now, you know a couple of things for certain. You know that the worst case scenario has not materialized. You know that the chances are now overwhelmingly likely that there will be pickups in the United States Senate. And certainly when you look downrange at the House, though the chances are still more likely than not that there will be a Democratic majority and a Democratic speaker, the losses do not appear at this hour to be as catastrophic as they were predicted to be.
And they've baked that in some of the recent comments, even the president himself noting that losing the House was a high probability.
Absolutely. And there's only been 3 elections in the last 118 years where the incumbent president's party has picked up seats in the first midterm. So structurally, there is always a strong headwind. The implication, though, for American politics is that if Donald Trump's campaign of incitement has worked here, the racial animus that was unleashed, the making up out of whole cloth, for example, the notion that there is an invading army marching north, disease infested, about to crash through the southern border. All of these things, the idea that there are millions of illegal aliens voting, if it is rewarded, if the lesson is that this works, it will have an enormous implication on our politics going forward into 2020 and an enormous implication inside the Democratic presidential primaries, which begin tomorrow morning.
But, Steve, this is to caveat that this terrain, this Senate battleground, which is doing so well for President Trump and the Republicans right now, these were red states. This is Trump country.
Indeed it is.
So, I mean, it doesn't that in any way temper? We don't know what's happening, for example, yet in suburban districts. So we'll see whether that message really prevails in other parts of the country.
We know, as Chuck pointed out, in a wave election that's nationalized on a referendum around, say, Trump, Indiana goes Democratic, doesn't stay Republican. And so when you look at an early hour on the House races, we know enough already to be able to tell that the notion of a blue tsunami crashing over Donald Trump's Washington does not look like at this hour that it's materializing. And in fact, when you look at the remaining U.S. Senate seats that are falling into play, chances are overwhelmingly likely that there will be pickups in the Senate.
Andrew, you want to get on this?
Just very briefly, it's also not only who's getting elected, but the makeup of this election, because Marsha Blackburn is the first Republican to be elected from Tennessee who's not a moderate, not a Bob Corker. Go all the way back. They elect moderate Republicans from Tennessee, Lamar Alexander. She is a Tea Party elected House member who is very much a Donald Trump
So maybe it's the red wave on the Senate side, at least.
Well, that exit poll showed it was, do you prefer a Democratic Senate or a Republican Senate in Tennessee? And it was like, I think it was a 30-point margin in favor of the Republicans. So I do think Tennessee, one thing we've learned tonight is Tennessee and Texas may both look like the same color of red, but they're different. I think Tennessee doesn't have a Democratic base.
But he's getting a more reliable vote.
Texas has a Democratic base, which is why there is I think, a difference between how Beto O'Rourke has run versus...
We want to turn again to our correspondents covering key races around the country. Let's go to NBC's Kerry Sanders. He's covering the Florida governor's race. He's at Democrat Andrew Gillum's headquarters in Tallahassee. What's the mood there as we continue to see a very, very tight race, Kerry?
Well, they're nail-biting here. They're cheering at moments, but they're also praying. I've seen several people literally with their eyes up and their thoughts towards the heavens. You know, when I spoke to Andrew Gillum earlier today, I asked him, do you think it's going to be a late night? He confidently said, no, I don't think so. Well, it is going to be a late night because of how close the numbers are here. Those who have gathered here are excited and hopeful that they're going to be able to do well. But at the same time, you have to go over to Ron DeSantis, who is the Republican, and he has had so much support from Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump pushed him over the line in the primaries and since then has been repeatedly campaigning in the state. So in many ways, as you look at this state race right now for the governorship, you're also looking at a referendum on the support in this state for Donald Trump. And don't forget, Donald Trump spends part of his time in this state at his place in Mar-a-Lago. So there are a lot of eyes on the third most populous state tonight, and I think it's going to be a late night. As we've heard, we're waiting for those numbers to come in from Broward County and Miami-Dade County. Broward County, of course, a heavily Democratic area where it's likely Gillum will pick up some votes.
Well, thank you, Kerry. We've got Chuck Todd continuing to crunch those numbers in Florida. We'll be getting back to him. Thanks.
Let's go to the other side of the race. Katie Beck's covering the Florida governor's race, too. She's at Ron DeSantis' headquarters, Republican headquarters in Orlando. Katie, how are people feeling there?
Well, there's certainly a shot of optimism in the room now after DeSantis taking a narrow lead. Still waiting on those numbers from the Panhandle. Keep in mind, that is the district that typically votes very red, so that fares well for Ron DeSantis. I was just in the Panhandle last week doing some stories on early voting. They had to downsize their number of precincts from 44 to just 6 polling locations. So people, that may have something to do with the fact that these numbers are coming in a little bit late, but the DeSantis camp here is feeling optimistic at this point. Keep in mind, Florida governor's races are often nail biters. The past 2 were decided in less than 1 point. And in fact, Rick Scott's victory was decided by less than 60,000 votes. So this type of narrow margin is not unusual for Florida. It is why it is such a key and pivotal swing state. But as Kerry said, this is a swing state that Donald Trump has put a lot of emphasis on in recent weeks. He's been here many times campaigning. He considers this his second home. He's actually said that at rallies, that he considers himself to be part Floridian. So this will certainly be a testament to how much his efforts here worked and how much that really helped to close this very narrow margin between these two candidates. We're still waiting. There's still a lot of votes to come in, but certainly the energy here sort of changed from tenuous to feeling a bit more optimistic at this point. Guys?
All right, Katie, we wait for Florida. The president went there, I think, 5 times since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, you want drama? We got drama. Plenty of it to come throughout the evening. We'll take a short break, be back with more of our 2018 election coverage here on NBC. Welcome back. Election night 2018. Let's check into that Florida governor race. Still too close to call. Andrew Gillum and Ron DeSantis separated by just a small margin. Still some votes out there to be counted. In the Georgia governor's race, this one, all eyes have been on this one. Abrams and Kemp, 36% in, too early to call in Georgia.
Kansas governor,
too early to call.
Let's go to Wisconsin governor. Too early to call, but we do have Tony Evers leading in the vote that's been counted so far. Here's a call we can make right now. Alabama's governor, Kay Ivey, elected there quite handily. New York governor, Andrew Cuomo, he is headed back to the State House in Albany.
And check out on the Texas governor's race, and Greg Abbott, the incumbent Republican, will return for another 4 years. And the Oklahoma governor, Kevin Stitt, will handily win over the Democrat. And this is the Florida House District 27. And Donna Shalala victorious, an important pickup for Democrats here. And do we have the chart we've been following? Where do they stand right now? The Democrats need 21 more.
Yeah, they've had 2 pickups.
Yeah.
I
thought
think.
you made the important point. We've been sitting here an hour.
Yeah.
And they've had 2 pickups.
That's what I just said.
An hour ago, 2 pickups, right?
I did all my homework, Chuck.
Yes,
we
you
have
did.
like 70 competitive House districts, only 2 Democratic pickups so far. This is not a blue wave.
It is not a blue wave. Look, here's one. This is the right next door to Florida 27. This is Florida 26. And when we can get the rest of this vote in, I have a feeling we can get the rest of the governor and Senate race vote in. As you can see here, though, these are just really tight races. Let me show you. We looked at some of these early poll closings. Look, we've been following some races in North Carolina. These are just very tight. None of them are blowouts. It doesn't mean Democrats still may not win some of these by half a percentage point. But if you look at these target races we've been watching, let me just put you through here to some of these results. You can see they're all very close still. So there's a lot. These are just turned into hyper-competitive races. Republican turnout was high. Democratic turnout was high.
We're just getting call of another Democratic pickup, apparently. This is Pennsylvania District 5. Mary Gay Scanlon wins. That's a pickup for Democrats.
Pennsylvania is some good terrain for Democrats right now. There was a court order redistricting, which meant they've redrawn the maps.
This was suburban Philadelphia. This is suburban Philadelphia. Democrats are expecting 3-4 pickups out of Pennsylvania in order to get to their 23, but they were expecting a lot of things.
All right.
That they haven't gotten yet.
I think the bottom line is we're in for a long night, folks. We're so glad to be with you. We're going to have a lot more to come. Be right back after this.
There are so many toothpastes out there. Which one should I use? Choose one that takes care of your gums and enamel. Harmful plaque bacteria hide below the gum line, and plaque can lead to weakened enamel and other problems. So now I use this.
Crest Gum and Enamel Repair works below the gum line to neutralize harmful plaque bacteria and helps repair and
And as we come back from the break, we'll show you the Texas Senate. Too early to call. Millions have been poured into this race. A lot of eyes on it, but too early to call. I have moved myself over to the board.
Welcome, buddy.
Ostensibly to join you, but also to stretch my legs.
Just so you know, that's a lot of gray. You know what gray means? It means we got a lot of vote that hasn't even been called yet. But so more than half the vote in Texas, 1,600 votes, less than 1,600 votes are separating them. Where are the outstanding votes? Everywhere in gray. So try to figure out where's that? Yeah. Pretty much somewhere in every county. So we got a long way to go in Texas. Who knows? Speaking of a long way to go, let me tell you something about the state of Florida and the rules in the state of Florida here. We believe all the remaining vote is in Dade and Broward. Right now, as you can see, there's 0.6% separate Scott and Nelson. 0.6 is important, Lester, because if it drops to 0.5 or lower, below 0.5% in the margin, it's automatic recount. The likelihood that the Senate race goes inside into recount is very high because when you look, Dade County still has 9% still got to come in. And in Broward County, we think there's over 100,000 votes just coming in. And as you can see here, Nelson won the county almost 70-30 split. So you can see there is a path to a recount for Bill Nelson. However, for Mr. Gillum, he looks like he's going to be a little farther away. As you can see, it's a full percentage point. He's got a lot of ground to make up. There may not be enough vote for Gillum to make up enough ground, even to get it into recount territory.
There was some thought that Gillum would be the one pulling the coattails of, or pulling along Nelson. Yeah. Didn't happen.
I have to say, this is where I would spend a lot of my time trying to unpack what happened to Andrew Gillum. The one place, he overperformed Hillary Clinton in just about every county. But a big place he didn't do it is in the biggest county, in Miami-Dade County. He underperformed her by 4 points here. And I can't help but saying the S word, socialist. A lot of Hispanics.
We'll continue to watch those returns coming in from Florida and the rest of the country after a short break.
I can't.
We are watching the vote come in here at Democracy Plaza, NBC headquarters in New York. And joining us now, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. Of course, Lindsey Graham not on the ballot tonight, but happy to share some time with us. And Senator, you've got one new Republican coming to the Senate from Indiana. You've got a Holt in Tennessee. Do you feel like this is a vindication of President Trump's strategy, particularly on the issue of immigration and saying that there was a caravan about to invade the United States and, you know, that kind of rhetoric? Do you feel like you're giving him credit for drumming up the vote for Republicans?
I think there's three things. I think the Kavanaugh effect was real. United Republicans. I've never seen anything in my life to bring the Republican Party together more than the Kavanaugh hearing. I think the caravan was a nightmare for Trump state Democrats and the growing economy. We were dealt a good hand. What does this mean? That the conservative judicial train is going to keep running if we hold the Senate? I think we will. But I think those three things were a nightmare for Trump state Democrats: Kavanaugh, the caravan, and a good economy.
Senator, have you seen anything in the results so far tonight that would dissuade you from the idea that Democrats will likely take the House at some point tonight?
No, I think you're going to have pretty much what people thought. Probably, you know, a small majority in the House. I think we'll pick up 3 or 4 seats. I don't know what's going on in Texas. Come on, Ted. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think we're going to have a Democratic House and a greater majority in the Senate, and it'll be up to the president and all of us to find a way forward. Infrastructure, immigration reform, sentencing, prison reform are all possible with divided government.
Are you worried about Ted Cruz?
Well, I'm not worried. I'm concerned. You know, O'Rourke's doing a hell of a job. I mean, you know, I thought the socialism thing is not working in Florida, but it's working in Texas. So yeah, go figure. What the hell do I know?
I don't know if you can see. We just put the numbers up. It is too early to call, but
yeah, it's too early. But socialism is bigger than Texas, and I thought it would be.
Well, Senator, I got to ask you about Attorney General Jeff Sessions. A lot of folks think the president, who has made no secret of his displeasure with his own attorney general. A lot of people, and I put you in this category, have basically said Sessions is likely gone after the midterms. Do you still believe that to be the case?
I think Jeff will step aside after the midterm, and the president will nominate somebody else more confidence in.
Resign or be fired?
I like Jeff, but it's clearly. Well, we'll see. But, you know, every president deserves an attorney general they have confidence in. I like Jeff Sessions, but this is just not working. So if we hold the Senate, I think you'll probably see a new attorney general sometime next year.
Hey, Senator Graham, Chuck Todd here. I'm just curious. You were Mr. Gang of Eight.
Chuck.
How you doing, sir? You were Mr. Gang of Eight back at a time when, and I believe that you still are.
Yeah.
But I'm curious now on immigration reform. Do you think that things have gotten harder now to figure out this compromise on immigration? It looks to me that way when you see how polarized the public seems to be on the issue.
Right. Well, let me tell you, 70% of the public believes that the DACA recipients should, you know, it was executive overreach, but 70% of Republicans believe the DACA eligible recipients should be allowed to stay in the country because they got no place to go. 70% of the country wants better border security. That's a good place to start. You know, the one thing I can say, Chuck, you're smart about this. We were dealt a good hand in the Senate. I think we played it well. The Democrats were dealt a good hand in the House. Looks like they're going to win. The wall for DACA is a good place to start. To think that we can't solve problems with the House and the Senate being divided is a mistake.
Can you talk the president into that deal?
Yeah. I don't know, but I'll tell you this. The president will be on the ballot in 2020. I think he helped us a lot in the Senate, but we have to deliver. Prison reform and sentencing reform, I think we'll get through both bodies. Immigration reform, a down payment on comprehensive reform, DACA and the wall, and an infrastructure bill. I think Democrats in the House would be receptive to that. But it's up to the president and all of us to work together. If they want to impeach him, it's not going to go very far. If they're willing to work with him and he says no, he'll have a problem.
Well, Senator, it's always good to talk to you. We got to jump. But by the way, would you like to be Attorney General? If asked, would you serve?
No. Thank you very much.
We'll leave it there. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, thanks for your time, sir. Appreciate it.
You know, Savannah, I've been told pretty authoritatively that Jeff Sessions is going to quit before he is fired, that is in play, and also from people very close to the situation, there's going to be a wholesale shakeup. That's been certainly projected. We've seen that coming, and it's going to go beyond, beyond Jeff Sessions. We don't know what is going to happen with Jim Mattis.
The
defense secretary has certainly lost favor with the president. He is not in favor with John Bolton, the national security advisor. There's been a lot of poisoning of the well, if you will, from people inside the White House against Jim Mattis. Mattis is not one to quit, not one to walk away, but he's been really marginalized in that he was against. Well, a lot of people believe that he was against this border deployment and hasn't spoken up about it.
But talk about Sessions for a moment, though. If you remove him from the equation, where do we go with the Mueller investigation?
Well, that is a big question, because if without Sessions, then you do not have a recused attorney general. You could have an acting attorney general who would not be recused.
That would mean Rod Rosenstein were no longer in charge of it.
Exactly, and since they're holding the Senate, most likely they don't have to worry about confirmation.
Net negative on the Mueller probe in the exit poll.
People don't approve of it?
More people disapprove than approve.
Well, branding works. When you call someone something a witch hunt over and over again, Donald Trump may be the greatest marketer in history.
Witch hunt, angry Democrats, and all
I want to get Steve Schmidt in here, because a midterm shakeup certainly is something that's not unprecedented, and it's certainly a president's prerogative. What do you think will happen in terms of these potential moves out of the White House?
Well, I think there's going to be a tremendous amount of turbulence in Washington. It's not going to be just in the White House. You're going to see an enormous amount of change in the White House amongst cabinet secretaries. We'll see the Mueller investigation roar back to life. It's been quiet as we've been in this final stage of the campaign. If Democrats take the House but underperform from an expectations perspective, there will be a revolution against Nancy Pelosi's reign amongst Democrats. And then what happened here tonight? There's going to be a lot of interpretations of it as the Democratic presidential primary begins at sunrise tomorrow. What is the lesson from this? Is it that the Democrats weren't progressive enough, or they were too progressive? There's three currents in the Democratic primary early days. There's a left current, there's a new current, there's an outside current. How does all of that shake out? So we're going to see turbulence in all of Washington, D.C., not just around the White House.
By the way, I had a presidential candidate, potential one, say to me, and I'm not going to say their gender because I don't even want to give that part away, said, if Andrew Gillum wins Florida, it's going to make me feel better about being able to run a progressive campaign for president. If Andrew Gillum does not win Florida against a very Trump-like candidate, then all of the potential donors go to Joe Biden in his
And hi, guys, I just got a text from a Democratic member who said, we're now nervous we're not going to win the House.
Member of Congress.
Member of Congress.
Interesting. Well, Chuck said it would be a long night.
Let's look at some more results that are coming in right now. Let's, in fact, we're keeping a tab on some of these governor races. And we can tell you in Colorado, it looks like Jared Polis will be the winner.
I think that's the first openly gay governor in Colorado, so he's a history maker. Here we have the Senate. The Dems would need to flip 3 if they wanted to wrest control back, but another way of saying that is that Republicans have picked up a seat tonight. Let us go to Texas's Senate race. So many people watching, so much money pouring into that state, and it's too early to call. Ted Cruz, the incumbent, Beto O'Rourke, something of a sensation, I think he raised the most money in Senate history as a candidate. And here's Florida's Senate race, also too close to call. We've been diving deep into Florida today. There's vote to be counted. Not a lot left, but there is still vote to be counted.
This is a big one here. Missouri Senate. Claire McCaskill really trying to hold on in a really tough fight. Right now, Josh Hawley ahead, but too close to call. In the Arizona Senate race, also too close to call. Kirsten Sinema, Martha McSally. This is the Jeff Flake seat that's open. North Dakota Senate, too early. Heidi Heitkamp in another really, really tough fight to hang on. Too early to call in North Dakota.
And we've been watching the House number so closely. As we know, 23 was the number to watch. The Democrats, it looks like they've picked up 5. That means they need 18 to make it to their 23. Chuck is over in our election center. What you got?
Yes, I am. I got Casey Hunt here. All right, Casey, what do you got?
Well, at this point, Republicans are saying that at the end of the night, or it's likely that we're going to say that, you know what, a lot of people still like President Trump. That is for them why this might be a better night for them than a lot of them expected. A lot of my Senate sources are also saying that the Kavanaugh effect was real. You saw Joe Manchin hold on in West Virginia. He was the only Democrat that voted.
Single digits.
In single digits,
Yep.
but still the state that went for Donald Trump more than any other state, and that's the one. They point to that, whereas, Joe Donnelly losing in Indiana, of course, same thing there. And, some Democrats actually starting to acknowledge maybe that tour that President Trump did in the final weeks actually worked, which, of course, was not necessarily the conventional thinking.
Once again, and this is going to embolden President Trump, because a lot of people tell him, don't do that, don't do that. Don't touch the stove on immigration. It's going to mess up suburban voters. Well, he's touching the stove, guys. And
He's
the
putting
stove,
his hands both right on it.
And the stove didn't burn him.
He's fine.
All right. Interesting metaphor. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is covering the Texas Senate race. He's reporting from the headquarters of Republican Ted Cruz in Houston. Gabe.
Hi there, Lester. Well, still a lot of enthusiasm here. You hear Ted Cruz's supporters cheer whenever the TV monitors come on with a big win or another Republican candidate pulling ahead in a national race. As for this race, there was some concern among Republicans a short time ago when these early returns started to come in. Beto O'Rourke doing a very strong showing in the Dallas suburbs and those early vote totals. I spoke with someone from the Ted Cruz campaign who said that those early results obviously not as good as they would have liked, but that area trended liberal anyway. A state GOP source maintains that the Republicans are still cautiously optimistic here, and that Republicans tend to vote on Election Day, whereas Democrats tend to do early voting. So among Cruz's supporters, they feel that this race will begin to pull away. But right now, it is still neck and neck in this deeply red state, Lester.
All right,
Gabe, thank you.
Let's go to Garrett Hake. He's over at Beto O'Rourke's headquarters in El Paso, Texas. Big race down there. How are the O'Rourke folks feeling at this hour?
The O'Rourke campaign has gone quiet on me, Savannah, speaking to, I think, exactly how tight this race has turned out to be. The atmosphere around me right now, though, is an absolute party. This event here is at the Minor League Baseball Stadium. They have filled the stands with O'Rourke supporters who are starting to drink and celebrate, perhaps a little bit early, but they are feeling very, very hopeful here. And I can tell you, these results, if they hold up anything like what we're seeing right now, will have caught a lot of people by surprise. I had Republican sources apologize to me for getting sent on this assignment at the start of the week because they thought Ted Cruz was going to win by double digits and this would be a blowout. So some nervous folks there. As for the O'Rourke campaign, a source within the campaign told me earlier in the week they thought this was operating in a pretty narrow band, that their floor was probably 47% of the vote. Their ceiling was probably 52. They are right in the mix of that. And just like in all these other places, we're looking at big cities, Houston, Harris County. More than 1 million votes are going to come from there. We don't know anything about them yet. And the other 253 counties of Texas, so many small counties where the Cruz folks expect to run up the score to balance out those big cities. This one's going to be on a knife's edge, but I got to tell you, Texas Democrats, I think, are pretty excited to see where they are in this fight this late into election night, guys.
Garrett, thanks very much. And I don't think O'Rourke ever led in the polls there, did he? He kept within...
Maybe one toward the end?
Boy, I don't remember a single poll that actually had him in the lead.
He was single digits.
Single digits the whole time. I can tell you that by the weekend, they sort of admitted that it had shrunk below 5 points.
Who admitted? Ted Cruz's
The Republican
campaign,
side
yeah.
had admitted that it had shrunk under 5 points. But after we saw the primary, the Texas primary, where Democrats surged, and yet we're still 500,000 votes fewer that participated in the Democratic primary than the Republican primary, you thought, boy, the numbers just aren't there to get over the top, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I mean,
Beto O'Rourke's making it a race.
A lot of us have underestimated him the whole way, but that was the whole point of his race.
But it was, in many ways, a national race, and there were concerns as whether all that money, all that outside money would play in Texas.
Well, except he raised it on his own, and he did try to keep it Texas. I mean, look, the National Democrats sort of stayed away out of, like, they figured what good were they going to do? It's expensive anyway, and he didn't need the money. I mean, he raised more money than I think any presidential candidate in history in a primary campaign other than people named Obama and Clinton. I mean, it's an astronomical amount of money that he raised for a U.S. Senate race. Who isn't personally wealthy?
All right, we got to take a break right here. As we go to break, we want to show you our House meter. And right now, NBC News projecting an 80% chance that Democrats reach that magic number of 23 and take control of the United States House of Representatives. We're back after this.
Welcome back. We're joined again by Tom Brokaw. Let's talk for a moment. The probability seems to be increasing that Democrats will take control of the House. The probability seems to be increasing that the Senate will stay in the hands of the Republicans. Tell us what divided government is going to look like and how different it'll look from what we've seen for the last 2 years.
It's going to look ugly.
You have all night.
It's going to look ugly. And because, we are 2 years away from a presidential election, there's a lot of feeling that we need to get even with these guys on the Democratic side talking about the Republicans. Republicans are saying Democrats are totally out of sync with the country and its values and what they stand for. So it's going to be tough. And you've got to remember there are a couple of things that are going on. One is that there is a presidential election coming up in 2 years. And given the pace of campaigns these days, they start immediately. And people are going to be raising money and figuring it out and what to do. I think the Democrats have to figure out who they are at this point. The fact is that Donald Trump, campaigning the way he did, holding his message as securely as he did, has a crowd of people out there who will follow him over a cliff if necessary.
But could you argue that he has already been campaigning, that these rallies we've watched over the last several weeks, while they are ostensibly on behalf of Republican candidates, he continually said it's about me?
Well, his whole life is about him. I mean, that's how he won, and he's willing to risk that, and it was a big risk on his part. I'm going to make myself the issue here. And he did. And I've been out there in the West talking to people who believe in him, and there is no kind of give whatsoever. They think he's our guy, and he's helped by the economy at this point. So we are in for a divided time for the next couple of years at least. And then hovering over all of this, as I said earlier, is the special prosecutor. We don't know what Robert Mueller is going to have to say.
To your point, Tom, if there's a battle for the heart and soul of the Democratic Party now and who it is, does that battle essentially take place in the presidential primary? And what does that mean for its prospects of winning back the White House?
Well, it means that there's going to be a lot of people who think they ought to be the next president of the United States on the Democratic side, and they will be divided along the many parts. Look, if Beto O'Rourke pulls this off tonight, we don't know whether he will or not, he'll automatically go to the top of a tier of some kind. It's Texas. He's been a very appealing guy, but there will be a lot of people. There has been no effort on the part of Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer, for that matter, to pull the Democratic Party together at some retreat and saying, we got to get our act together here, folks. And we understand that we're a part of this. We've lost 3 elections in a row, and now it's time for us to step aside and have new leadership. They're not inclined to do that. They think that they can lead them to the promised land.
But, Tom, let me tell you something here. If this is a narrow House majority for the Democrats, if they, say, pick up somewhere north of 23 but less than 35, I don't think it's a given she's Speaker. I think that changes the equation in the House for the very reason you just said. You're going to have the people that got there saying, hey, do we need to think about a different direction?
Well, it also doesn't matter who wins.
You and I are saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the point.
And in the Senate, you already have half a dozen people who think they should be president and are going to be candidates. So they're going to be all fighting amongst themselves.
It's easier to keep track of who doesn't think they should be president. It's a smaller number. Yeah, I mean, but it's interesting because there have been House races, and granted they're happening in districts that are conservative, where the Democratic candidate has said, I'm not going to support Nancy Pelosi. And so it is somewhat of a question whether or not she remains Speaker.
Here's what's interesting. Democrats had were pretty evenly divided about those that wanted to run to the left and those that wanted to run away from their party leaders. The Republicans, most of them ran with Trump. Very few of them ran away from him.
Solid.
Interestingly enough, the ones that ran away, they're losing right now, too.
Yeah, and we'll hear that from him tomorrow.
Yes,
I promise you.
Carlos Corbello, if he loses.
The fact is, he took a big risk in how it is who he is. I mean, the whole world is about Donald Trump, but he put himself out there, and he went from rally to rally to rally, and we'll hear a lot about that tomorrow. And we are a
maybe
country,
tonight on Twitter.
The next 2 years, but let me leave you with this, the old Brokaw line. In the next 2 years, UFO. The unforeseen will occur. We don't know what that is, but something will happen to disrupt this in one form or another for the Democrats or the Republicans.
All right, we're going to take a break. We will be back with more of our election 2018 coverage on NBC after this.
Chuck invited me over to the board. We have a big call to make. This was a battleground. Sharice Davids, elected Democrat in Kansas, first Native American woman to be elected to the Congress, correct?
And a former MMA fighter. I mean, this was early on. This is knocking off a Republican incumbent, which are always much harder than winning open seats here. She just was she ran a very aggressive campaign, very frankly, just ran as an unapologetic Democrat, even while, you know, she walked the line of being a progressive and a moderate in that district. So that's a big win for her, and she's going to be a quick rising star in the Democratic.
All right, let's go do our map, our House meter then, because I think we are now, according to the NBC decision desk, going to say it's an 85% chance now with that pickup that the Democrats take control of the House.
Magic number there.
Yes,
okay, I was looking at it.
Okay, yeah. So inside the numbers, how do we get to that sense of confidence, 85%, that the Democrats are going to get the House?
And you want to know why? Because we just flipped a new race.
Oh.
As you were talking, New Jersey 11, we just officially called that one. So that is why New Jersey's starting to come in.
Yeah.
Those VA races, Democrats lead, almost all is reporting.
Yeah.
As you can see, we're about to see a whole bunch of races flip.
And it's 90% confidence now that the Democrats retake the House.
From NBC News, The Vote, America's Future. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Welcome back. 10 o'clock in the East, and things beginning to move quickly the Democrats' way in the House.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the House meter. No, just to set the stage, they needed 23 for the Democrats to get control of the House. The Senate, they needed 2, but they are going in the wrong direction for the Senate as far as the Democrats are concerned. But look at that. 10 pickups, which means they just need 13 more if they want to get control of the House. This is one of the races that just got called. This is a pickup. Mikey Sherrill, a veteran, she picks it up in New Jersey 11. There's a 90% chance now that the Democrats do, in fact, take the House. And as I just showed you, yes, this is the race that Chuck and I just called.
We called that. I was just going to say it flipped while we were talking.
It sure did.
And in the New York 11, that's a Democratic gain. Max Rose, the projected winner there.
Staten Island with a Democrat in the age of Trump is a bit shocking, but this was a really well-run race.
Another bellwether right here, Lester.
Yeah, this is the Virginia 2. This is Elaine Loria.
We pointed it out early in the night. This was Virginia 2. That's a Republican incumbent losing there. We had said that was the swingiest of the races on the East Coast, and it tips down.
Let's go out west. Too early to call Montana's Senate race. This one could come down to the wire. And in Nevada, again, too early to call. Jackie Rosen, the Democrat, former synagogue president, up against Dean Heller, the incumbent.
Texas Senate, we will keep going back to this showdown here. Too early to call.
Can I just tell you, we're going to tell our boiler room, guys, with 76% in, we can change the call. It's too close to call at this point. Let's stop calling it too early to call. You have that much vote in, I think we can fairly say.
Chuck's putting his order in like it's a fast food restaurant. All right, Florida Senate, too close to call at this hour. Utah Senate, this is not a surprise. Mitt Romney, perhaps you've heard that name before, former presidential candidate, is now going to the United States Senate.
All right, Kansas governor. It looks like this is a Democratic pickup. Laura Kelly wins over Chris Kobach.
That is a big deal because Chris Kobach was the leader of that ill-fated voter fraud commission. They never had a meeting. They never found any fraud. Very close to the president. The president campaigned for him. Chris Kobach going down in Kansas.
By the way, that worked almost a whole bunch of moderate Republicans endorsed the Democratic candidate in that race. A whole bunch. It's very similar to almost how Kathleen Sebelius got to the governorship the last time they elected a Democrat.
Did President Trump, I think I'm right, did he pick Chris Kobach in the primary?
He did.
Yeah, finger on the scale.
But he never went back. He didn't go back and campaign for him late. I wonder if Chris Kobach's a little upset about it.
We've got some more to show you. We can look at the Iowa governor, and that race is too early to call right now. The Republican incumbent there.
All right, Nevada's governor, too early to call. We've got an interesting race there. We've got the grandson of a governor there. Georgia's governor.
Son of a former senator.
And the son of a former senator, yes, indeed. Little scandal there, so Chuck, we won't get into all that. Georgia governor, too early to call. And here's a big one in the Midwest.
Wisconsin governor, too early to call. Scott Walker, the incumbent, trying to fend off a challenge by Tony Evers. But again, too early to call there.
We've got a call to make in Vermont, and the Republican Phil Scott wins handily over Christine Hallquist, who would have been the first transgender governor of Vermont, but it's the Republican who holds on there, the incumbent.
Yeah, this race for the Democrats to gain control of the House is the drama, one of the dramas of the night. Of course, one of the big ones, and this is the NBC News projection, the meter saying there's now a 95% chance that the Democrats will achieve their goal.
As you guys were flipping boards, we literally had 2 more Pennsylvania races went from red to blue. Those redrawn districts, Pennsylvania's 6th, Pennsylvania's 7th. Both were open seats. These were the expectations that Democrats would do well here. But this is why we're up to 95% confidence. These East Coast seats are starting to fall. We're starting to call them. I have to say the Dan Donovan one is a big deal in New York, in Staten Island. But it may portend to a bigger.
And Chrissy Houlihan is a really strong candidate. She was dominant throughout that race.
Do you notice someone has joined us? It's John Howman, who, of course, is NBC News political analyst. You've been watching these returns come in. What's your take?
Well, I think the thing that Chuck said strikes me as right. There was a little bit of people getting a little nervous there on the Democratic side when some of these toss-up races and races the Democrats expected to get in the House didn't come quickly enough from their point of view. And now they're starting to come through. You're seeing them, we're calling them like every 10, 15 minutes. Yeah. You think about all of those places that we focused on all year long that are still out there. All those Clinton won California districts that are potential if not likely pickups for Democrats. You think about Iowa, where I was out in Iowa on Sunday, and Ann Selzer is looking at 4 Iowa congressional districts, all Republican currently, and she thinks 3 of the 4 are going to go Democratic, and the only one that's really a question is the Steve King race, which is also not outside the possibility of getting flipped over.
So you're suggesting Democrats, this could be big.
So there's still a lot of seats out there as we move west that Democrats expect to get, and as these ones that they expected and hoped to get and were in nervousness about an hour ago are all falling their way right now, it could be not a vast Democratic wave in the House, but a pretty substantial
Well, let me
majority.
put you on the spot a little bit, and Chuck, you can chime in too. Can you think of a race tonight that was really fought in a conservative stronghold where Democrats came in big with the candidate and money and were competitive in a district that otherwise one wouldn't expect them to be in? Have there been any big upsets tonight? Well, you mentioned Staten Island.
I think Staten Island's the biggest upset so far.
But people talked about Amy McGrath in Kentucky. She couldn't make it happen.
But in fairness to Dan Donovan, it is tough running as a Republican in a congressional race when the top of your ticket's getting clobbered. Okay, and it wasn't as competitive a governor's race. And look, this has been the problem for these Pennsylvania Republicans, too. All these seats have gone out. There was no competitive statewide.
And Max Rose is military also, which is very appealing. He's a weekend warrior. He's in the National Guard. Tours of duties overseas. He's a very appealing guy.
One of the trends in the congressional races this year, so many military veterans, and not of any particular party. We've got some who are Democrats, some are Republicans, but won't it be great to have people who've served our country in uniform now in the United States Congress?
Break it down, Chuck.
Well, look, I mean, we need the Democrats need 12, right? Look, I can find you 12 on our battleground, just this list here that we're looking at where they lead. There's that Florida 26 race. All the votes are, looks like all but 1% of it, it's in. 3,000 vote lead for the Democrat. Georgia 7, the Democrats lead here with about half the votes. So there's 2 that we know of where the votes still being counted. Virginia 7. That's come on, guys. Let's go. Come on, board. Hit me here. Oh, well, sometimes stuff's not working the way you hope to work. Kansas, the other one they were hitting there, Kansas 2, Paul Davis ran for governor the last time, came close. He's ahead there. You go to Maine 2, we got no numbers in from there. So Michigan 6 is one they were hoping for. 7, they're still ahead in. 8 is still, we're waiting to see in, about half the vote in. So the point is, they need 12. They got 3 or 4 in California we haven't even gotten to yet. There's a reason why we're at 95% confidence, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get to 100% confidence before we hit 11 o'clock.
What about margins?
Well, the margins at this point, I think we're looking at somewhere in the, I'm in 30 to 35 range. Yeah. I think we're looking at
a net gain of 30 to 35
seats. A net gain of 30 to 35 seats. You know, they'd have to have a lot of last-minute ballots fall their way to get it closer to 40, but this looks more like 30 to 35.
So then you have this discussion about, is that a wave or not a wave, right? I mean, is that it's not a tsunami, there's no question about it, but it's also not just on the margin.
So many aquatic metaphors going on. Is it a ripple? Is it a puddle?
Too many metaphors. And look, I mean, the other thing, of course, is what's going on in the Senate, where you've had already so far tonight, you've had good news and bad news for Democrats. You look at what happened in Indiana. Democrats expected among the endangered Democratic senators in red states. They thought that Indiana was probably going to stay safe, but that race is now turned over, and that's a big problem for them.
Guys, I got a call to make, and this will not surprise most political observers. Heidi Heitkamp, the Democratic incumbent, goes down in a deep red state, North Dakota. Kevin Cramer, the congressman, will prevail there, and of
That's
course,
a bigger deal than just one Senate seat, Savannah.
Well, tell us, Chuck.
That's number 50.
Okay, number 50 for the Republicans.
Number 50
they get
for the
it back.
Republicans.
Yes.
They will retain control. It's official, even if they lose the rest of the races on the board here. As you can see, whether it's Texas, Arizona, Nevada, they could lose. All 6 of those could go Democratic, and at this point, you would see that Republicans retain because of Mike Pence.
50, and the vice president gets the deciding vote.
Indiana, North Dakota, so the red states delivered.
She won by 6,000 votes, a lot of them Native Americans last time. Huge controversy over the way the Native Americans were having all kinds of ballot difficulties.
And her vote on Kavanaugh didn't help her.
And the vote on Kavanaugh was absolutely determinative.
She's one of the most powerful, I think, a certain kind of human story. I spent some time with her just a couple weeks ago, and she is one of the rare, whatever you want to say about her, she knew that the vote she was going to take on Judge Kavanaugh was likely going to cost her this seat. She was already a little bit behind in that race. She stared it down and she said, I got to go this way. She made a vote of conscience that was against her own political interest. Again, whatever you think about the merits of the vote, she knew that was the hill that she was likely to die on, and she took the vote anyway.
She was also hurt by a real mess up by her team after the Kavanaugh vote, where they unfortunately disclosed and outed a woman who had
several women,
in fact, who had been sexually attacked, which went right against what Heidkamp said was her vote of principle.
And she needed that Native American vote, and there was that controversy over whether or not a new voter ID law was in effect suppressing the vote of Native Americans.
I'm struck by the numbers behind us, Savannah. Remember we said 23 and 2. This is a case where 23 was lower than 2.
Yes.
Guess what? Now the Senate number went up to 4, right? We've been having a count up. So Democrats now need to find 4. They have Mississippi runoffs and all this stuff. The point is, the number went up. That tells you.
I'll say this though quickly. You know, again, when I was out there, we went and looked at went out to Standing Rock. The issue around voter suppression and voter ID in North Dakota is a really serious one, and there were significant questions to ask about whether that law is unfair and discriminatory. However, the margin in that race, it wouldn't really matter. She got clobbered in that race, and there's not enough, at least historically, there's not enough Native American vote under any circumstance to have made up that margin that she just lost by.
Well, let's talk about another Senate race that we're watching carefully. That is the one in Texas right now, Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke. Let's go to Gabe Gutierrez is at Ted Cruz headquarters. This thing is still, well, we still have it listed as too early to call 78% of the vote in, but Ted Cruz starting to grow a little bit of a margin.
Chuck calls it too close.
It is too close. We're at 78% reporting. Call it too close, Don.
Well, I'm not allowed to do it.
Was that Gabe? He's at headquarters. I know. Chuck's going wild here. What are you hearing, Gabe? What's the mood there?
Hi there, Savannah. Well, the mood here is still celebratory, although many people I've spoken with here wish this race wasn't quite so close at this point. The state GOP says it is still cautiously optimistic, but they're now looking at early results coming in from Harris County, and it shows a surprisingly strong showing from Beto O'Rourke in this county. Of course, this is a very vote-rich county, and if this trend continues, this could be very
sorry to interrupt you, Gabe, but we've got.
Race. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but we have a good reason. Ted Cruz has been reelected in Texas. This long shot campaign of Beto O'Rourke that was well funded and certainly got a lot of notice around the country ultimately did not prevail. Ted Cruz, the incumbent, headed back to the Senate. There will be a lot of stories written, John Heilman, about what happened here, whether he ever had a chance, and whether or not his way, his approach, which was to run to the left, whether that ever was going to work in deep red Texas.
There are so many storylines about this. And again, I keep saying I was just with these people. I was literally at the last rally that Beto O'Rourke did last night in El Paso. And the energy around him was palpable, and we saw it all throughout this race. There is a fundamental reality.
By the way, we have officially called control for the Republicans for the Senate. We got our graphic up there. We want people to see it.
At the current if that race ends up as close as it looks with 79%, he has done something incredible, which is he made Texas competitive for a Democrat statewide. Hasn't been competitive for a Democrat statewide since Ann Richards. So Democrats are going to study this model and try to figure out whether the way that he did it could, against the right candidate, with the right candidate, make Texas a battleground state in 2020. That doesn't mean that he obviously fell short. It is still a conservative Republican state. And frankly, if you had a more likable Republican candidate, the margin probably would have been wider, and Beto O'Rourke would not have done as well.
We are seeing that this Sun Belt of the United States is going to become what the Midwest has been for the last most of our adult lifetimes.
The bellwether.
The bellwether to decide presidential elections, okay? We are about a cycle of way where it's the Sun Belt of America from Orange County to Orange County, but Florida, Georgia, Texas, and Arizona will be.
All right, let me break away. I want to bring in Sarah Sanders, White House press secretary. She joins us right now. Sarah, thanks for being with us.
Good evening. Great to be with you.
So Republicans will retain control of the U.S. Senate. It's looking less and less likely they'll retain control of the House. Eddie, what are the surprises here, if any, for you tonight?
Look, I think a huge victory for the president tonight with the announcement of the Senate looking like it's definitely going to stay with Republicans and pick up a couple of seats. The president spent the last week campaigning heavily for Senate candidates, and we're seeing that pay off. Certainly in places like Indiana, Tennessee, Texas, all places that the president came in, helped close the deal, and certainly a good night for the president so far.
Sarah, I know that the president's having a watch party with 100 of his closest friends, and I'm sure you're among them. Have you been with the president tonight? What is he saying about these results, particularly that he's about to have divided government for the first time in his tenure as president?
I have, and the president is happy and thinks he's had a great night, particularly when it comes to the Senate, and still some solid wins in the House with folks like Andy Barr. But look, the president's going to fight for exactly what he's laid out, regardless of who's in control in the House. The president's going to be able to work with Democrats and Republicans to make sure we're getting things done, because that's what he came to Washington to do. He's laid out a bold agenda, and we'd expect him to continue to follow through and have another successful 2 years, just like he's had the previous 2 years.
The president announced some regrets today in an interview about the tone that he has had as president. Are there any regrets about going after immigration? It looked like the #1 topic for voters this time around was health care.
Not at all. This is a topic in a huge crisis on the border. The president is going to focus on problems that this country has, and he's going to continue to do that. He's been talking about this for a long time, and we want to see the solutions actually take place. We have to secure our borders. We have to know who's coming in, why they're coming, and what they're going to do when they get here. We certainly want to have immigration in this country, but there's a right way to do it, and the president wants to see that happen. We support merit-based immigration, and we support a secure border. That is not something that the president's ever been shy about. He's going to continue to talk about it, and hopefully Democrats will actually show up and do the job that they were elected to do and be willing to work with the president to get something done. Not just continue to be a party of obstruction and resistance, but actually come to Washington and try to bring solutions to the table and solve some real problems.
Sarah, it's a common story. After midterms, the president might make changes in his cabinet. What are the chances that we see some of those personnel changes in the next few days?
I'll leave those decisions to be by the president. I don't certainly have any announcements on that right now. We're focused on the night ahead of us. Again, a great night for the president with the Senate. I think that's a huge victory for him, and we're going to continue watching the other races throughout the evening.
All right, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, good to see you. Thanks so much for spending time with us tonight.
Thank you.
You bet. Thanks so much.
We will take a break here and be back with much more after this.
president was out there hard. He was all in with these states, and it appears to have paid off.
He was, and there was a lot of hand-wringing and concern among both Republicans and condemnation from Democrats heading into this, but that has really turned out that the president can still get his voters to the polls. People still like him out there. That's the message that I'm hearing from both Republicans and Democratic sources at this hour. And, you know, to a certain extent, this is what this map should have looked like. This was a very, very difficult map for Democrats at the outset. These are not necessarily purple states.
And we got another call to make, and it's in the House of Representatives. We can now officially project that the Democrats will take control of the House. As we said at the start of the night, they needed to pick up 23 seats to get over the magic number of 218. They've done it. Right now, we're told they are at 229, Chuck. So now it's a matter of measuring their margin of victory.
There's no doubt, but let's take just take a second here to realize fourth straight midterm election where at least one chamber has flipped. That has not happened in this country since the 30s and 40s. And what was that? Depression, World War II, massive changes. You had a new generation coming in, all of these things. We are in the middle of one of the things that I think we have to accept is we're in the middle of this massive political realignment, and we're trying to figure this stuff out every 2 years. Things are in the middle of shifting, which is why we've had this volatility. I mean,
Republicans had held the House for 8 years.
They had, but if you look at it, every 4 years in the midterm so far, starting in 06, there has been a flip of the House or the Senate or both. 06, 10, 14, and now 18. That is major volatility in American politics.
You're seeing a lot of women. A lot of these flipped races for Democrats were women. Some of the women candidates, they had this very big field, military backgrounds, younger. This is a new generation coming into the House.
And it is being done through the suburbs. This is being done. This is not them winning red states. This is not a red districts. This is them winning Clinton districts.
So what's the message?
The House terrain was much more favorable for Democrats.
What's the message for Democrats then? Run far to the left or run as centrist? I mean,
that's very mixed.
Depends where you run.
It depends very much where you run. I do think there has been, it's very clear there is a push for authenticity. Voters want candidates who are authentic. And I think for Democrats, that does often mean on the progressive side. But let's also not lose sight. I mean, we're very obviously into the vote counts and just by how many Democrats are going to control the House. The fact that we have called control of the House hands power to Democrats in Washington in a way that is going to define the next 2 years of covering the Trump presidency.
Walk us through the practicalities of Democrats now controlling the House.
The most important piece is subpoena power. And it was little noticed at the time, but when Republicans controlled the House this last go-round, they actually made it so they didn't have to consult with the minority if they wanted to issue a subpoena. It was largely overlooked at the time. Democrats, complained about it at the time, but it's a classic case of, you know what goes around comes around.
Well, this is just to really define our terms. You're talking about Democrats who will have control of chairmanships, then be able to have the power to investigate, and as part of that power to investigate, it's the power to subpoena, which is the power for Congress to compel testimony or documents.
Exactly. Or tax returns, for example, that the president has not released.
I mean, just compare Devin Nunes, who was, as no other intelligence chair has ever been, the handmaiden of the White House. It's always been an independent, bipartisan committee. He completely politicized it for the President of the United States, including that midnight run to find secret information, which was then misreported. Now he would get replaced by Adam Schiff, a former prosecutor and someone who has been leading the charge against Donald Trump. So that is the strongest comparison.
Casey.
Also, Elijah Cummings replaces Trey Gowdy on House oversight.
Does Nancy Pelosi have the votes? I mean, I think that's the question of the moment.
Is Nancy Pelosi going to be Speaker?
Does she have the votes?
There is no alternative to Nancy Pelosi as the Speaker right now. And whether or not she has a major problem on the floor of the House, we don't know the answer to that question yet, Chuck. We need to see the rest of these results. The general consensus has been among my sources that if this majority is less than 10, then she, as in they have a margin that's less than 10, then yeah, she could potentially have a problem. But there is a sense, and Nancy Pelosi's people have been working very hard behind the scenes to try and make sure that this path was going to be smooth. They think that there is a far lower number of hardcore anti-Pelosi people than candidates who have said that they have trouble voting for her. And also remember, the process, and this is all going to play out, it's a little more complicated than people understand. So you can do something on the floor. You can vote present, which would potentially save some of these Democrats who've already said that they were going to vote against her, and then their votes wouldn't count. So that may save her a little bit.
But back up a minute. The idea there's no one else out there.
Yeah.
It means no one. There's no one that anyone could coalesce around, or.
There's nobody that anyone could coalesce around. There's nobody that actually knows how to do the job of speaker. So to take you back to one of the upsets this year, when Joe Crowley lost that primary election to Ocasio-Cortez, he was somebody, he's 20 plus years younger than Nancy Pelosi, but he had spent time in leadership. He understood what it took. There's nobody else that has the knowledge right now to undertake the job.
We've got to take a break. We'll be back. This has been a big hour, and we'll continue to be. We'll continue our coverage of the 2018 election on NBC after this. The headline of the hour there.
What we do know is Kemp's leading. Kemp's ahead. The question is he going to get over 50? And we think he's going to.
But look at the star power that was put into that race. Oprah coming out in favor of Abrams, other celebrities. President Trump went down there. Is this, in many ways, a referendum on celebrity support?
No, I don't, but I think it is fair to say we're going to look at, a lot of people are going to look at Florida, Georgia. Brian Kemp and Ron DeSantis. President Trump weighed in both primaries. He got involved in both primaries and pulled them both across the finish line. Yeah. And they're both going to eke out against proud, progressive, African-American Democrats.
And I was reminded that Obama also went down on behalf of Abrams.
So, look, it is interesting that they were very much sort of Trump-like Republicans, not necessarily suburban Republicans, Chamber of Commerce Republicans, more Trump-like Republicans. And Stacey Abrams and Andrew Gillum come up short.
Well, both of those governor races, you have the right of the party and the left of the party.
But the message that's going to send to Democratic presidential candidates and major Democratic donors about what works and what doesn't, to get to the presidency, you got to win Florida. So it's just going to have an impact on how Democrats think about running for president when that race starts tomorrow.
Bottom of the hour, we want to get to the big
bottom of the hour, the two big stories of the night. The House will now be in the control of Democrats. The question is by how many? But in the last few minutes, they crossed that threshold. They have the 23 necessary to take control of the House of Representatives. At the same time, Republicans have okay, we're looking at the House estimate here, right, of how many seats we'll end up with. And Senate control will be retained by the Republicans.
All right, so now we're talking about, Chuck, Democrats taking back control of the House, and I guess the big question is, by what margin?
I think there is
left to count.
And look, and not only that, though, but there's another magic number I want to tell you about in the Senate here a little bit, and that is the number of 54 for the Republicans. If they can somehow get to 54, right? If Missouri came in for them, let's say Florida, and that one looks like it's headed to a recount, but let's say they get that one, and then they get one of these three, Nevada, Arizona, or Montana. So for now, let's say it's a retention and give them this Arizona one here. If that happened, some scenario like this. Why does 54 matter? 54 Senate seats would probably lock in the Republican Senate majority at least till 2022, because that 2020 Senate map includes one Doug Jones in a presidential year, a Democrat trying to win in Alabama, and there's only about 3 or 4 Republican targets in swing states. Susan Collins is one of them, Cory Gardner, Tom Tillis, Joni Ernst, Iowa, Colorado, North Carolina, Maine. But the point is, keep track of this number tonight. If Republicans get to 54 Senate seats, that could lock them in for 4 years, not 2 for Senate control. It's a big deal for the judiciary.
Okay. All right, Chuck, thank you. We got Hallie Jackson?
Yeah, she's at the White House where we saw Sarah Sanders a little while ago. They seem to be in a good mood.
They sure do. And when they're looking at the map that Chuck just put up on the big board there, there's no reason to see why they wouldn't be when it comes to the House, because this is exactly what President Trump wanted to happen. Let me pull back the curtain a little bit for you here. President Trump is with his family, friends, dozens of them. We heard more than 100 people were invited here to the residence to watch these returns, and they're watching it on a bunch of different channels. The spirits seem to be high, according to what we are told from sources in the room. And the president is looking at this Senate map right now. He is specifically, and this is what I'm told from a senior administration official that I just spoke with in the last couple of minutes here, that this immigration rhetoric that he pushed in the closing days of the campaign, there is a sense in this White House they have now been validated by that. They felt like that was a good strategy in the Senate when it came to these tight races that we're talking about. It was a bet, and right now the sense is that bet has paid off. They're also looking at the House, and yes, Democrats control the House, but there's still a question of by how much, and right now, the thought, at least from the president's allies, is that it's not as bad as it could have been, right? At least at this moment in time, it is not going to be that blue wave landslide that some Democrats had been hoping for. So what does the president do from here? What does his agenda look like moving forward here? Number one, let's talk about Nancy Pelosi. You just had that conversation with Chuck about whether or not Nancy Pelosi becomes the speaker. I just asked, actually, Press Secretary Sarah Sanders, is the president going to call Nancy Pelosi tonight, tomorrow, this week? And she said, why would he call her when some Democrats don't even want her to become Speaker of the House? So frame this up for a second. The president, by retaining control of the Senate, is able to do a couple of things. Number one, push the reshaping of the federal judiciary that he has pushed along with Mitch McConnell over the last couple of years, because remember, the Senate controls that. Number two, look at the personnel, right? Confirmations of, for example, cabinet members. There may very well be an opening inside the Department of Justice for that Attorney General slot if Jeff Sessions does depart after the midterms, as has been widely anticipated here in Washington, D.C. Having control of the Senate helps the president on that front. On the flip side, he is going to be facing potentially a lot of subpoenas from the House, as Savannah just talked about a little bit ago. If, in fact, some of these folks go after his tax returns, more information from the White House, it will be an onslaught, and the West Wing is preparing for that, guys.
Right. Hallie Jackson of the White House, thanks. Let's go to Chuck right now in the Election Center. Chuck.
All right, Casey, what do we got here? Obviously, we're seeing some buoyancy for the Republicans in the Senate and some relief, I'm guessing, from Democrats with the House.
Definitely relief from Democrats in the House. And I think they're actually even probably optimistic that there could be a couple of races that they're looking out to that may be surprises. There's still, quite a couple time zones anyway left on that front. I do think that the margin in the House is going to be important for the upcoming leadership battles, because quite frankly, if Democrats can avoid a bloody fight over Nancy Pelosi leading the party, they're going to be off on a much stronger foot. And I think there's a couple questions. First of all, we talked about it a little bit earlier, oversight power. You cannot overestimate it. Every email, every tax return, every piece of communication, every document from the Trump administration now suddenly at the whims of the Congress. And I do think the other thing we want to look at is, what are Democrats going to do with that newfound power? And are they going to overreach? Because I think there are some concerns about taking on President Trump in 2020. Nancy Pelosi already saying that, hey, impeachment, that's not what this caucus is about.
All right, we're in here in our boiler room, election room. I forget the way we've titled it. I got my pollsters here. I talked to my Republican half. Let me talk to my Democratic half here, Fred Yang. You're going to have to pay attention, look at the camera, and turn to me here. Democrats got the House, but in these statewide races, no signature win for Democrats, whether it's Florida, Georgia, Texas. What's your explanation?
First of all, still a lot of close races. You know, we have Missouri, we have Montana, which will probably be a win. I think Senator Nelson could pull it out in Florida. Look, I think, the Donald Trump number, in the red Donald Trump states, that managed to put them over the top.
All right, Fred Yang, our polling team here, Casey Hunt. All right, guys, back to you.
All right, so Democrats to take the House by how many? That's what we're waiting to see. But let's kind of look at the road and how they got there. Let's take a look at the Minnesota 3. And the winner there was Dean Phillips.
In convincing fashion, this was a pickup.
This is one of those suburban seats, suburban Twin Cities.
Yeah, Colorado, in the 6th district, it was Jason Crow. That's another Democratic gain.
This one came early in the night. Ileana Ross-Layton and the Republican retired Donna Shalala picks up the seat. Of course, of Clinton administration fame, she was the Health and Human Services Secretary in the early 90s. This was the one that Chuck was so excited about. New York's District 11, Max Rose picks up this seat. Is this our Staten Island seat, Chuck?
This is the Staten Island
seat.
It's look, this is in a year where it looks like Trump people are doing okay. You'd think Staten Island one might have stayed Republican.
And Dan Donovan was a former prosecutor who was very controversial for not prosecuting one of those police
This is a biggie right here.
Texas 32 it is. Colin Allred, the Democratic gain over Pete Sessions.
For Pete Sessions to lose. I know that the Republicans were worried about that seat.
You know,
longtime congressman.
It is, in fact, the son of a former CIA director, by the way. Pete Sessions held the distinction of running unopposed in 2016 in a district that Hillary Clinton carried. So a whole bunch of Democrats go, whoa, wait. Did we not know that this district was moving? And they finally found a candidate. This is what they got.
Michigan 11, Hallie Stevens. 52%. That's another Democratic gain.
All right, there were a few Virginia races that were going to be bellwethers. This was one of them, and the Democrat took it, Elaine Luria. But there's this one, Virginia's the 7th district, and a lot of folks are watching this one because this was the scene of an absolute political shocker a few years back when Dave Bratt, a Tea Party Republican, unseated the sitting majority leader of the House, Eric Cantor. Well, a few years later, he is in a real tight race right now with Abigail Spanberger, who is a former official of the CIA.
Can't help but wonder that top of the ticket problem for Republicans in the state of Virginia. They had Corey Stewart, who was the Republican nominee, very much more of a Trump guy, didn't connect and got blown out by Tim Kaine. that trickle-down effect. A lot of Republican incumbents were running with a lot of wind in their face because of Corey Stewart. You can't help but wonder, did that cost Dave Bratt 1,000 votes?
Look who's here, Nicole Wallace.
Hi, guys.
You want to talk about divided government?
Oh, I've lived divided government. I worked in a Republican White House with the Democratic-controlled House. It changes everything, and I don't know if anyone has explained Donald Trump, not a student of history. I don't know if he understands how much his life changed tonight. Democrats, Adam Schiff is now the chairman of the House Intel Committee. I was reminded today by a former national security official that no one ever passed legislation to protect Robert Mueller. So anyone worried about getting to the bottom of the Russia question now has Democrats in control of the House Intel Committee. And I think, Chuck, you were just saying this with Casey, every tax return, every scandal, and there have been a lot for a White House 2 years in. They've been through more cabinet secretaries, and there have been cabinet secretaries too corrupt for Donald Trump, which is saying something.
And Nicole, I mean, the president, to hear Sarah Sanders talk about it, to hear our White House correspondents, the president's got a little bit of a skip in his step because he's happy to see what happened in the Senate. His big gamble, he went hard in those red states campaigning, and it seems to have paid off on the Senate side.
But that's backward. He went to those races because it was really hard for Republicans to lose control of the Senate.
Ultimately, though, the Republicans prevailed. I guess the question is, does this set up an opportunity for President Trump? He can run against the Democratic House in 2020.
He's going to run against whoever. Donald Trump would run against his pet if he had one. But I think Donald Trump went to the Senate races because he knew the House was out of reach. Donald Trump also hurt a lot of the people he went and campaigned for in the final days. So I think they reverse engineered this, knowing that the Senate was much more gettable than the House. And I think that it is probably a safe bet to say that they don't understand how much their lives changed.
But by keeping control of the Senate, what do they get?
Well, they get, and Donald Trump's legal folks would say this out loud, not on camera and maybe not to their name in newspaper stories, but they avoid impeachment should the House, they avoid conviction should the House ultimately impeach Donald Trump.
Do you think the House would move to impeachment? Nancy Pelosi has been saying it is way too soon, trying to stem the tide of some Democrats who certainly have that fervor.
She saw what happened to Newt Gingrich.
I don't think that's their priority, though. No. I mean, I think there are more urgent national security and ethical questions that need to be answered. I think they'll move quickly to sort of pick up where the Republicans shut down the House Intel Committee investigation into Russian meddling. I think they'll get to the country's business before they settle some sort of probably internal debate and political debate about impeachment.
But the message that he is taking from this, that he will take from it, and it was very clear in what Sarah Sanders said, is, why should she, as Hallie Jackson was reporting, why should he call Nancy Pelosi? We're not going to get back to Chuck and Nancy talking about a solution for the Dreamers. He does not feel that he needs to, at least right now, tonight, he doesn't feel he needs to negotiate with the Democratic House. He'd rather run against them.
But that's more about him. He didn't call the people that received pipe bombs either.
Let me just interrupt here. We have a call apparently in the Ohio governor's race. And Mike DeWine, the Republican, is the projected winner of the Ohio governor's race.
This was, first of all, presidential battleground, and the Republicans hang on to the seat. John Kasich was term limited. We'll see if he runs again for president.
Democrats really, really wanted
they wanted this. Richard Corday, remember, the Consumer Financial Protection Board, that new agency that Barack Obama had, and it was sort of created by Elizabeth Warren originally, or conceptualized by her.
He followed her there.
He was the guy, and then they endorsed him for governor. He was early on. I mean, this was a Democratic project from the get-go. Good old Mike DeWine. I
former
started,
Attorney General, former Senator.
I started covering campaign politics in 1992, and Mike DeWine was running for the United States Senate. Mike DeWine became, I believe, a United States Senator in '94. Lost the Senate seat, I think, to Sherrod Brown. I think at one point, he got, and Sherrod Brown's senator. Now, Mike DeWine just keeps chugging along.
He's on every bus tour. Any Republican I've ever worked for that goes to Ohio on a bus tour, he's always on the bus.
But he's always wanted to be governor, and he's tried to. He was lieutenant governor. He was attorney general. Always wanted to be governor. Congratulations to Mike DeWine, because the guy has literally half of his adult life has been about getting to the governorship, and the guy finally got there.
Okay, he's taking the bus to the State House, all right? We're going to keep watching these numbers as they roll on in. It's an exciting night here. We'll be back with the next wave of poll closings, top of the hour.
Welcome back, Democracy Plaza. Thank you for joining our 2018 coverage of the election. A lot of big stories we continue to fall. Some of the drama now has been, we've gotten some answers to, but certainly not the Florida Senate race. This one remains very tight, too close to call, 138,000 votes separating the two. Missouri Senate too close to call. Claire McCaskill trailing Josh Hawley. Claire McCaskill, the Democrat, trying to hold on in this district, but too close to call.
I know people are going to look, what's that spread about? Missouri's notorious. Those urban counties come in really late, so you have to wait to see them before you know for sure.
And that would be McCaskill territory.
So you got to wait a little bit to double check. But yes, Hawley. You'd rather be Hawley right now.
All right. Great state of Arizona, my home state. Hi, Mom. And here we have a too close to call race. Kirsten Sinema, the Democrat, Martha McSally, the Republican, and Andrea just pointed out that Martha McSally's old Congress, her seat went to Ann Kirkpatrick, the Democrat. That was a flip.
Two members of Congress, Martha McSally, the first woman to fight to become a combat pilot, a jet pilot. I covered that issue with the Pentagon. She fought all the way up to finally Leon Panetta had to let her do it.
Let's stay out west. Montana's Senate race, and it is too early to call. Still counting votes in Montana. This is a big matchup there.
Still a bit farther west. We're watching the Nevada Senate race. Too early to call here. Just a little bit of vote in there. Wisconsin governor, it remains too close to call. 4,000 vote difference, 64% in.
Good old Scott Walker.
Scott Walker right now trailing Tony Evers.
Think about this. He got elected in 10 in the Republican wave.
And then the recall, right?
Recall, re-elected in 14. So it's his fourth statewide campaign in 12 years. The guy knows how to run statewide, but it did seem like that this is going to be his toughest hill yet to climb.
Well, everyone says don't underestimate Scott Walker's organizational skills because he's seen a thing or two. All right, Florida governor still too close to call. Definitely one of the marquee races for the night. 99% of the vote in, but there's that 1% that might make the difference. Same situation in Georgia, except for there we're telling you it is too early to call. We were watching this earlier, and remember we said that our decision desk thought apparently Brian Kemp would exceed the 50% threshold and not have to go to a runoff.
Kemp's number is creeping down. It's been creeping down as vote comes in. The question, and basically a lot of the vote that is late coming in is likely going to lean Abrams. The question is, does it creep down enough below the 50 or not by the time all of it comes in? That's going to be a very, very close
I guess that's why they call it too early to call. And we're waiting 11 p.m. Eastern poll closings, just about 9 minutes. Can't forget the sunshiny West, and we've got some big races yet to be decided there. What's your big surprise of the night, Nicole?
You know, I think that we were so caught up in the human stories. The Beto candidacy was so exciting. I worked for a lot of Texas Republicans, and you don't see Democrats come that close. And I think, you know, it's surprising to see how close he got. I think the races that we haven't called yet remain some of the more exciting ones. But I think they've obscured the big headline, which is that, as you said when I sat down, we have divided government now. Everything changes. Tomorrow will be the first day of the Trump presidency where another party controls one branch of government. And with Republicans refusing to do any semblance of oversight or any semblance of trying to be any sort of an honest broker with disputes with the Justice Department, FBI, it will be a remarkable change in Washington.
I think what frustrates a lot of people is they watch one particular party in power do things that they complain and complain and complain about, and when you get your shot, do you follow the same playbook, the idea of payback?
Well, I don't know that. I mean, we're all familiar with a lot of the people that will become chairman of the committees. I mentioned Adam Schiff and others. And I think that the Democrats, and you were talking about Nancy Pelosi, I think they realize sort of the gravity of their task. There are a lot of people. 60% of the public doesn't approve of the way Donald Trump is doing his job. The 40% that like him, they love him no matter what. But I think for the 60% of Americans who are uncomfortable with the president, it's very comforting that Democrats now have subpoena power and oversight power.
But the big... Yes, what are the big stories? Look, the Republican Party is Donald Trump's party. This is not Donald Trump. Okay, he may have been hijacking a party, a political party back in '16 and sort of borrowing it but he has remade it. And he knows how to activate it. I mean, we got caught. Why is Andrew Gillum likely to lose and not win? Why is Stacey Abrams likely to lose and not win? Well, I would argue Donald Trump figured out how to get his base out. It's these rural counties. They show up in big numbers. We're in the middle of a political realignment, so Democrats are going to do well in the suburbs. but it's not enough to win some of these key statewide races.
What this shows is that people want some check. They like checks and balances. And you have to ask yourself, if Paul Ryan, if the Republican leaders, if the Republican chairs had shown any guts and had stood up to Donald Trump, maybe this wouldn't be the result.
And as we go to a break, I understand Virginia 7 has just fallen the Democrats' way. That was when you were watching.
3 of 4 of their targets in Virginia. So we said that'd be a big deal. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Abigail Spanberger. All right, we'll take a break. Be back with more right after this.
Breaking news as we come on, Andrew Gillum, the Democratic nominee for governor, is said to be conceding in Florida. I think we can go live there. Take a listen. We had been calling this too close to call, but apparently his internal pollsters know the full story.
I still believe that we ought to clean up our environment, our air, our water quality, our beaches, our shores. I still believe that we ought to have the kind of economy where people are able to work one job instead of 2 and 3 jobs in order to make ends meet. I'm extremely proud that this evening, the voters of the state of Florida decided to pass Amendment 4. Proud about that. That is just one step closer to getting us where it is that we need to be as a state. Y'all, I want to encourage you not to give up. I want to encourage you to stick to the fight. I want you to know that every step of this way, even though I won't have the blessing of serving as the next governor of the state of Florida. I still plan to be on the front lines right alongside every single one of you when it comes to standing up for what it is that we believe in. As I said all along the campaign trail, power sees nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. We still have to be willing to show up every single day and demand our seat at the table. We got to be willing, inside of elections and outside of elections, to say that our voices still matter, that we still have relevance. I still believe and I still trust the voters. We may not have all shown up in the way that we thought and hoped that we would, but I still believe that there are still more of us who believe in what is common and what is decent and what is right. And I believe in the long run, good always wins out over evil. I still believe that. Many of you all along the trail heard me talk rather repeatedly about my grandmother. Someone pointed out that she was the real winner of the governor's race.
Andrew Gillum, the Democratic candidate for governor in Florida, conceding. We have it as too close to call, but clearly they see otherwise. Ron DeSantis apparently will go on to be governor in Florida.
We will continue our coverage, top of the hour.
more security, and more freedom.
He is a one relief man. It was a very, very close race. He fought back a very energetic and well-funded challenger in Beto O'Rourke. Ted Cruz basking in the moment of victory again after a long night in which those numbers at some points were not looking great. Along the way in his campaign, he found a friend in Donald Trump. They seem to have patched over whatever differences they had.
He has
in
a new nickname. The president says he's beautiful Ted. And there he is giving the shout out to his wife, Heidi Cruz. Gabe Gutierrez is right there at Cruz headquarters. And were they biting their nails, Gabe, through the night, or did they feel that Red Texas would come on home?
Hi there, Savannah. Well, the atmosphere is obviously electric here, as you can see behind me. Now, Republicans, some of them were surprised that this race was called so early, but many of them say that this proves what they had said all along. They just didn't think this blue wave was real. They thought that there just wouldn't be enough turnout in some of those southern counties that Beto O'Rourke was counting on, and that Ted Cruz ultimately pulled it out in the end. This is, of course, a deeply red state. Now, Ted Cruz, just a few moments ago, framing this as a battle of ideas. I just spoke with his campaign a short time ago, and they said that they wouldn't say that they didn't want to say how much President Trump's support, how much that actually contributed to his success here. They say that Ted Cruz has been talking about the strong economy, that tax cuts, that ultimately that is what matters to conservative voters here in Texas, and that is why they turned out in large numbers for Ted Cruz. However, still a very close race in such a deep red state. Democrats are encouraged by how much Beto O'Rourke, how much enthusiasm he was able to pull out. But ultimately, with President Trump focusing on immigration in the last few weeks of this campaign, immigration and border security, such a huge issue here in Texas, with thousands of troops potentially being deployed to the southern border to help secure the southern border, in President Trump's words. But again, Ted Cruz found a friend in President Trump during this campaign, a strange coalition considering the harsh rhetoric during the heated 2016 campaign, where Ted Cruz referred to President Trump as a narcissist and a pathological liar. But he was happy to count on his support during this campaign, and ultimately he pulled out a victory here in deep red Texas.
All right. Savannah? Gabe, thank you so much. Speaking of deep red Texas, as I understand it, in the Houston suburbs, Lizzie Fletcher, the Democrat, has ousted the Republican.
Culberson there,
yeah, and I think they haven't had a Democratic congressman since the 60s in that district.
No, and this is a case where you talk about the Beto O'Rourke effect. I mean, that having some top of the ticket help. I mean, he did really well. Clearly, he did really well in these urban areas. I mean, look, Texas is not there yet. As a swing state, but you can see the makings of it in the same way you saw Florida develop into a swing state in the mid to late 90s, where the urban areas and the suburban areas were growing. You're seeing that in Texas. The joke is always, it's always 4 years away with Texas, but I think actually for the first time, we're actually now 4 years away from Texas being part of the action.
Let's see how the Hispanic vote came out. He's from El Paso. Let's see what happened, but let's see how the immigration debate affected that vote and possibly suppressed it.
All right, Chuck, what do you look? I saw you on the phone about Florida again.
Well,
we have a Senate race.
Oh, can I just tell you, it's like, I heard the words Palm Beach County and problem. And if you, all right, that's PTSD for those of us in the election business.
It's a trigger for Chuck.
Okay, we have corrected it, but apparently they had they just counted Nelson votes for Scott, and Scott votes for Nelson, and it's now corrected. That's the good news here. The bad news from Nelson is that the correction didn't exactly give him what he was looking for here. Look, there's 0.8% difference here. There's extraneous vote. We're still waiting. Miami's all in. Broward County all but 1% in. But we think there's enough vote that it's possible it can dip below 0.5, and because it's sitting at 0.8, we're not calling this. We're not calling this until we get everything in and we know, because if it dips below 0.5, this margin here, and as you can see, you can do the math, it's 0.8 right now. If it dips below 0.5, it's an automatic recount.
All right.
Chuck, thanks. I want to bring in Doris Kearns-Goodwin, presidential historian. Doris, good to see you.
Thank you.
People are going to wake up, they're going to look at the maps of the newspaper, and they're going to see blue where there used to be red, and they may think that America has fundamentally changed. Has it?
I think what they're going to see is that the polarization is continuing, and it's not what a lot of people wanted. I mean, the divisiveness is still the worst in my lifetime, except for the dead presidents that I've studied, like in the 1850s it was worse. But I think there's some hopeful signs about that divisiveness. I think a lot of new people coming into politics for the first time. When politics is not considered the greatest profession anymore, only 11% of the people feel good about the Congress. Yet you had lots of women running. You had people running from doctors for the first time, teachers for the first time. And as Andrea said, veterans. I think that's a real hopeful thing about the divisiveness, because veterans have been a common purpose for a common mission. Yeah. Do you know when bipartisanship was at its height, the best, the 50s, 60s, 70s, is because there were so many veterans from World War II and the Korean War. They knew how to cross party lines.
But I'm glad you said that. I mean, I think that the voter turnout, the excitement, the enthusiasm was one of the best things that I've seen in politics in a very long time. And it was funny, I don't know if you experienced this, people coming up that I know and almost in a judgmental way. Did you vote? It's like suddenly this civic duty that we all have been a part of our lives.
Midterm participation used to be what, like around 38% or something? What do you
think midterm? I heard one of our early estimates, and we're still going to wait here, but it looks like we may get over 50% turnout, and that is an unbelievable thing for a midterm election, Doris,
and we should all be happy about that. I mean, citizen awakening is what we've been hoping for. You know, as Lincoln said, with public sentiment, anything's possible. Without it, nothing is possible. The fact that more people have come out, that people stood in long lines, that they were excited about voting, if we want to take some positives about this divided government that we're going to have and all the polarization that's going to continue, if citizens get active, if young people get active, if women come into politics, that's exciting. And so I feel good about that. I'm always trying to be optimistic. And I
love your optimism. It's always a good thing to have on election day.
And a lot of these are first-time midterm voters. They've never voted in a midterm before.
And you know what? A lot of people, you could call it divided government, or you could call it checks and balances, which is what the founders had in mind in the first place. And so, in some sense, the system is working.
But quickly, Doris, we're going to have a House. It looks, by the way, Democrats might pick up 40 House seats. I've been doing the math here. They have a good shot, you know, to get, they already have a hard 22 that they've actually flipped. We project more. They could get to 40, Doris, and Republicans could pick up 3 Senate seats. We have this suburban-rural divide that is now playing out in the Senate and the House. How problematic is that for us?
Big, probably, in terms of getting anything done, right? But, you know, the interesting thing, when historians look at the narrative of what happened in this election, I think you look back at the spring when they thought there was going to be this huge blue wave that might even engulf the Senate. Why was that? Because the Mueller investigation was being talked about. There were indictments. There was a lot of difficulty with President Trump. And then what happens? The Kavanaugh hearings. I think historians will look at that as a change. And Trump was right. Momentum was there. But then come the bombing plots, and then come the Jewish synagogue killings, and the momentum seems to be lost, as Trump acknowledged. Then he goes out on the campaign trail and creates the caravan and the immigration concern, and somehow he brought it back again. So when we look back at that thing, I think that's the way the narrative will play out. But you never know what the people, when they go in the voting booth, how they're going to weigh all those things. They're by themselves in there. Some things may matter. The economy may matter. The dislike of Trump may matter. But that's the mystery of elections.
Glad you mentioned the voter booth. You gave me a perfect segue, Doris, because NBC's Jacob Soboroff is talking to voters still on long lines in Santa Ana, California, 8:15 in the West, and people are still voting there, Jacob.
Can you believe that, Savannah? So polls closed 15 minutes ago. Chuck mentioned, you know, Democrats could take up to 40 seats. If they take that many seats, almost undoubtedly it will include 4 seats right here in Orange County, California. This line is still about 3 hours long, despite the fact that polls closed 15 minutes ago. People here don't care whether or not the House of Representatives were called. They care about the local races here. They care about potentially driving up that margin in the House of Representatives, at least those that are here on the Democratic side from those 4 House districts. And they care about issues, as you and I have talked a lot about, that are local to them here. They talk about how the economy is not as strong as Donald Trump wants everybody to believe. They talk about the separation of the children down on the border. They talk about, particularly here in Orange County, out on the coast, where Dana Rohrabacher has been a longtime congressman, about climate change and offshore oil drilling. All of these things matter deeply and individually to the people that are here in Southern California, and you can see it in the line. I mean, the idea that there's still a 3-hour-long line after the polls have closed, people are staying on that line. It's not that it is unexpected, but it's admirable, I guess. This is a time when people in midterm elections want to spend hours online in order to get in there after the polls have closed, after the East Coast and the central part of the country have already made up their minds. And again, as Chuck Todd said, it could go a long way to driving up that margin in the House of Representatives.
All right. Jacob, thank you so much.
I want to go over to Steve Patterson now. He's covering the Nevada Senate race and give us just a lay of the land there. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Lester, it's the same situation in Nevada that we just saw in California. Lines out the door at polling places. We just left a mall in Henderson, Nevada. Lines were just snaking through the entire mall. You could barely see where the line started and the next line ended. That is good news for Democrats because of this, because Clark County is where they're looking to build up votes, building up a so-called firewall or a buffer, so when these other counties start coming in, that they have a significant amount of votes to sort of stave off Republicans in other counties. It's a battle of territories in Nevada. Clark County, the largest county, about 70% of the electorate, mostly goes Democrat, so they look for that. And then the surrounding counties, like Washoe County, where Reno is, typically go Republican. Republicans are polling great there tonight. And also you have to worry about those other counties, those insurgent counties across Nevada that tend to have the most amount of Trump supporters. So that's what Democrats are looking at tonight. Looking at the lines in Clark County, they must be feeling emboldened, but the night is young. Speaking to both of the campaigns, the phrase is cautiously optimistic as we go on through the night. Back to you.
All right, Steve Patterson, thanks very much.
And the president has tweeted, he has written tonight, tremendous success tonight. Thank you to all. So he is glass half full. He's clearly talking about the Senate, where the Republicans retain control and then some, picking up seats. But the House, as we know, is going to the Democrats. And Hallie Jackson's at the White House. Hallie, what are you hearing?
Savannah, 7 short words from President Trump coming, as they so often do, on Twitter. That is the first reaction that we have heard from the president tonight as the returns have come rolling in. He is with the First Lady here at the White House, along with dozens of friends, allies, family members, other supporters. And what we're hearing is much of that optimism when it comes to the Senate side, at least. There is a sense, and I've been in touch now with folks who are part of that sort of war room and that operation for President Trump, saying, listen, in the final days, they say they poured their energies into places like Indiana, like, for example, Missouri, still outstanding, places like Florida, where Ron DeSantis is, of course, and they feel like that paid off, even though it came at the expense of the president spending times in states like perhaps Michigan or Minnesota or some of these other places to try to boost some House races there. That said, the president clearly feeling good, even though he now faces something that he has not had to face yet, which is an oppositional party in one chamber of Congress. The onslaught of subpoenas that will inevitably come from Democrats who are eager for oversight. That is something this president has not had to face. He likes a fight. He likes an opponent. But with that is going to come a lot of challenges for the West Wing, and folks inside are bracing for that. I will also tell you that there are people inside the White House who feel like there wasn't the wave that they expected. That is part of the optimism for them, and they're keeping an eye on who ends up coming out on top when it comes to that leadership race on the side of Democrats. As for the president's agenda, we've talked about what this means for example, judicial nominations, for personnel. But keep in mind where he and his administration want to build bridges. Issues like infrastructure, issues like trade. You've already heard that being discussed down the road when it comes to this split Congress over the next couple of years, guys.
All right, Hallie Jackson setting the scene for us from the White House. Thanks very much. We're going to continue our coverage of the 2018 election here on NBC right after this.
a tough 2 years. Ugh. But together, we have marched, together we have run, together we have persisted and insisted that our voices be heard, that our votes be counted, and that our values be respected.
Elizabeth Warren, Massachusetts senator, addressing the crowd after being reelected tonight and kind of setting the stage for the conversations as we bring Tom Brokaw back. Are we, has any kind of reset button been pushed today in American politics?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a continuation with some variations of themes along the way. I do think that Donald Trump, he's been true to this from the very beginning, knows how to sell his story. Whether it's true or not is an entirely different matter. He sells fear. The fact is that he's teed up immigrants coming into this country as the worst people in the world, when the biggest mass shootings that we've had have been conducted by Americans, for one thing. He also has a very strong economy going for him. The tax cut has fueled a lot of jobs and a lot of good feeling about the country. And you can't underestimate that. How long it lasts, we don't know yet. But the fact is, he also takes social media and he has taken it for himself. He's there every day. And you cannot overestimate the impact of social media on our modern political system. People read it and then they believe it.
I'm struggling on the economic front for this one reason. If there's Republicans aren't finding any success in the suburbs tonight, and that is where the economy has really been helping. The culture war is just as hot as ever. I mean, it feels like that the president, I think certainly the economy is sort of, it's there as a backdrop, but even the president says, oh, it's hard to. This is our culture war. This is rural America thinks. Heidi Heitkamp said it best. She goes, you know, in rural America they think Democrats want to judge how you live. I think Republicans struggle in suburban America because the suburbanites sit there and say, wait a minute, you're being dictated by a small group of people tell you what to do. But this rural America issue, Democrats have to solve it if they're going to win statewide races. You know, they just are going to have to figure it out. You know, they've got the suburbs. Identity politics plus the suburbs isn't enough.
There are conversations going on right now about presidential election ambitions among Democrats. What can they learn from this experience tonight?
Well, it's interesting. I had somebody already tell me, and you're going to love this one, Tom. First name I've heard out of the box tonight in the idea that in an era that Gillum and Abrams lose, Steve Bullock, the governor of Montana. Tell us a little bit about Mr. Bullock.
Well, he's been a very skilled man in a very Republican state as a Democrat because he's been able to hold off some of the more extreme ideas of the Montana legislature. He does have ambition. He doesn't have a big, I suppose, itinerary in terms of dealing with foreign policy and dealing with a big economy. It's still a rural state. He's a very attractive guy, and he's been able to survive this very Republican state by holding off some of the most extreme things that they've come up with there. Montana's always been a complicated state, as you know, politically. We'll hear from him. We'll hear from Hickenlooper, who is the outgoing governor of Colorado now. They see this as an opportunity.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll continue our coverage of the Vote for America's Future on NBC after this.
All right, everybody, 11:30 in the East, 8:30 in the West, and here's where things stand right now. The Democrats have retaken control of the House for the first time in 8 years, and right now they have a majority at 230 to 205, but there are a lot of votes to be counted so far. Here's a couple of the races that made it happen for Democrats tonight. This is the 2nd District of New Jersey. Jeff Van Drew, the Democrat, taking the seat away from the Republicans there. And in New York 19, this is upstate New York, and Antonio Delgado, the Democrat, unseats the Republican. So it's a Democratic pickup on their way to a majority.
And a good night for Republicans as well. Certainly on the Senate side, they will retain control of the U.S. Senate and maybe pick up a few seats along the way. Let's take a look at the Missouri Senate race. It remains too close to call. This is one we have been watching for some time now. Claire McCaskill has been the Democratic incumbent. It's been a tough fight there.
I was looking at the outstanding returns. I don't see enough for her to make up that 200,000 vote gap. But we'll see. We've got about half of St. Louis
You said the vote
County
there tends to come in.
It does come
slow.
in very late in St. Louis, in particular, but her other Claire McCaskill's other stronghold in Kansas City is 100% in. So I don't see where they can find 220,000 vote to net that, but
Should have to run up the score big time in
St. Louis.
Yes, in St. Louis. Okay, Arizona has a race on its hand, too close to call. Martha McSally, Kirsten Sinema, 2 congresswomen. No matter what happens here, bold prediction, Arizona will send its first female senator.
But our
to
own Vaughn
Washington.
Hilliard told us there's people that dropped off mail ballots today, they're not even going to count those votes until Thursday.
Very helpful.
Okay.
We are not going to call Arizona Senate tonight.
All right.
I promise you.
And I hope you saw Montana Senate, another big close race out in the West, and it's too early to call there.
Here's a fascinating one, the Wisconsin governor's race, where it remains too close to call. They're separated now by 6,000. Tony Evers, the Democratic, leading the incumbent governor, Scott Walker.
And Oregon's governor, this was a surprising battleground for the Democrats. Kate Brown, the incumbent, holds on, but was in a race with Newt Bueller, but Oregon Blue Democrats come home and re-elect their governor. Casey Hunt joins the table. So have you been working the phones? What are you hearing from your sources now that the Democrats are definitely retaking control of the House?
Well, we've gotten some notes from sources who are actually very carefully counting the number of people who are on their way to Congress who have said that they will oppose Nancy Pelosi for Speaker. It looks like as of right now, and I could be 10 minutes off on this, it could have changed in that time, but we think it's about 8 members right now. So it's looking like that's not going to be enough to put her in serious jeopardy for Speaker, but there certainly are some Democrats, which I thought was interesting, that they are pushing this storyline behind the scenes.
And one of the things that's a bit of peril to her is there is a big push from the Congressional Black Caucus to have a member of the leadership at a higher level. That would mean majority leader, but that's been her long time. Number 2, Steny Hoyer. So there's going to be some shakeup there. She may have to make some concessions to other members of the caucus
she may.
in order to hold on.
Some of my reporting points to a battle between Jim Clyburn, who has been the number 3 in the Democratic Party, African-American from South Carolina, and Steny Hoyer, who right now is the number 2 Democrat in the House. It's been that long-standing trio, and the frustration that's been building among Democrats in the House is that these are of a generation, they're all in their 70s. There are so many younger members of the House who simply have had no opportunity to move up, and there's going to be more of these new faces coming in.
Going to be interesting in Washington because now Democrats, having been in the wilderness, are coming back into power, and there will be an epic fight for who gets to have some of these choice chairmanships. And we've talked about the stakes being so high. We continue our coverage. If you're just joining us, the Democrats retake the House. The Senate will stay in Republican hands. We're going to pause right here. Going to let some of our stations join us, and we'll be back on the other side.
Having divided government works quite well. And so I don't think it was a surprise in terms of the House. The Senate if the Republicans pick up a seat or two, that will be a bit of a surprise.
Does it change this president to face a divided government?
It will, whether he knows it or not. To have the House with investigative power will really make life difficult for him. I don't think he fully realizes what's coming there. But with the Senate, not having the House to pass legislation, to pass over to the Senate, you're really going to have a lot of gridlock the next couple of years. And it'll be more difficult in 2020 for the president to point and the senators to point to the Republican Senate to achievements that were made.
Senator, you are probably watching one race with some interest tonight. It's for your old seat in Arizona, and we have it too close to call right now, but I'm sure you've got your ear to the ground. Do you have any insight on where you think this one's headed?
Well, let me tell you, it's been nice to be a spectator rather than a participant this year.
You're not even in the state. You're in L.A.
This is the first time in 18 years that I've kind of been in this position, and I have to say it's been pretty nice. But yeah, the great interest there. It is very, very close. I can just say that, 6 years ago, I was in this position with about a 5-point lead at the end of the night. And as late ballots were counted, that lead went down to 3 percentage points. And so this isn't over at all. It's going to be a long couple of days as these ballots are counted. There's going to be a lot of, nail biting going on. So it's very, very close.
Well, Senator, you're nice to join us. Chuck points out that
we
the
got to
ballots
ask him
get
one
counted
more.
on Thursday.
That's right, but we can't let him go. Senator Flake?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
You going up to Iowa and New Hampshire a lot more starting on January 4th?
Are you running for president?
You no longer have a day job?
Well, I can tell you, I've said on record many times, I hope that a Republican does run against the president. I think, if nothing else, to remind Republicans what conservatism really is. And I hope that somebody does.
It doesn't sound like no.
John Kasich has talked about it, and others. I may head there again. I do think that there is value in reminding Republicans what republicanism traditionally has been: belief in limited government, economic freedom, individual responsibility, free trade, strong American leadership. That's absent now. But Chuck, you said it earlier tonight. This is the president's party. There's no doubt. And that it's going to be quite difficult now, and probably even more polarizing, as the House, investigates the president, shuts the place down in terms of legislation being passed, and the Senate probably being more defensive on behalf of the president, and basically manning the barricades for him. That's typically how it goes, and if you think it's been like that in the past 2 years, it'll be more so, I think, in the next 2 years. So it's going to be a very polarizing period, even more so.
Well, Senator, I guess we know why you got out of town. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll continue to follow your movements, your travel in particular. Chuck thinks he's headed to New Hampshire and Iowa. Nancy Pelosi has been making a speech. I think it's on tape. Oh, here she is. Let's take a listen.
Today is more than about Democrats and Republicans. It's about restoring the Constitution's checks and balances to the Trump administration. It's about stopping the GOP and Mitch McConnell's assaults on Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, and the health care of 130 million Americans living with pre-existing medical conditions. Let's hear it more for pre-existing medical conditions. It's about ending wealthy special interest free reign over Washington, but more than anything, it's about what a new Democratic majority will mean in the lives of hardworking Americans. That's what it's about. Democrats pledge a Congress that works for the people, for the people. Lower the cost of health care by lowering the cost of prescription drugs. Raise workers' wages with strong economic growth by rebuilding the infrastructure of America. Clean up corruption to make Washington work for all Americans. We will take real, very, very strong legislative action to negotiate down the price control of prescription drugs that is burdening seniors and families across America. We will deliver a transformational investment in America's infrastructure to create more good-paying jobs, rebuilding our roads, bridges, schools, water systems, broadband
Nancy
networks.
Pelosi, who very likely will be the next Speaker of the House, addressing a crowd tonight and commenting on the results, showing that, in fact, Democrats will retake control of the House of Representatives. We're also watching that Missouri Senate race right now, where Democrat Claire McCaskill has been hanging on all night, but trailing Josh Hawley. We have that as too close to call. Let's go to Morgan Radford right now. She's at the McCaskill headquarters. What's the mood? What are you hearing there?
Lester, I have to say, here at the McCaskill headquarters, the room went from confident to cautiously optimistic, and now they've become very quiet as we watch these results come in. To be clear, we still do not have all of those votes counted, especially from some of those Democratic strongholds, namely Kansas City and St. Louis County. So those are places where McCaskill generally has a lot of supporters. Earlier tonight, McCaskill said she was not sure which way this election was going to go. She acknowledged how red the state has become recently and how difficult that's been for her as a moderate. She also acknowledged that she feels like voters really want something new, that in fact having experience has been something that recently has counted against her, as voters want to see fresh faces and people who are outside of the traditional political paradigm. So here in the room, people are waiting to see if in fact Claire McCaskill is going to be able to hold on to her seat, or if she is going to have to concede to Attorney General, her Republican challenger, Josh Hawley.
Right.
Lester?
Morgan Radford, thanks for the update from there.
All right, we are still awaiting key races, particularly in the West. Votes still being counted. We will continue our coverage from NBC Election Headquarters right after this.
Test 1, 2. Are we able?
We've talked a lot about the United States Congress in Washington for good reason, but there's a big story happening in state houses across the country. Here's one of the biggest races, Wisconsin governor. Too close to call. It's a battle. Chuck is pointing and laughing. It's 2,000 votes that separates these two, Tony Evers, Scott Walker. They are in a grudge match in
Waukesha
Wisconsin.
County. Waukesha County.
Waukesha.
Waukesha.
Sorry.
I was just there.
Yes.
It always comes down to Waukesha, right?
Well, you know, it's a joke. We joke that it all comes down to critical Waukesha County. The reason for that is because there have been some missed votes in a couple of elections that have, you know, changed this back aggressively.
Magically.
It
is
is
where
really,
Scott Walker finds votes.
Exactly. It is the most consistent Republican portion of the state. It's been the place that we've been watching to see what was going to happen with this race. He needs a really big number. I haven't looked at, I'm sure our decision desk has the very latest on that, but that's what you want to be watching right now.
Waiting on Waukesha.
They've lost Paul Ryan's seat, by the way, apparently.
Oh, that's interesting. I did not realize that has.
Okay,
maybe
let me double check that. But I was told that they had lost Paul Ryan's seat, and I mean, this is Reince Priebus. This is Wisconsin was the original Trump White House team.
We need to head back to Missouri. Apparently, Claire McCaskill is speaking to her supporters right now. Let's hear what she has to say.
Obviously, and
Alex, have we
say a few words about what's happened today and how the future is brighter than we all think it right now. It is. We had some good results tonight. The Democrats took the House of Representatives. We have governors that are Democrats now in both Illinois and Kansas. So there were some bright spots. Obviously, we fell short, and that's disappointing. And not for me, but what I feel the most pain about tonight are all of the people who, for the first times, many of them in their lives, said, I'm going to do more than just sit on the couch and cuss the TV. I'm going to show up. I'm going to work hard. And for the thousands of people who volunteered on this campaign, and there were literally thousands and thousands and thousands of you, I am so grateful. And I want you to keep that fire burning because there is justice around the corner.
All right, Claire McCaskill in a concession speech to her supporters. NBC News projects that Hawley will win there in the Missouri Senate race. And in fact, he is speaking, we're told, right now. Josh Hawley, let's listen.
For our farmers and our small businessmen, the people who have built this state, and I will. You know, as throughout this campaign, I've thought many times of a line that Prime Minister Winston Churchill said during the Second World War. He said, why is it that we think of history as something that's in the past and forget that we are making it? Well, we stand tonight at a critical moment in our history. We stand at this hour at a critical moment in our nation's history. Tonight, the people of Missouri have said, we're up to the challenge. Tonight, the people of Missouri have said, we're ready to answer the call in this hour. Tonight, the people of Missouri have said, we believe in America. We believe that our best days are ahead. We believe in our future, and we are ready to fight for it. And I am ready to go to Washington and fight for you. I want to say thank you tonight. Thank you first and most importantly to my wife, Erin, who's here with me. She is the love of my life. She is the love of my life.
Josh Hawley, again, projected to defeat Claire McCaskill, who you saw a moment ago delivering her own concession speech. That's a big one.
It is a big one. Look, Claire McCaskill has pulled rabbits out of her hat before. She did it, the infamous Todd Akin, who was a Republican opponent 6 years ago, and she basically put money behind Todd Akin to get him the nomination because he had very extreme views on the issue of abortion, and they came out, and she was able to win. Also had the help of a presidential year with Barack Obama at the top of the ticket. This year, not there. I was out in Missouri a couple weeks ago. I spent time with both of them to check in on that race. What was interesting in talking to Team McCaskill, unequivocally, Kavanaugh cost him this race. Yeah. They would set it, and I can tell you there's personal animus among some of these Democratic senators. We know now of two of that have lost, Donnelly and Claire McCaskill, very upset at Dianne Feinstein. Very upset at how the Senate Democrats handled the Kavanaugh hearing. And I think at this point, I can tell you this, Claire McCaskill, I'm guessing she'll talk more in the next couple of days, she's going to talk a lot about that.
I think she's going to have a very strong critique of the leadership of her own party. I really do.
Our pollsters made clear that the Kavanaugh hearings may well have been a Senate saver for Republicans.
I think that's 100% true.
We have been watching carefully this Florida Senate race. We're told that Governor Rick Scott is speaking now.
I want to thank our daughters, Allison and Jordan, and their families, and you know, I love my family. I love my family with all my heart, and I love every family in this state. And my goal is to make this a better place for every family in this state, every family. There are a couple people looking down from heaven I want to recognize. I had the most wonderful mom. When I was born, my mom was a single mom, and she ultimately raised 5 kids in a very tough environment with no money. She never would believe that I'd be a governor or a U.S. senator. I guess she believed it, didn't know it. The second person you saw in the video a second ago is Jerry Bustamante. For everybody in our office and everybody on this campaign team, she was our best friend. And she unfortunately died the day before the campaign started. And pienso en Jerry todos los días y espero que esté orgulloso de mi español. Su familia está aquí esta noche y quiero agradecerles por haber creado una mujer tan maravillosa.
Rick Scott, not clear if he's delivering an acceptance speech. You see they're both at 50%. He leads.
Well, we call it too close to call, but Chuck, you've got some inside info there.
Well, look, no, I mean, we believe Rick Scott's going to lead, and we believe when all the votes are counted, Rick Scott's going to be ahead. The question is the margin going to be less than 5.5%, which would trigger a runoff? That's why we haven't called it, but I can tell you the Scott people think they're going to avoid a runoff. That's why they went out there and declared victory, because as you know, when you get into recount mode, the perception of the candidate ahead, you always want to play that game, and since he's ahead, they went out there and declared victory. I get it politically.
And Savannah, I just want to fix the record because Paul Ryan's seat was taken by a Republican, Brian Steele.
Remains in Republican hands. Got it. All right, we are still going. We got a lot of races to watch, still some tight ones to check in on. We will be back from NBC Election Headquarters, Decision 2018, just ahead.
Welcome back to our 2018 election coverage. Let's check some of the results. We're watching that Connecticut governor's race right now. That is too close to call. Bob Stefanowski leading. The Georgia governor, this is one we have been watching all night long, and we're seeing it begin to close. Kemp and Abrams, Georgia governor race too early
the
to call.
50% rule, that's the key, and he's at 51.
Kansas loses its governorship for the Republicans. Laura Kelly, the Democrat, will take control of the state house. And we paused so we could have some stations join us. And Chuck, may I go with you over to your magic wall?
I thought he was leaving.
I know.
I'm out.
Chuck said I could, if we stayed here late enough, I could nerd out with him at the wall. So what are you looking at?
Sorry, here. Let's look at the House here, because it's interesting. Look, Florida, national bragging rights go to the Republicans. But Democrats could end up having a very big night in the House. There's a hard count of 24 that they've already gotten. And we haven't called a big race that they're going to want. They're leading here. This is the Des Moines seat. This would be another pickup for them. And if
what
you
about
look
Steve King,
at
another
these,
Iowa race?
We do, and in fact, I want to take you to Steve King. I'll take you there I think we may have called Steve King, and we did. I was just going to say, it was right there. We just called Steve King. He had a close race, but that is a very conservative district. But believe it or not, Iowa's 4 congressional districts. When we began the night, 3 of the 4 were held by Republican. We're going to end the night, 3 of the 4 are held by Democrats. An interesting sign, perhaps, in that governor's race as well. But check out all these uncalled races here in California. So we're at 24 at a hard count for the Democrats. They lead in another about 4 or 5 that we're keeping track of. And we haven't even gotten to California yet. So their path to 40 seats, they're going to be, I think they are going to be north of 35. And their path to 40 seats, very realistic. So talk about that. 40 seats.
Well, 40 seats, would you go back to the wave terminology?
You can't call it a wave if you don't have a big statewide win anywhere. How do you call it a wave if you don't win Florida? How do you call it a wave if you don't win Missouri? How do you call it a wave if you don't win Indiana? What it is a suburban takeover by the Democratic Party.
All right, Lester, that's the scene from over here.
All right, we want to look at the scene in Arizona right now. We saw Jeff Flake on our air a little while ago, the 2 women who were competing for his seat. Martha McSally, the Republican. We're going to go to her headquarters right now. I think Von Hilliard is there for us.
Lester, the reality here in this Senate race out here is that we may not know the result of this at this point all the way until Thursday night. Right now, Martha McSally is leading with about 57% of the ballots being counted. But I want to point to Maricopa County specifically. This is the county which is the greater Phoenix area. It makes up more than 50% of the electorate. And right now, Kyrsten Sinema, she holds just a 0.6 percentage point lead. Why is that significant? Usually with Maricopa County goes the rest of the state. Back in 2016, Donald Trump won the state of Arizona by just 4 percentage points, but Maricopa County specifically, he won by 3.5 percentage points. Now, why will this come down to Thursday night? The reality is about 5 to 10% of the vote will not be counted today, and it will not be announced tomorrow. It'll be announced Thursday night, 5 p.m. local. Those were hand-delivered early ballots. So individuals in Arizona that brought their early ballots to the polling locations today, the counties have to go and verify the signatures on those ballots. In Maricopa County specifically, which again makes up more than 50% of the state's electorate, will not announce the results till Thursday night. So at this point, we're talking about a race that is less than 1 percentage point. It's unlikely we'll have an outcome here tonight to announce.
Hope you packed your bags, Vaughn. Thanks very much. We will take a short break. Be back with more coverage after this.
Within our grasp.
I think the Kavanaugh effect was real.
And Mr. President, ready or not, here we come.
We need to take to Washington what works in the real world.
We have the power to make things better.
A huge victory for the president tonight.
We have officially called control for the Republicans for the Senate.
God bless Texas.
They want leaders
we were going to tackle the big problems.
The Democrats will take control of the House.
We were never in this to win an election. We were in this to change politics irrevocably.
We won an unwinnable district.
I'm not going anywhere. We're going to fight. We're going to keep fighting.
From NBC News, The Vote, America's Future. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
The headlines of this night are still being written. Good evening again, everyone. It is midnight in the East. It's 9 p.m. Pacific time. We want to take you through some of the results. One of the big headlines, of course, is the House of Representatives will now be under the control of Democrats. Here's the estimate: 230 seats for Democrats, 205 for the GOP as of right now.
Votes still being counted. We'll see what margin the Democrats run up by the end of the night. Here is a very interesting race. This is Georgia House District 6. We have no call in it, but essentially all the votes are in. But we'll see what happens. Karen Handel, who faced a special election and prevailed, now is up against Lucy McBath, a gun control activist, actually, who lost her son in an act of gun violence, and they have a very close race.
Well, as you remember, basically the midterms began in Georgia 6. You could argue that we started this contest.
A special election, John Ossoff, the Democrat.
It was Tom Price had become appointed to HHS Secretary. He's not in the cabinet anymore. Karen Handel's still in Congress, but here we are, all of that money, all of that, and I guess Democrats got it a little bit closer. They got it down to less than 1,000 votes in Georgia 6, but it's still in Republican hands.
All right, we want to go to Hallie Jackson right now at the White House, where we understand the president has placed a call I think we're going to want to hear about. Hallie?
An interesting phone call, that is for sure, Lester, to Nancy Pelosi, of course, the Democratic leader, potentially the Speaker of the House. Now the Democrats have flipped it blue. A spokesperson for Pelosi says that President Trump called just about 15 minutes ago to extend his congratulations and acknowledge that call for bipartisanship that Pelosi made in her remarks. This is a fascinating glimpse at some Washington dynamics, because remember, at the last 5, 6, 10, 12 rallies that we've been to, President Trump has railed against Nancy Pelosi. In fact, she's one of the biggest boo lines in his campaign speeches, being in the room there when he mentions both Nancy Pelosi and Maxine Waters, who, by the way, may end up with the chairmanship in the new House come 2019. The audience erupts, essentially. She has been, for President Trump, one of his biggest foils, somebody he has brought up again and again. But now they will be in the potentially awkward D.C. position of having to work with each other to get anything done over these next couple of years. So what do those things look like? What could be on that checklist? We just had a conversation with the president's senior advisor, Kellyanne Conway, who was out here, who talked about the issue of, for example, infrastructure. That's something Vice President Pence has mentioned as well. Maybe they can find some common ground on trade. Conway mentioned immigration. That may be a real tough sell, particularly given what we've seen from the president and his rhetoric over these last couple of months. But an interesting phone call, to say the least. The president's still inside. We're told they haven't popped the champagne just yet, but everybody's in a pretty good mood in there, we're told.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thanks very much.
Let's go to the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Tom Perez. You got a split decision tonight, Chairman Perez. Let's talk about the House for the moment. The Democrats retake control of the House. Do you have care to venture a guess by what margin you might end up with at the end of the night?
Well, we've got to wait for those results from the West Coast. We've still got a number of seats, you correctly pointed out. Georgia 6. We've got a number of other, Utah has a seat in play. Looks like the Democrat is going to win that one, but still too close to call. I think it's a great night for the Democrats, great night for democracy, because we needed checks and balances. And we sent a very clear message to the American people that we are going to protect their health care. That was the #1 issue going to the polls for Americans. And we did that. And we're not, I know we're talking about the House right now, but I'm very excited about a lot of the state house races, because we've already flipped 5 state houses from red to blue, including Michigan, New Mexico, Illinois, Maine, and Kansas. We're a 50-state party again. And there's another 4 or 5 that are still in play. Nevada hasn't even released any votes because people are still voting. Those state house seats are 12-year seats because of redistricting. And we invested a lot, not only in the federal races, but from the school board to the Oval Office. We helped flip the Colorado State Senate, the New York State Senate, And those are really, really important things because you got to be able to govern.
All right, Tom Perez, chairman of the DNC. Sorry to cut it off there, but we got to jump to a live event happening right now.
We've got to go to Texas. We're told that Beto O'Rourke is speaking after his loss tonight in Texas Senate race.
Or scared of. We are a great people, ambitious, defined by our aspirations, the hard work that we are willing to commit in order to achieve them. Every single one of us, Republicans, Democrats, independents, from the biggest of cities, from the smallest of towns, the people of Texas want to do and will do the great work of this country. I just now had the opportunity to talk to Senator Cruz and to congratulate him on his victory and to wish him well going forward. And what I said and what I pledged on behalf of all of us is that at this time of division, the country's been as polarized as I can remember it in my life. All this bitterness that defines so much of the national conversation today. If there's anything that we can do to help him in his position of public trust, to ensure that Texas helps to lead this country in a way that brings us back together around the big things that we want to achieve, whether that's making sure that we face any threats arrayed against this country, whether that means that we are there for every single one of us who needs a helping hand so that we can live to our full potential, the ability to see a doctor, go to the hospital, receive the medication that you need to be alive. I want to work with him. I will work with anyone to make sure that we can lead on that. You amazing public school educators who work so hard and do so much.
Beto O'Rourke brought a lot of energy to this race, brought a lot of new voters, but could not turn red Texas blue, going down in defeat tonight to Ted Cruz, the Republican incumbent.
All right, we are happy to be joined by Eugene Robinson, Washington Post columnist and a friend of NBC, contributor to NBC. What are your thoughts on what we've seen tonight?
You know, I think that tomorrow, the next day, Democrats are going to look at these results and say this was a great night for them. And I think Republicans are going to have to ask themselves some questions about what happened. I mean, when you get 35 seats, maybe they might end up with, could be north of 35 seats. You might not call that a wave, but that's flipping the House. That's taking control of the House of Representatives. So Democrats, for the first time in this presidency, actually have some power. They actually can do things. They actually can hold this administration accountable. They can start to work toward an agenda, the agenda that they promised on health care, on infrastructure, on things like that. And
will they find a president more willing to deal with them?
Or not, you know, they might. I mean, but they can put the onus on him to decide whether he wants to fix health care or not, whether he wants to do something on infrastructure or not. And he'll have to decide whether it's in his interest to work with the Democrats and actually get things done, or to say no. And I think there will be a cost for saying no. But so they have the chance to take some initiative here.
Let me just pause you right there because we do have a call to make. Iowa's governor's race, and this went down to the wire, but Kim Reynolds, the Republican, holds on, the incumbent. This was very tight down the stretch. Fred Huppel was showing some momentum, but in the end...
This is a little bit of an upset.
Okay.
Minor upset. There was a lot of Democrats really were feeling
confident. Thought that Fred Huppel would be able to pull it off, and there's the map, but Kim Reynolds hangs on in the Iowa governor's seat. Continue on, Eugene Robinson.
And the other thing that I've been looking at, and we don't have all the results from the state legislatures yet, but that's another place where Democrats were just not on the map. And they've taken some governorships. They've taken, as Tom Perez said, some state legislatures. They'll be in a position to have something to say about redistricting after the next census,
but Gene,
is not where they were.
You know what? It's not what's missing tonight. There's not a signature big statewide win. There's not Florida bragging rights go to the Republicans.
No, there isn't.
Missouri Senate, Iowa governor was one of the ones that I think they thought. Ohio governor. There's and what's interesting is the progressive nominees are struggling. Abrams, Gillum, they're coming up short. So did the more centrist, moderate nominees come up short. Right. The Democrats have an ex-urban rural problem, and it hasn't mattered whether they have a progressive appealing to them or a centrist. What do you make of this?
Well, you know, we're a divided country, and Donald Trump went out there and he energized and excited his base, and he got them to come out and vote. And there are enough of them that they, in the case of Florida and in the case of Texas, which, you know, in a normal sense, you would have certainly have expected Texas to go red. Beto O'Rourke came close, but he could not overcome those rural counties and those Trump supporters. And look, face it, Trump energized his base and got them to the polls. And he was, you know, look, the Republican enthusiasm was not going to be on the floor, for, you know, where it was 6 months ago. It wasn't going to stay there. It was going to rise. And was it Kavanaugh though, that put it that turned up the heat to a new level? You know, in some states, in some districts, that probably had an impact. In others, it probably didn't. It played both ways, I think. I think if Democrats really have to be disappointed about something, they can be disappointed about Florida. Because I thought in those two, you know, big-ticket races in Florida, I thought Gillum had a real shot. And I thought Gillum, if he won, would sort of pull Nelson across the finish line, and that didn't happen. They both fell just short. You can't be that disappointed if you're a Democrat about not winning a statewide election in Texas at this point. If you came that close, you should feel pretty good about that.
All right, Chuck is looking at the boards. What do you got?
Well, look, I mean, we're looking at where we are in this March. I mean, how many seats is it going to be? What's interesting here is that this went exactly how we did. These were the districts that had a higher percentage of college-educated voters in it than the national average. As you can see, this is a big chunk of the pickups. You know, there were 24 hard pickups so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 of the 24 coming from these districts here that were higher than the national average of college-educated whites. They didn't, and you can see what's coming next. We haven't even started the California races, and as you can see, we've got early returns are coming in. That's only 4% returns there. The 45th, Mimi Walters, that's only 1% in. Dana Rohrabacher, look at this one, only 1% in, a lot of vote, but that's a 50-50 race. We know a lot of people are following that. But look, as far as the House was concerned, guys, it went exactly how we thought it would go. They would win these suburban districts. They would win them, you know, and they've won exactly the ones that they thought they would be able to model and win. What's interesting is it hasn't translated into something either bigger, and it didn't translate into any major statewide wins. Look at the state of Iowa. 3 of the 4 districts are held by Democrats, but the governor's race went Republican. So there is still clearly this, whatever you want to call it, an ex-urban issue for Democrats, and it is the reason why they've come up short in some of these statewide races.
Yeah, and people thinking about the presidential really wanted to see those governorships in battleground states. Democrats were hoping to have a helping hand there. We'll be back in a moment. We'll be joined once again by Tom Brokaw. And here's a reminder that this is not Tom's first rodeo. Look at his coverage of the midterms back in 1994.
Good evening. If you're a political junkie, you'll want to remember this night. If you're a Democrat, you may want to crawl into a hole and pull it in after you. There is a sweep, a blowout on behalf of the Republican Party in this country from sea to shining sea.
And the victory tonight is more than a victory of a candidate for the United States Senate. I believe it's a call for greater dignity and respect. I believe it's an affirmation that regardless of one's gender or ethnicity or sexual orientation or race or place of birth, that we are all equal, not only in the eyes of God, but also in the respect and dignity we are due from government and from our fellow Americans.
Former presidential candidate Mitt Romney, now Senator Romney, the projected winner in Utah tonight, and commenting to his crowd, not exactly in the spotlight there.
I don't think anybody's ever done governor of one state and senator from another to pull that off. I believe that's an historic first.
Anyway,
I can't remember.
And a presidential candidate.
Yeah.
We bring in
Well,
Tom
I think what's
Brokaw.
going to be interesting about the presence of now Senator Romney is that he is a man with an enormously important background, both in business and politics. He also, what we just heard from him, is really reflects who he is. I mean, it's his faith and it's his idea about politics. We'll see how he fits in to the Donald Trump now cast of characters who are going to be in the Senate, and about whether he can have any impact at all, or whether or not he'll be welcome. I don't think he's going there just to keep the seat warm, frankly.
Do you think there's any
He'll
chance
have
he'd
something to say.
run for president again?
James Carville has the line. You know the line?
I know the
You
line.
know, you don't, you know, running for president is like having sex. You don't just do it once. So
Past midnight
it is past
in the
midnight
East,
somewhere.
so I knew that line was coming
You had
out.
but
I'm so grateful it's after midnight
I
that you
know.
said that. by the way.
Look, I actually
on the East.
But let's be realistic. Mitt Romney doesn't fit in the Donald Trump Republican Party.
No.
He just doesn't. Jeff Flake. I think that these small government conservatives really misread the Trump base. They're not small government people. They're culture warriors. This is different, and Mitt Romney was never a comfortable culture warrior. It'll be very interesting. He's an odd fit in Donald Trump's party.
And he's a fiscal conservative. He's a real old-fashioned Republican, so he doesn't fit at all. Another example is that Joe Biden called him to congratulate him on his victory tonight, which is an old-fashioned courtesy you don't see very much in the current Senate.
I think the other thing that I think you raised the important point, that he is a cultural warrior, and he's going to fit in an odd way into a Senate surrounded by Trump people who got there because of Donald Trump. I mean, they're 99% responsible for it. And then the question is, what does Donald Trump have in mind for the next couple of years? How often will we see him out there? I mean, he made that courtesy call tonight, but I don't think that's what he's going to be about. This has worked so well for him to get on his airplane and go from one rally after another rally after another rally, pick out something like a group of people trying to come to America who are still, 800 miles away, and activating the United States Army with concertina wire, because it played. It went to people's sense of fear. And
now he has Nancy Pelosi to run against as well in a Democratic House.
And it's also not one of the lessons of the night here, don't separate yourself. If you're a Republican, don't separate yourself from President Trump.
You know, it's interesting you say that, because some of the incumbents that went down tried, especially in these House districts, they tried to
go their own way.
But look, it is darned if you do, darned if you don't. And so I decided to try to actually be a little less colorful and less blue here after midnight, because you need Donald Trump to get that base ginned up. It does turn off some suburban voters, and you just sort of have to figure out, you got to pick your poison. These House candidates had no choice, because some of them, their whole district is suburban, right? So they had to find a way to distance, but I think you're right. I think the fact is, and these statewide candidates, don't run away from Trump for now, because that's a mistake.
We're still watching results. A lot of these races still not settled. We will be back with the very latest right after this.
We just talked about Mitt Romney winning the Senate seat in Utah. There is a House race that is still going on. The District 4, Mia Love, Republican woman incumbent, but she's in a battle right now. We'll see what happens there. It may well be a Democratic pickup in Utah.
And how about that Georgia governor's race? Still no result there. NBC's Rahema Ellis is covering that race. He reports tonight from Democrat Stacey Abrams' headquarters in Atlanta. Take it away.
There's still a party in this house. A few moments ago, a person with the Abrams campaign came out and on the stage behind me said to people it is not 100% of the vote counted yet, and they believe that the votes that are still left to be counted will fall in the Democratic column, and that means that there's still hope for Stacey Abrams. This crowd erupted with a cheer when they heard that noise. They are still standing shoulder to shoulder in this room, very much hopeful, very much optimistic that they might be able to pull this thing out and bring it to a runoff. So they're standing tall. They were told, don't leave, don't go away, continue to stay in the room and be hopeful for Stacey Abrams. Lester?
Yeah, we're looking at how close those numbers are. Rahema Ellis, thanks very much. Why is the count taking so long?
So look, we're estimating. We think there's still a statistical chance he can drop below 50, which is why we haven't called it. It's very tight. We don't know how many provisionals there are. Until we know that, then we'll feel better about this, about which way to go.
Lester, in a larger sense, this election has been very important because of the people that it has brought into the process.
It absolutely has been a high turnout election. We're going to take a moment right here. We want to pause. We want to let other stations join us right here at NBC. And if you're just joining us, this is NBC News election coverage decision 2018. It has already been a consequential night. Democrats retaking control of the House. The Senate remains in Republican hands, and the Republicans have some pickups to talk about. And Chuck, you're looking at some House districts that are so close you can almost count the difference in a couple of hands.
First of all, let me just show you my category here. These are the early poll closing races, okay? And there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them that we haven't counted. And I'm starting here with Georgia 6, which we joked earlier. This is when the midterm started with the Georgia 6 special. There's 100% in. There's been 100% in, but the vote keeps counting. Look at this difference here. As you can see, it's 169 votes. That's the difference. Guess what? We're not calling Georgia 6 tonight. Probably not calling it tomorrow. That's going to recount land. North Carolina, polls closed at 7:30. As you can see, 96% in. Literally less than 2,000 vote difference there between the Republican and the Democrat. This would be Mark Sanford's seat. Mark Sanford lost a primary to this Republican, Katie Arrington. Very late, this is part of Charleston, the Democrat took the lead here. As you can see, it's less than 4,000 votes. We still got more vote to count there. Maine 2. Maine is just taking forever to count their votes. Where are you, Jessica Sapp? Where's Angela Lansbury? We get Murder, She Wrote. Get Angela Lansbury in there. Go figure out what's taking so long. Who's committing the crime of not counting votes in Maine? Michigan 6, Fred Upton. This was one of those. Half of it's in. We still got a lot more to go. As you can see, a very close race there. Michigan 8, Dave Wasserman, our Cook Report House guru who's helping us call House races, he told me this was the single most interesting race to him that he was following the state shift from Lansing to Detroit. Anyway, as you can see here, let me do my quick math, about 2,500 there. New Jersey 3 is another uncalled race. As you could see, 2,400 votes there. So we've got a whole bunch of those. I haven't even gotten to California. You can see how with a sliver of vote here and a sliver of vote there, how Democrats could end up with a 32-seat pickup or a 42-seat pickup, and it might be a difference of like 5,000 votes.
But we may not get a final number tonight.
We won't get a final number on the House till next week sometime, if you want to know the truth, because of how long some of the mail-in ballots in California and Washington State, where there are 3 races we're watching there as well.
And Chuck, with the Angela Lansbury reference.
You like that one? That was old school.
Murder, She Vote.
Yeah, Murder,
right?
She Vote.
Yeah, I got
Nice.
it. Okay. Casey Hunt is back. We're starting to get loose here. See that? Yes, exactly.
I'm happy to be here.
I started about 8:30.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So you are going to have an interesting beat. Capitol Hill in a way, it's changing so much with just one House of Congress because of the power of investigation. And, you know, in terms of legislation, it may just all grind to a halt. But in terms of what Democrats can do once they are chairing committees, it's going to be a whole new day.
They have been in the wilderness in the age of President Trump, and they have had very little recourse to fight back. And that has changed entirely with the news tonight. And the more seats they win, as Chuck was pointing out, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
The more seats they win, of course, they'll be emboldened. We just pause that thought.
We've got to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
30 seconds.
Let's take a quick look at where we are tonight. Democrats have succeeded in winning back control of the House. By how big a margin remains to be seen, but still a major victory for the Democrats. They were unable to pry loose the Senate, however. Republicans retained control there. That includes a win by Ted Cruz in Texas against Democrat Beto O'Rourke. Let's look at the boards right now and see some of the latest numbers. We're looking at that Arizona Senate race. Still too close to call there. This is for the seat that Jeff Flake held, retiring from the Senate. Montana Senate, still too early to call there. You see that John Tester, the incumbent Democrat, leads 46% of the vote in. Too early to call. The Nevada Senate, also too early to call. Dean Heller, the incumbent, facing off against the Democrat Jackie Rosen. The Wisconsin governor's race, we've been watching this one for quite some time now. Tony Evers still leads Governor Scott Walker. Too close to call. The difference just a little under 12,000 there. Let's look at the New Hampshire governor's race. Chris Sununu is a projected winner there against the Democrat Molly Kelly. The House estimate right now, as we look at the numbers come in, is that puts the Democrats at 230, the Republicans at 205. But again, the Democrats will control the House of Representatives. Here's the Illinois District 4. The Democrat, this is a Democratic gain. Lauren Underwood defeats Randy Holtgren in Illinois District 4. That was one of those, yeah. That,
exactly.
You mentioned that we were watching carefully tonight to see which way things were going. Georgia 7, Carolyn Bordeaux picks up a Democratic seat against Rob Woodall. In the Iowa District 3, Cindy Axney. It's a plus, another pickup for Democrats tonight.
Another suburban seat, the Des Moines area.
All right, let's go to Hallie Jackson at the White House, where we're hearing some more, apparently, from the president.
We are via his press secretary, Lester, in which the president, we know, has been working the phone. So far, White House officials have been cagey about who he's been talking to, but now we have a clearer picture. We are told the president has spoken not just with Nancy Pelosi, who we mentioned the last time we talked, but also basically the rest of the leadership currently in the Senate and the House. Mitch McConnell to, in the words of Sanders, congratulate him on a big Senate win. Paul Ryan, Chuck Schumer. The president has also made calls to congratulate a slew of candidates. Brian Kemp, for example, Ron DeSantis, others who have done well, who the president liked, Mike Braun. So he is working the phones, calling these folks to congratulate him. We're told he's been receiving a bunch of calls as well. He and the vice president are expected to continue to do this tonight and tomorrow morning, as the president is feeling pretty good about where he's sitting right now. Again, of course, the Dems have flipped the House. That was much of the expectation heading into the night. But the losses aren't as heavy as they could have been, and as some inside the White House had maybe been bracing for. This is about what their expectations were. No huge surprises, although I'm told that they're not thrilled about some of what they're seeing in Texas, for example, one of those districts that went blue. But overall, this is about in line with expectations. The president's feeling pretty good tonight.
Hallie Jackson, thanks very much. Chuck Todd has taken a bit of a field trip across the room.
How you doing? Of course I have. I'm in here in our boiler room. Dante Cini is the guy who's Mr. Demographics, Mr. Geographics. He's demography and geography are destiny. Yep. You're looking at this. You were the ones that gave us these groupings that we have here, the college-educated districts, all of that. Explain the night from your perspective.
It's what we thought we'd see. We thought eventually we'd see these suburban educated districts shift Democratic. They have. I will say, I was looking earlier today, 2010, when Republicans had that huge wave, the majority of their pickups, not the majority, but the plurality of their pickups were from places with below average for college education. Democrats going to pick up tonight. Places it looks like going to be above average for college education. So what we're really seeing, we're seeing something tonight, but it's really the larger story of a remaking of electorate, the realignment. We're seeing something big happening.
This is a resorting of the sort of congressional districts catching up where America had already resorted?
Yeah, basically. And so it's been moving this way for a while, and now with every election, this thing is getting bigger and bigger and wider and wider. And it's fascinating to watch, and it doesn't look like it's... I mean, eventually it'll stop, but we're not there yet. We're still more sorting to do.
What we're going to find out is voters are from Mars and the other voters are from Venus. That's the problem, right? We have different planets that we're on. Peter Hart, you've done a few elections, maybe a few before I started doing this. Put this in perspective.
Okay, let's start. Instead of just talking about red and blue, how about red, white, and blue? And what we're talking about is the turnout. And that tells you a lot about democracy. It was a good day for democracy. Second thing that you've got to say about this election is we're totally polarized as a country. That's what we've been measuring on our surveys all year long. But for Democrats, they won the big prize. They won back the House of Representatives. Also, they made their first stab back to the Rust Belt. So they picked up in Pennsylvania, they did well in Illinois, they did well in Michigan, and possibly Wisconsin. So the expectations were high, but the Democrats did pretty well.
All right, Peter Hart, Dante Cini, also Fred Yang, Bill McInturf, our data and polling team, Lester. They make us smart.
Yeah, the story of this election, Chuck, still being written. Let's take a quick look at where we are tonight. Democrats, as we mentioned, have succeeded in winning back control of the House. By how big a margin remains to be seen, but still a big victory for Democrats. They were unable, however, to pry loose the Senate. Republicans retained control there. That includes a win by Ted Cruz in Texas against a well-financed Democrat, Beto O'Rourke, and a loss in Missouri by incumbent Democrat Claire McCaskill. Two big governor's races that caught national attention. In Florida, Republican Ron DeSantis prevailed over Democrat Andrew Gillum. But the Georgia governor's race, Brian Kemp versus Stacey Abrams, is still too close to call. And for those of you in the Eastern and Central time zones, we're going to wrap things up now, though we will continue here and come back with major developments. Stay tuned because a special live edition of Late Night with Seth Meyers begins right now. And we welcome the rest of you back as we continue our coverage of the 2018 midterm elections. I want to take the pulse of what's happening in California. NBC's Jacob Subaroff reporting from Orange County tonight. Jacob.
Lester, I have to tell you, for those of you who are geeky election nerds like me, watch this. These are ballots actually being delivered right now in real time to the Orange County Registrar's office. They're being brought here from 1,000 locations throughout Orange County here in Southern California. If we take a step inside here, what's known as the cage, this is a secure area where these ballots are ultimately counted. And when it comes to, here's Neil Kelly, who is actually the Registrar of Orange County. Neil, critical job that you have tonight. You've got 4 different toss-up congressional districts. You are counting these ballots. How many seats the Democrats ultimately gain in the House will be decided in this room tonight. How does that feel?
Well, it feels great. I think we planned for this for the entire year, so we're ready for it. And you can see with the activity behind us, we're ready for everything that's hitting us.
It's really unbelievable, Lester. Neil, thank you very much. What's happening here is they'll come out of these boxes. They'll actually be put into a pneumatic tube, if I can show you real quick. They go into this pneumatic tube over here, little containers like this, Lester. The chips from the voting machines will go into this this little box right here, get shot up into here, and all be counted manually. It's an extraordinary process. And again, 4 different toss-up districts will be decided in this facility, and it'll all be done by hand over the course of the next couple hours. As Chuck was saying a little bit earlier, ultimately, there's a 30-day count period here in California, so it may not happen tonight. It may not happen tomorrow night. It might take quite some time. Lester?
All right, Jacob Subaroff, that's fascinating. Thank you for that report. I want to bring in Republican strategist and NBC News political analyst Mike Murphy. Mike, good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Based on the headlines as they've been written so far, who has had a better night, Republicans or Democrats?
I think Democrats have, simply because the biggest power shift is taking the House from one party to another in an election that was a referendum on the president. But you kind of got to look at it at two levels. On kind of the spin, bragging rights, morale level, the Democrats underperformed. They did not get a big marquee win. But if you x-ray it and look at the real politique of it, losing control of the House, not only the subpoenas that may fly, but losing control of the House side of the appropriations and budgeting process is a really, really big thing in the power of D.C. The other thing is the Midwest is not looking so good for Republicans, particularly Michigan and Pennsylvania, and those were two of the three states that, in an upset manner, put Donald Trump in the White House. So I think the president's going to wake up tomorrow in a significantly weaker political position than he was, but he'll have the spin and bragging rights to make it look a little better than it is and cause, I think, a bit of a morale problem among the Democrats where there's going to be a lot of grousing.
Well, Republicans, of course, now can retain control of the Senate with apparently a bit of a pickup. Right. What does that spell going not only to 2020 but 2022?
Well, that's a great question. I think we're going to see more polarization. On the Senate side, it was a home game for the Republicans, but they did really well, and Leader McConnell deserves a lot of credit. They kind of straightened up the accounting. You know, Democrats in red states where they had to, you know, really be good to survive, well, a lot of them didn't. On the other hand, the suburban problem is the kind of thing that can pop up in some of the Senate races where we've got a big map to defend, we Republicans, in 2020. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a little murky. And I think inside the party, the president's grip will remain strong, stronger than it would have been had we lost a lot of big marquee statewide races. But the math, you know, that when the statewide Senate races, sometimes you got your year with your opportunities where you're playing on the home court. Other times you have away games, and 20 is more of an away game than this year was.
Jeff Flake suggested or hinted that maybe he might be interested in challenging the president in a primary. Do you think there will be primary challenges against the president? Did anything that happened today make him look vulnerable?
Yeah, I do think he's weaker, but not as weak as he would have been with a complete disaster. I think there probably will be a primary, but as everybody from Ted Kennedy to, you know, Ronald Reagan in '76 learned, it is very, very hard to primary the sitting president of your own party. That said, presidents who have a big, tough primary and prevail often don't do so well in the next general election. So again, I think if you really x-ray the results, the president did not have a particularly good night, but in the spin battles, he's got something to work with.
Hey, Mike, Phil Bredesen and Beto O'Rourke, they both lose.
Yeah.
One lost by 3 points running in red Texas, although I think we're now learning that Texas may be not as red. Phil Bredesen lost by a bigger margin in Tennessee. Phil Bredesen ran as that centrist sort of a, you know, don't call me a Democrat. Beto O'Rourke ran as a very proud Democrat. What's the lesson you think Democrats are going to take away from what they've watched, how they saw a Bredesen come up short and how they saw a Beto O'Rourke come up short?
Well, that's a great question. I think when in doubt, your message positioning, your ideology counts a lot, but nothing's bigger than the tribalness of the state. It's really hard for a Democrat to win statewide in a red state and vice versa. I've tried with some statewide Republicans here in blue California. It's in the swing states where I think there's going to be an argument in the Democratic Party. And a lot of people, I think some people will make the argument that one of the problems that Gilliam had in Florida was ideology. A far-right Trump candidate who would have normal trouble in a general election can still do pretty well against a left Bernie candidate. But, you know, there's a church in the Democratic Party
but Mike, let me stop you there.
In
the same state, but Mike, I don't mean to contradict you. In the same state, centrist Bill Nelson and less conservative Rick Scott also ended up in less than a 1-point race. So you just chalk that up to Florida?
Yeah, no. You can make that argument, but I think the governor's race is normally the marquee race. And this was an interesting one because they both came from ideological wings of the party. I think if Gwen Graham had won that primary, she would have done better.
But, you know, if Napoleon had nuclear subs, we'd all be speaking French. We just can't know. But generally, winning swing states with base politics, you're going to see a lot of suburban swing congressional districts go south on the Republicans today because of Donald Trump. So I guess we get to relitigate it in the next election.
All right, Mike Murphy, thanks very much. Good to have you on tonight.
Thank you.
And the rest of the group, yes.
You know, we've been talking about the change in the House with the investigative clout, the subpoenas. This is the biggest headline out of it. But there's also a policy issue here. And I'm wondering, you know, are the Democrats going to try to make moves against the immigration policies, the very unpopular in the Democratic constituency policies? You know, and how effective?
What can they do, though?
But what can they do? Is it using the appropriations mechanism? Because there's going to be gridlock on the budget. There's no such thing as a budget summit or a budget deal. The House and Senate will never work together or anything like that.
It's very difficult to see that in this kind of a climate. I mean, obviously, there was a little bit of that under the Obama presidency when you had some split control and you saw Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden cutting deals. But I do think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on Nancy Pelosi from the left because, you know, starting tomorrow, there are 6 Democrats in the Senate running for president, right? And they are going to be driving a lot of the messaging for Democrats, and they're going to be saying, don't you dare make any deal, do not pay for the president's border wall.
And so will her House caucus.
But yes, the left of her House caucus, but don't forget, where are they winning tonight? They are winning through the heartland of America. They are winning in suburbs. They are winning with moderates, oftentimes moderate messages. And those people are going to be pushing, and you can hear Pelosi talking like this, too, in her initial interviews. They're going to want to try to do an infrastructure deal with President Trump. They're going to want to not be seen as stopping everything. And that force and that division, I think, is going to collide and really drive the story.
All right, we're going to take a short break, continue our coverage of the 2018 election here on NBC after this.
We are back. All right, Casey, we've got we had 2 sitting members of Congress who were under indictment seeking re-election. And the question was,
Remarkable.
How does that work? Can you win re-election? Well, Duncan Hunter has won re-election. We have called that race. He was indicted. It was a little bit closer than folks thought. 7,000 votes he won by, but he won 54-46. So there's
convincing.
one. And let's go the other side of the country in Western New York. Chris Collins, the Republican up there, the first member of Congress to endorse Donald Trump. He survived much narrower race there. Yeah, about 3,000 votes, but all of them are in. Chris Collins, boy, it pays to be indicted in very red districts.
Apparently it does. I mean, Chuck, you know what this tells me is that this world of alternative facts, as I think was debuted on your fine broadcast, Meet the Press, has really sunk in with Republicans, that the traditional rules of what makes a scandal and what you're not allowed to do in public life are completely out the window, and that it doesn't just apply to Donald Trump.
Who would ever resign now? Bob Menendez won re-election tonight. He was almost indicted. You know, he got his trial was sort of, he could be re-indicted, but he may not. But it really is, what member of Congress under indictment would ever quit in their right mind now? Right? Anthony Weiner never would have quit, realizing that you can get away with this stuff.
Yeah, although I will say that the salacious nature of the allegations against Anthony Weiner were potentially different. You know, who knows? I don't know. Maybe I would like to think there's a shred of decency still left out there.
All right, I want to go through some uncalled races, and this is right now our it was 22 votes a few minutes ago, but we got more. Minnesota won. This is one of the potential pickups for the Republicans. Actually, Democratic held seat. At one point, there were 22 votes missing here. Now, difference here, but it's almost a 100-vote difference, as you can see. But I'm going to plow through these. Let's go back to our friends at Georgia 6, still looking there, 100% in. Obviously, provisionals there. North Carolina 9, still waiting here, as you can see, 2,000 votes. Still there. New Jersey 3. Tom MacArthur.
Here's how close these races are, all of them. You know, a breeze just one way or the other, you know, would have affected any of this. But I mean, that Tom MacArthur district that you're looking at now in New Jersey, one that you know, he was somebody who's taken a lot of heat over taxes in particular.
And very quickly, this is your home state, Michigan 8. This is a very close one. Alyssa Slotkin, she's up about 2,500 votes.
And the story there, women candidates, women voters.
It's
very real. That is still, you know, we've said it ad nauseum, but it is still true, and it's still the most important narrative.
The new Democratic majority, the new members, a majority of them look like they're going to be women. All right, we are going to take another quick break here. We will be back. Lots of uncalled races in the big state of California. We've got the Alaska House race, which we know is a coin flip race as well. Someday we're going to start seeing votes in Nevada Senate, and there's still going to we keep counting votes in Wisconsin governor.
back as we continue our coverage of the 2018 election, checking into the Arizona Senate race. Still too close to call there. Difference of a little over 11,000, 60% of the vote in.
But by the way, our folks estimate that we won't get to 90% of the vote counted until Friday, Lester, okay? Friday. So we got days.
And Chuck will be here every minute.
Every second of it. I'm here. He gets to go home. I don't. That's how it works.
Let's take a look at the Montana Senate race. Too early to call here. John Tester, the incumbent Democrat, leads, however. In the Nevada Senate race, we've got that one as too early to call. Dean Heller, the Republican incumbent.
Quick update on this one. There's a reason we have no vote in. Because there's a rule in Nevada. They will not release any vote until everybody is out of the line who've been voting, and people have been waiting in line in Washoe County still, and they haven't. And until that's done...
That doesn't mean it's not being counted.
No, it's just waiting. They won't release the vote publicly until everybody has
And Heller was considered the most vulnerable Republican senator.
And look at this race. We've been watching this one all night long. Wisconsin governor still too close to call. Governor Scott Walker, the Republican, the incumbent, continues to trail Tony Evers.
Little nugget for you on this one. There might be 50,000 uncounted votes in Milwaukee. That's what we're trying to figure out here. If they do exist, Evers is going to win and it's over. If there isn't an extra 50,000 votes, because that's the estimates out there, then we are going to be. This is. I mean, look at this.
And what is
look at this. Right, but that's the. If those extra votes aren't there, then it's going to be literally a vote-by-vote, knockdown, drag-out count.
We will be back in just a moment. This is The Vote, America's Future on NBC.
And what's the deal on the missing 50,000?
Welcome back, and you're talking about the missing 50,000. You know, at moments like this, it dawns on us how disparate our election system is, and how votes are counted, and how they're collected.
State by state.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's
Chuck loves it.
I do, and it's like those guys. And it's like so Nelson didn't concede. He just basically said, "I'll see you in the morning."
Okay, that's you're talking about the Florida Senate.
No. I mean, it's sort of I know exactly. It's not a full concession. I mean, they're just waiting to see if it drops below.
Okay, that's the Florida Senate.
That's the Florida Senate.
And what's the story out of Milwaukee, Chuck?
We don't. I mean, we have 100% in. But our boiler room folks, they're down in the ground, they say there's at least 50,000 uncounted votes.
And that's from the Democratic
Milwaukee.
side?
No,
or?
it's Milwaukee. I mean, it's going to favor Evers. Whether it's by 10 points, 50, I don't know.
We mentioned them. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you know, the broader story here. I mean, Scott Walker's run 4 governors' race. This is his 4th race, functionally, with a recall. Look at the governor's race in Michigan, another key state. What was the path for President Trump in 2016? What would be the path for somebody to beat him in 2020? It runs right through the heart of the Midwest and this Rust Belt. And, you know, these are signs that are not great for him.
We want to go back to that Arizona Senate race. Still too close to call. Our Vaughn Hilliard is at Republican Martha McSally headquarters in Scottsdale. What is the mood there right now?
Yeah, McSally folks just told me here that they're planning to announce here at their headquarters that folks should go home because this race is too close to call. We expect that announcement at any moment. You look at this is less than 1 percentage point. And if you look at Maricopa County, we've been talking about Maricopa County, which makes up more than half of the total electorate here in Arizona. Right now, Kyrsten Sinema has more than a percentage point edge. But when you talk to McSally folks, they tell me they're very optimistic because of the rural counties. They hope that they are actually able to increase the margins that Donald Trump performed in those counties and essentially make up the deficit that they will account for in Pima County and Maricopa County. I know that there's a differing opinion over at the Democratic headquarters, though.
All right, Vaughn, thanks very much as we continue to watch that race. That's a look at the breakdown. 60% of the vote in that race.
Look, it's going to be. This one is going to be. This one's going to be hand counted. First, you have the mail-in ballots, and Vaughn's been telling us this. I mean, part of this just is the way Arizona conducts its elections. In that everybody is essentially almost everybody either mails in their vote or they drop a ballot off, and anybody that dropped a ballot off today, that's going to take a while to count. You know, and it's as close as it is. To me, you know, as you hear in Arizona elections, as Maricopa County goes, Usually so goes the state. But when you're looking at that slim of a margin in Maricopa, which is obviously a big chunk of the state, you never want to say, oh, I predict recount. But it's going to be something in the range of we're going to be using the R word quite a bit over the next week.
One of the interesting things about Arizona to me is that it's such an example. It's a swing state, but it's an example of our polarized politics.
All right, we will take a break and continue our coverage of this election after this. Welcome back. 1 a.m. in the East, 10 p.m. in the West as we continue our coverage of the 2018 midterm elections. A lot of headlines written here, including the House going to the Democrats, and the Senate will be retained controlled by the Republicans. Let's take a look at the Alaska governor race right now. Too early to call in that race. To Connecticut, the governor's race there is too close to call. 28,000 vote difference there. In Wisconsin, that remains too close to call. Scott Walker, the Republican incumbent, trailing Tony Evers in that race. The Georgia governor's race remains too early to call, though 99% of that vote is in. And the Georgia 7, looking at one of the House races, the Georgia, well, we'll get an update on that in a moment. But again, looking at the Georgia governor race, Stacey Abrams, who had a lot of high-powered help in her state. Yeah, that is still about how many provisionals, how many extra votes there. It's all about whether Kemp, there's enough there. We still think there's statistically, it is narrowed. It is statistically possible that he drops below the 50% mark, is sitting at 49.9. But I'll tell you, some of the late vote clearly is helping Kemp, because we had a race that we thought the Democrats had won in Georgia 7, and it turns out, with 100% reporting, and turns out the last bit of vote came in there, and the incumbent looks like they've hung on. But that's how close, how few ballots there are left. As you can see, less than a 4,000 vote difference there, but 100% in. Again, we're not calling it, just like with Georgia 6, same issue. That one has about less than 2,000 vote difference, same issue there. We're just waiting to see how many provisional ballots are there. We know that Georgia got flooded. Michael Beschloss is good enough to join us tonight, presidential historian. Michael, good to have you here.
Nice to see you, Lester.
I've asked this question to a few people. I mean, we're going to look at a map now that's going to show blue that in places it used to be red, and vice versa in some cases. Did America change at all through this election, or did it just kind of reinforce our differences?
May have reinforced our differences, but I think we're living in a different country in another sense, because in history, as you know, we've had a lot of midterm elections over 200 years where one or both houses of Congress change hands. But this is different from, I think, anything we've ever seen before, because this is happening with a president who's under a serious investigation, where there have been charges of corruption, abuse of power, in which there have been leaders of both houses of Congress who, within the stretch of history, have been amazingly compliant and unwilling to really challenge the incumbent president. So Donald Trump is going to be having an experience, I think, that he could not have imagined. And the other thing is, think of all the things that might have happened had this one house not changed. You might have seen the Mueller report be concealed under executive privilege. You might have seen further things not investigated. James Madison was a partisan, but I think looking at this, he always would like to see when there was more challenge to a president rather than less. You know, we always think of these midterm elections as being a referendum on whoever's in the White House, but to the extent that this president owned it and said, yes, this is all about me. Right. Has it played out that way? When we look at these results we've seen so far, is it all about Donald Trump? I think you can go from race to race and find different reasons, but overwhelmingly, as you know, these midterm elections have been used as a way of sort of chastising an incumbent president. For instance, I was just going to say Lyndon Johnson in '66 lost 47 seats. A lot of those were to Republicans who were saying, you've gone too far on things like civil rights and Medicare.
And 2 years later, he did not run for re-election.
Absolutely, it had to do with that.
You know, is this president going to think that now he should negotiate with Nancy Pelosi or just keep demonizing her as he did on the campaign trail and go his own way?
If he tries to do the latter, I think he's crazy. And
you got to interrupt here real carefully, quickly. We've got a call in the South Dakota's governor's race. Kristi Noem is the Republican projected winner over Billy Sutton.
A couple of many disappointments there for Democrats. They thought they could. Iowa and South Dakota were two of sort of Midwestern governorships that they thought they would knock off. Kristi Noem very late. Lindsey Graham, Cory Gardner, some big-name Republicans came in on the last day to help her out there. Billy Sutton, I believe, a professional rodeo or a rider at some point, or a professional bull rider at some point. Came close. I know Tom will have a lot to say about Billy Sutton at some point. But Kristi Noem, woman governor in South Dakota.
You hear the term win some, lose some. That kind of defines this election.
It is. And, Michael, I'm curious about something here because there is a historical first, or at least a historical first in quite a while. We are now 4 straight midterm elections. In 06, where at least one chamber has flipped. 4 straight. 06, 10, 14, 18. Mark Murray, my partner in crime, looked this up this morning. Not since basically the 30s and 40s, have we had this kind of volatility. We were in the middle of a realignment then. We're in the middle of a realignment now, aren't we?
Right. We're at a time when the public is unhappy and unsettled and dissatisfied. And that is why anyone who thinks that they can predict anything about 2020, which is only 2 years from now, is out of their minds because so much could happen between now and then.
Michael, it's not 2 years. It's 727 days.
Right.
I just want you to know we've already shifted our board and went after midnight. It is. I hope we're taking that full for everybody. 727 days. Don't say 2 years. Right. You got to days, and we'll have the hours starting tomorrow. Right.
Yeah. Let's go to the White House right now and
speaking of the White House,
talk to Kristen Welker. Kristen.
Well, Lester, I can tell you that President Trump trying to cast tonight as a victory, tweeting that it's a tremendous success, as he undoubtedly has his eye on the 2020 re-election campaign. We know that he reached out to a number of officials tonight, including Leader Mitch McConnell, Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi, and then, of course, he also reached out to a number of those candidates that he was out on the campaign trail stumping for, as everyone from DeSantis to Rick Scott, Mike DeWine. So President Trump, this White House, really trying to cast this as a win for the president. And look, they talk about the fact that the Republicans did pick up some seats in the Senate, and the fact that, yes, Democrats won the House, but that's what they say they were expecting. This is what we've been reporting for quite some time. They point to the fact that, look, the president was out on the campaign trail, and some of those candidates that he was stumping for in places like Indiana, Texas, Tennessee came out on top. So they are making the case that this is a reaffirmation of Trumpism in some significant areas. But then when you think about 2020 and everything that happens in between, undeniably, this is a split decision. And the question becomes, what happens next? Not just when you think about the re-election campaign, but when you think about governing, because there is going to be more oversight of this president. Democrats already saying that they are going to demand to see the president's tax returns, for example. We spoke to top advisor Kellyanne Conway about that earlier tonight, asked if that's something that the president would comply with. She said, look, we'll have to talk to our lawyers before we agree to anything like that. We asked her about what areas of bipartisanship agreement might be. She talked about infrastructure and potentially immigration, but clearly 2020 looming very large over all of this, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker, that tees up a conversation. Michael, I'll hit it to you. It has felt like this president has been campaigning for 2020 almost from the beginning. Sure. Even the way he's been campaigning on behalf of Republican candidates. How's he doing on that level?
Well, you would think that if he was doing extremely well, he would have gotten both houses of Congress tonight, which he did not. And the other thing is, you know, something has been normalized. Usually a president has rallies during the month or two before a midterm election, or maybe during a presidential campaign if he's running for re-election. This idea of rallies all the way through a presidency, that politicizes this in a way that we haven't seen before.
Chuck,
what do you make of this transformation of the Republican Party? I mean, it is his party. It's very different. I mean, you look. you can't help but look at those Senate races and not, quote, credit him. And at the same time, he is the main reason why suburban America is revolting against him. So he's remaking the party in another image.
I never imagined that this would happen. I really would have thought that you would have had the Republican Speaker of the House and the Republican leaders of the Senate supporting him on occasion, chastising him on occasion, but keeping a little bit of their distance. There's always a tendency in politics when a president is elected, everyone else who's running for office figures if the way he's operating or she's operating one day is successful, they want to know what the secret of their success is, and they begin to imitate them. But I can't think of a case in the last 100 years when you've seen so many leaders of the Republican Party not only imitate the president, but even almost change their own political personae in a way that we haven't seen before.
The exit polls show in Missouri that Josh Hawley did very, very well with voters who cared about the president's immigration stance. That is transformational in that it's not just that the Trump Republican Party disavows, budget sobriety and a lot of other things, free trade, but this immigration stance is so antithetical to where the John McCain and previously the Lindsey Graham and Ronald Reagan Republican
But it was
parties
an immigration framed as a security issue, as a
falsely framed that way. But the fact that he has been permitted to misstate the threats at the border, to the discredit in terms of where military and national security experts put it, that no one with any kind of national security expertise sees these migrant marchers.
But he didn't do it for policy.
Right.
Right, Michael? No.
But
he didn't do it for policy. This is all part of, this is a culture war.
This is the show.
This is the cult, but this is, immigration is not a policy debate. Immigration is it is a code word for what do you want America to be? And that's what I think where Democrats look at it as, no, let's have a policy debate. He's going, no. Immigration is a code word. It's a dog whistle. It's whatever you want to call it, but it is sending a message that going, no. This is about keeping America the again.
But it is validated.
The again and make America great again. It's the again.
But you heard the report from the White House. It is validated by this election.
Well, let's go to a state right now that the immigration issue is very at the forefront of mind. Gotti Schwartz is covering the Senate race there in Arizona. Still too close to call. He's at Democrat Kyrsten Sinema's headquarters in Phoenix. What have you got there?
Yeah, Lester, we just got some news from Martha McSally's campaign, and it sounds like they are calling it a night there. This race is just too close to call. We've reached out to Sinema's camp here, and they have not gotten back to us whether or not they're going to close up shop. But I can tell you that about half the room has left. Again, this race very close to call. Meanwhile, we are here just looking at these numbers. We're waiting for a pretty big batch that we know is there to drop. When it comes to Arizona, this is a state that traditionally early votes. So we know that about 70% of early voting has already come in. We also know the political makeup of a lot of those early votes. We know that about 41% are Republicans. We know about 34% of them are Democrats, and that leaves 24% of them as independents. So when it comes to this race, it's really going to be the independents that can swing this, and whether or not their choice is going to be for a very independent-leaning Democrat, Kyrsten Sinema, or whether it's going to be for a woman who has put herself right behind Trump, Martha McSally, a former fighter pilot that has fallen right in line behind the president. That is the choice that is here in Arizona. But when it comes to Arizona, this is also going to be a very historic race. We're going to see the first female senator from here in Arizona. So either way you cut it, we're going to see history made. Guys?
All right, Gotti Schwartz, that's one I don't think we're going to be hearing results about tonight. We're going to take a short break. We'll continue with our coverage of the 2018 midterms on NBC News after this. Welcome back, Democracy Plaza, and the Florida Senate race, one we've been watching all evening. Still too close to call, although Governor Rick Scott has been leading Bill Nelson for virtually all of the evening, but too close to call. And this could, Chuck, reach a point where it will trigger an automatic recount. I think if it gets below, is it 5 or 6%?
It's 0.5. If it gets below 0.5, it's sitting at 0.6. That's just why we're not going to call it. Look, you'd rather be Rick Scott in this situation, there's no doubt, but because it's sitting at 0.6, and frankly, we all have so much Florida scar tissue.
Tell me they do not use butterfly ballots in Palm Beach County.
I don't think so, but how about old Rick Scott? He doesn't win elections. He's landslide Rick. Less than 1% victory in 2010, less than a 1% victory in 2014 for governor twice. And now, if this, let's say this holds and it doesn't end up in a recount, it could end up with less than a 1% victory for the United States Senate. So good old, I think, landslide Rick. I think nobody's got three straight like that.
Recount, I don't know where we are in 2018. Do recounts happen rather quickly there?
In Florida, do they do recounts quickly in Florida? What is your memory of that, Lester?
I said 2018.
I know, like the PTSD is kicking in.
Oh, I was there in 2000.
I still remember you there, as a matter of fact.
In fact, they think you're still going to be there.
I think what happens if it goes to the new Supreme Court, too?
Yeah, look, I think it doesn't.
The same thing that happened with the
I think
old
if
Supreme
you're hoping
Court.
for a recount in Florida Senate, I wouldn't be hanging on tonight for that. I think that's going to be a tough thing. But look, let's look at some uncalled races here. You know, there's been one Democratic-held governorship that was vulnerable all year long, and Republicans right now still leading Connecticut. We still got a lot more to go. The vote is kind of spread out. It's a 35,000 vote difference there, but the Republican is ahead. Stefanowski, Ned Lamont, if you remember him, he's the guy that knocked off Joe Lieberman back in the day in a Democratic primary, only to lose to Joe Lieberman in a general election there. So that's an uncalled race. We think we're going to wait till 100% comes in there before we feel comfortable there. Wisconsin, I told you, the good news for Evers here is that, as you can see, we're up to 96% reporting, and essentially his 1,500 to 2,000 vote margin hasn't budged. So if there really is 50,000 uncounted votes in Milwaukee, it's hard to see where Scott Walker finds the votes there, but well, I'm sorry, we're talking such a slim margin. We're not going to go totally bonkers on that one. And then there's Georgia governor. And the whole question is there enough votes to drop Brian Kemp below 50%? We statistically believe there is. The Abrams campaign as quietly thinks that there might be. I wouldn't be surprised if she at least decides to sleep on this tonight before doing any conceding, because you never know. That 1%, sometimes 1% represents 50,000 votes, and sometimes 1% represents 5,000 votes. So you can't be 100% sure there. Let me go to a few quick House races, uncalled House races here. We're sitting in California. This is one that I think we're going to get close to calling. This is the Darrell Issa seat that he vacated, California 49. This was one Democrats were counting before the votes began, and you can see why. That looks good for them. California 48. That's one if you're a Russia phobe and you love it. That's Dana Rohrabacher. We still got a lot of vote to go there, but this has been 50-50 all night as I've been watching here. Mimi Walters, we still got half the vote there. That's as close as we thought it would be. California 39, a little less. Young Kim there is a potential star if she wins as far as the Republican Party's concerned on that front. And Jeff Denham has been one I've been watching very closely here on immigration. And this one has just been, you can see here, less than 1,000 votes separate him, 86%. And this is one of the few that were not in Southern California that were competitive in California.
Still a lot to watch here tonight, Chuck. We will take a break and continue our coverage on NBC News after this.
Tonight is a victory for the people of Texas. Tonight is a victory for all the men and women in this room and all the men and women across this state that poured your hearts, your passion, your time, your energy to rising to defend Texas.
That was Ted Cruz a bit ago, celebrating victory over Beto O'Rourke, a hard-fought and expensive campaign there in Texas. I spent a little time with Beto O'Rourke on the campaign trail when we were doing the broadcast in Texas, and I asked him, I said, if you lose by a little bit, is that somewhat of a victory? Because that's a lot of Democratic votes in Texas. That's a scenario that of course, happened. Was this a one-off, or have we seen a fundamental change in Texas?
This is the first time where Democrats made a big deal out of Texas and they almost followed. They almost pulled it off. So I think you can't sit here and look at it. They got a couple of House seats out of it. You can start to see the contours. I go back. Texas 2018 reminds me of Florida 1996, when Bill Clinton won it, and at the time they thought, oh, Bob Dole was a weak candidate, and he won it in 96. Wow, is there anything to that? And then, of course, 4 years later, we get the infamous 2000 election, and Florida then starts to become its legendary self, where every election is a one-point race.
Let me bring John Heilman into the conversation.
I think that, yes, I think I thought anything under 5 was proof that, okay, there's something afoot in Texas.
I mean, look, everybody, I think, has looked at Texas for a long time and said, it's going to be California eventually. The question is when. I mean, the demographics of the state are going to make it a majority Hispanic state.
I would argue Florida before California, but I take your point.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's going to be a state that's purple at a minimum and maybe blue in the long run, given the diversity there. The question is when. Eventually it could be, short term. This is the first time we've seen, in the context of that argument, something that's happened that makes you think, okay, it's sooner rather than later. And that that it's maybe the next cycle, maybe 20. Is this a battleground state now at the presidential level? Depending if it's Donald Trump is standing for the Republican nomination, or is there as a Republican nominee? Is it for the right candidate? Is Texas now a battleground state where Democrats could go spend money? Maybe.
Look, what surprises me is that it was a federal race. Like, had it been a governor's race, I wouldn't be so, you never know, because people personalize a governor's pick and all this. But this was a federal race, Andrea. This is your basic red jersey, blue jersey, and the fact is Democrats found a lot more blue jerseys in Texas in a federal race than they have since Lloyd Benson was on the
ballot. And hold that thought.
The demographics have to change.
Hold that thought. We need to let some of the stations join and others rejoin. We're going to take a quick break here. This is The Vote on America's Future on NBC News. All right, with that little bit of business out of the way, Andrea, please continue.
I want to see more about turnout. I want to see how many young people turned out, how many people of color turned out. What did the Latinos do? I want to see, who actually voted. We've seen these big turnout numbers. We don't know exactly, I haven't seen yet, the data points on who voted in this Texas race. And what is the future of someone like Beto O'Rourke, who is such a talented politician? Is he trapped in Texas? Does he have a future, a national future? Because you wouldn't want to discourage young, ambitious, smart, and politically brave, you should say, in a red state, to take some of the positions that he took.
There has been an active conversation going on, and I know you all have heard it. I know Chuck swims in the same ponds that I do. That has been that Beto O'Rourke knew that he would have a very uphill. He was fighting to win, but he knew there was a decent chance he was going to lose, and that there's going to be a conversation in the O'Rourke household tomorrow about, are you running for president in 2020? You may be too liberal for Texas, but you're not too liberal for the Democratic nominating electorate in 2020. And given the demonstrating fundraising capacity that he showed in this race, he puts himself in the conversation. There are a lot of Democrats running for president in 2020. There's not one who can raise money or has shown they could raise money at this level. So is there a reason why Beto O'Rourke wouldn't run for president in 2020? In this field, in this era.
And what's the lesson of Barack Obama? And what's the lesson? You don't wait for your turn. Right? If you think you have a moment, so there's part of me, the old way I thought would sit there and say, oh, who do you think you are, young Beto O'Rourke? And you're sitting there going, and you know, as you point out, he built himself a brand.
But is he in a position of strength now that he's...
I don't know. I mean, you do got to win something.
Yes.
I mean,
more than a House seat.
You know, that's a that's a. But you know, let's see. He did build a brand.
He made himself. He made himself a national figure.
I went all through. I would see Beto T-shirts when I was in Phoenix. I'd see Beto T-shirts when I was in Tampa. I'd see Beto T-shirts when I was obviously in Texas. But he had this national following. What I wonder is, are they demoralized that he didn't win? Or is this national following enthused that, look at that, on a night where Claire McCaskill got clobbered and Andrew Gillum didn't win, Beto came close in Texas, right? Does that fire up his people? I don't know.
How much did race play a factor in Andrew Gillum not winning?
You know, I had a reporter say to me on Friday that he had it in the back of his mind. He said, you know, he was very comfortable going after DeSantis on race. And I had this reporter, Mark Caputo, said this to me in Politico. He's you know, sort of the dean of the press corps down there. He says, you know, it's nagging at me. I wonder if he went a little too hard on race. Yep. And I don't know the answer. I would say this. I still am very curious about this Hispanic number in Dade County. Dade County turnout was good, not great, number one. And he underperformed Clinton. There's some, you know, is it a little bit of race? Is it a little bit of the S word with socialism? I don't know, but something happened in Dade County that is the difference.
We need to we'll continue. We'll take a quick break, be back with more of our coverage after this. It is 1:30 Eastern Time on Wednesday. It is 10:30 Pacific Time on Tuesday. We continue to cover the 2018 midterm elections. There's a Florida Senate race too close to call. Rick Scott clearly out ahead of Bill Nelson. Arizona Senate race also too close to call. I think we've determined this one is going to take a couple of days.
Yeah, I think they sent their supporters home, right? They said,
yeah,
go to bed.
I think they have cleared out. Montana Senate, too early to call. Matt Rosendale against the incumbent Democrat, John Tester.
First time his returns have come in, 60% reporting that Rosendale took the lead there. That's going to be a long night.
All right, Nevada Senate, too early to call. Dean Heller, the Republican incumbent there. Jackie Rosen, we're finally seeing some numbers here now, 4% in.
Yeah, not a big, nothing in Clark County.
Connecticut governor, too close to call. There's the numbers there.
I'll tell you, though, that number keeps creeping toward 100, and his Stefanowski's lead is still 3 points.
Wisconsin, they are neck and neck here. Scott Walker, the Republican incumbent, less than 2,000 votes separating him from Tony Evers. We can look at the Nevada governor, too early to call. Too early to call, but Adam Laxalt, the Republican, with a good lead there early on. The Alaska governor's race, too early to call. Mike Dunleavy, the Republican, out in front. Reactions.
Look, Montana, the red states and the president. I mean, let's see what happens. But boy, if Tester comes up short there, and Democrats were really confident, and we'll see. Look, Montana's a quirky state, and Tester has pulled rabbits out of his hat twice. But Tester, Braun, McCaskill, the red state Democrats did have a hard time. Immigration, it does work in those states.
The president made it personal when he was in Montana. He made it all about his doctor and the fact that John Tester went after his personal physician for that VA job. And he just hammered him at all of those Montana rallies.
I'll tell you, we're starting to look at demographics and geography have been destiny. In some ways, you know, we're sitting here waiting for this result to hear, and it's like, the red state Senate races are acting like red states, and the suburban swing districts are acting like blue congressional districts. And so we'll see what happens. But to go back here, as you can see, I mean, it's only 5,000 vote difference. But one key county, Yellowstone County, I believe Rosendale won. That's sometimes an interesting sign in Montana. But let me go through a couple others here. I want to point out something here because we will have election overtime, and that is we're going to go to the Mississippi two Senate races, as you know. The appointed senator is Cindy Hyde-Smith. She has advanced to the runoff. Mike Espy, the former congressman and agricultural secretary during the Clinton administration, he's advanced to the runoff. The wild card here is going to be Chris McDaniel, sort of that conservative firebrand down in Mississippi, almost knocked off, pulled off a big upset a couple cycles ago. He's not a big Cindy Hyde-Smith fan. He's been telling he might end up either not quite endorsing Espy, but trying to get Espy there. Espy has a better shot in a runoff if the Senate control isn't on the line. So it'll be I think this is going to be an interesting race. The runoff is November 27th. So, you know, if you can't get enough politics tonight, you get an extra race here at the end of the month.
I think he would be the first African-American governor of Mississippi since Reconstruction.
U.S. Senator. U.S. Senator on that front. Look, the Espy family, a lot of close ties there. Let me look quickly at the uncalled House races that we're still plowing through. Look at here on the East Coast. Let me just show you here. We've been waiting on Maine 2. Again, we've been looking for, Murder, She Voted. You know, where is the vote? But as you can see, just 12% in Maine, so that's going to be a while. These Michigan races still uncalled, and we're waiting for clearly some missing vote here in Fred Upton's district. That's something I want to go to the boiler room about. Still not called in Michigan 8, Democrat leading there. North Carolina 9 is one that's still less than 2,000 again. There's just a whole bunch of vote that it looks like at this point we're not going to see tonight. Very quickly, this is one I've been fascinated in, the 8th district, suburban Seattle. Republicans have held that district for, it seems, a century. Was this the year that they could lose it? We only have 1% in, so we got a long way to go. Lester.
All right, Chuck. Well, the governor's race in Georgia got attention, a lot of national attention, A-list surrogates campaigning there. We have not yet called the race. NBC's Raheem Ellis is at Democrat Stacey Abrams' headquarters in Atlanta. Are we hearing from the folks there yet?
What we're hearing from right now, Lester, is the state Democratic Party chairman, and he's talking up his candidate, Stacey Abrams. We expect her to come out here any moment now to tell people to hang on. Her folks had told us just a short while ago that she is not about to concede. She says there are some absentee ballots that have not yet been counted. There are some other provisional ballots that have not yet been counted. They think that's going to swing in their favor. Whether or not it will be enough in order to bring about a runoff, that's what they're hoping for. But she's telling this crowd, don't go away, don't give up hope, stay with her. We're going to see her any moment now.
All right, and we'll go there if and when she begins to speak. Thank you, Raheem. NBC's Steve Patterson is covering the Nevada Senate race, another race not yet called. He's at the headquarters of Democrat Jackie Rosen in Las Vegas. Steve?
Yeah, you know, Lester, I think we thought it was going to be a late night, and it's bearing out to be true. This is quite a late night. Worth repeating, I think Chuck said this a while back, Nevada will simply not release the results of the election until everybody has voted, which means once you're in line, if you make it in line before 7 o'clock, you will get the opportunity to vote. It will maybe be the next day, but you will be able to vote. The polls have closed. We're starting to see some of the returns come back now at this point, but you have to watch out for these key counties. Clark County, a very large county, is normally a Democratic county, so it's important to see how well Heller does in that county. Washoe County, meanwhile, generally a Republican county, important to see how well Rosen does in that county. And then all the little rural counties in between that usually skew Republican, very important to see how independents poll in those counties. So obviously this is a Senate race that Democrats have been watching for quite a while. That's because Dean Heller was the only GOP incumbent running in a state that went for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Jackie Rosen has spent a lot of time hitting Heller on being basically a flip-flopper. Remember, this is the guy that said he was 99% against Trump at one point, and now has been seen at several Trump rallies saying that everything the president does turn to gold. Will that strategy work? We'll find out tonight. Back to you.
All right, Steve in Nevada, thanks. We want to swing back to Georgia now and concentrate back on that Georgia governor's race. Stacey Abrams, a Democratic candidate, speaking to her supporters.
When you chose me as your Democratic nominee, I made you a vow. In our Georgia, no one would be unseen, no one is unheard, and no one is uninspired. But we know a vow takes effort. It takes commitment to hold truth. Reaching out, reaching across, is hard work. But as I told you then, hard work is in our bones. And we have proven this every single day, Georgia, with doors knocked, with calls made, with miles traveled, with prayers prayed to the highest heavens. And tonight we have closed the gap between yesterday and tomorrow. But we still have a few more miles to go. But hear me clearly, that too is an opportunity to show the world who we are. Because in Georgia, civil rights has always been an act of will and a battle for our souls. And because we have been fighting this fight since our beginnings, we have learned a fundamental truth. Democracy only works when we work for it, when we fight for it, when we demand it. And apparently today, when we stand in lines for hours to meet it at the ballot box, that's when democracy works. But I'm here tonight to tell you, votes remain to be counted. There are voices that were waiting to be heard. Across our state, folks are opening up the dreams of voters in absentee ballots, and we believe our chance for a stronger Georgia is just within reach. But we cannot seize it until all voices are heard. And I promise you tonight, we're going to make sure that every vote is counted. Every single vote. Every vote's getting counted. Because I'll tell you this, in a civilized nation, the machinery of democracy should work for everyone everywhere, not just in certain places and not just on a certain day. But what lies on the other side of our efforts? Our best lives are within reach. Fully funded public education in the state of Georgia. Medicaid expansion. And raising family incomes without raising taxes.
Stacey Abrams, the Democratic candidate for governor in Georgia, not conceding, not declaring victory, but saying we want to see all the votes come in. You can see it's a close race, 51-40. We have the numbers again. I think it was 51-49 in that race, too close to call. And again, just encouraging her supporters to stay in there and saying she will wait for the votes to be counted. She's an interesting candidate. I assume going forward, no matter what happens, we'll be studying how she chose to run that race.
You know, what's interesting about the race, and John Reese, my EP over at Meet the Press, reminded me of this, and Cornell Belcher, Democratic pollster, early on said, yeah, Stacey Abrams, she definitely has a path to 47, 48%. The question is, can she get over 50? She had 48% tonight. So they knew there was a path to 48. The question always had been, is there a way to get to 50 with the type of campaign Stacey Abrams wanted to run, a more progressive campaign, get some voters to the polls that haven't voted in the past? I think she succeeded to a point, but then she hit that sort of, you know, that ceiling there in Georgia that's very difficult for Democrats to totally break through.
It reminds you a little bit of Texas as well. I mean, Georgia is another state that we talk about as one that's changing demographically. You have a lot of young people moving into the suburbs of Atlanta, for example, kind of changing the makeup of the state. But it's another one where Democrats keep hoping that they're really going to see a change, but it's just not quite there yet.
John, she ran a progressive campaign. I mean, how will that be viewed in hindsight?
Well, first of all, I think there's going to be, as this race is narrowed, and we don't know what the totals are, but if she's clearly going to lose, I think they're going
unless it gets under 50%.
Well, yes, unless he gets pulled down under 50, but it doesn't seem like there's that much vote that's left out. But I think the question is going to be, some people are going to ask in this race, unlike the North Dakota race, the Senate race we were talking about earlier, people are going to ask the question about whether Kemp's efforts over the course of the last 2 years as Secretary of State.
Over the last 24 hours.
Well, yeah, but again, it's 2 years, and there are large numbers that claims that a lot of people were disenfranchised, a lot of people were kept out of voting. This is a race where there will be, I think, an active debate about whether he stole this election from her in recent hours. But again, more systematically over the course of 2 years, through a variety of schemes to strip people off the rolls as Secretary of State in a race that he was going to, where he was allowed to officiate essentially a race he was running in. And I think that will be something around which progressives are going to rally, and there are going to be a lot of discussions about it, I think, in a very animated way in the days to come.
And one of the most affecting things that she said in her closing argument, closing days, was that when she was in high school, she won an award as the valedictorian of her school. And she and her parents got all dressed up in their Sunday best, and they took several buses to get up to the Buckhead part of Atlanta to get to the governor's mansion, and they wouldn't let them in because they didn't, all the other kids who were valedictorians, but because they were black, they were not permitted in, they were humiliated, and she still does not remember what happened at the ceremony. Finally, they proved that they qualified and that they should be allowed in, but she doesn't remember the ceremony, she just remembers her parents and the humiliation they suffered in being kept outside the gates of the governor's mansion. And so what she was positing was, just think I might be entering those gates as the elected governor. Not yet.
Well, and she's obviously going to wait until all the votes are counted. We're going to take a short break and continue our coverage of the 2018 elections after this. Back as we reported one of the big headlines of the night, the Democrats take back the House of Representatives. Here is the estimate of the number of seats: 230 for Dems, 205 for the GOP. As we look at democracy.
Hard count right now, 26 actual flips. We're still waiting to see. Our estimate is the gain, the net gain right now is a hard count of 26. They needed 23, 26. We think it could get as high as about 35 or 36. We think it's going to end up somewhere in the 32 to 35.
And we're looking at the Senate. We're looking at the breakdown of the Senate right now. There's the undecided Senate races, but the other headline, big headline of the night, is that Republicans retain control with a few extra seats to go with it in the U.S. Senate. We want to take a look at the Montana Senate race. That is too close to call. We've been watching this for a while. It's a less than 2,000 vote difference. 67% of the vote is in.
Libertarian candidate is going to make the difference in that race, perhaps.
All right. Guess who's staying up late? President Trump. He is tweeting. Let's go to Kristen Welker at the White House for that. Kristen.
If you had any thought that he was sleeping, Lester, you would be mistaken. He is clearly still watching the results, still spinning the results, frankly. He's quoting Ben Stein, who's, of course, an economist and author. Let me read you the president's tweets. There's only been 5 times in the last 105 years that an incumbent president has won seats in the Senate in the off-year election. Mr. Trump has magic about him. This guy has magic coming out of his ears. He is an astounding vote getter and campaigner. The Republicans are unbelievably lucky to have him, and I'm just awed at how well they've done. It's all the Trump magic. Trump is the magic man. Incredible. He's got the entire media against him, attacking him every day, and pulls out these enormous wins. So again, he's quoting Ben Stein there, but it gives you a sense of what we might hear from President Trump when, in fact, he does go before cameras, which I anticipate we will hear from him, if not tomorrow, then the next day. Look, this is what President Trump is going to argue. There was no blue wave. This was a split decision. Republicans picked up seats in the Senate. Yes, Democrats won the House, but of course, he still retains the White House. And again, Republicans control Senate. So this is what divided government is now going to look like. And when you think about the president's messaging, particularly heading into 2020, he got a lot of attention for his messaging on the campaign trail because he really dug into his hardline immigration stance, stoking fears over that caravan. We asked his top advisors today if he had any regrets about that, if he's going to change anything. And they said, look, he has no regrets. So will we see more of the same when he hits the campaign trail? One thing this split decision does give him, it gives him a foil out on the campaign trail. He not only has the media now to attack, he's going to have an entire chamber of Congress. This was a tactic that we saw former President Obama deploy when he was running for re-election. It was obviously quite successful, and undoubtedly we'll see this from this president as well, although important to point out that his top advisors here say, yes, he is ready to work with Democrats if they can find some bipartisan agreement on various policy issues.
All right. Kristen Welker, thanks. And John Heilman, nobody spins a narrative better than Donald Trump.
And what was Ben Stein's famous movie? Ferris
Bueller's Day Off. That's right. I had to think
but if Welker's going to do it, you got to talk a little nasally here. And the president's got magic about it, right? If you're going to do it, you got to do it.
Yeah, so how do, I mean, I think we just got a hint there, but play it through how he's going to spin this.
Well, I think the president is going to be emboldened. I mean, he would have, I think, would have tried to spin this result in his direction no matter what, because that's the way he does these things. But he's looking at a situation where he can go out and say that not only did the Republicans maintain control of the Senate, but they gained seats in a lot of the places that he campaigned over this last 10 days. He, in fact, was, now whether those people would have won without him, we don't know, but he can point to the places on the map where he went. And some of those cases, they were not necessarily races that were where Republicans were expected to win. Braun in Indiana is a good example of that. The president had a good win-loss record on the basis of his travel schedule at the end. And on top of that, although it is a huge deal that Democrats took back control of the House, it is not, you know, again, we get all caught up in the various aquatic metaphors, but it was not a tsunami. It's not. They're going to end up, if Chuck's right and our estimates are right, they're going to end up in the low to mid 30s, which is enough, but it's not like what a lot of Democrats, certainly a month ago, and then towards the very end here in these last 48 hours, thought might happen. And so President Trump is going to be, I think, on the rampage rhetorically over the next couple days.
And look at this. Look what they don't have from the voters, which is a mandate to impeach him.
Right.
Okay? We asked in our exit poll, it's a big number that says don't impeach him, 56%. This isn't a narrow thing. It's not a plurality. That's a big number. The majority of the country wanted to see a Democratic Congress, and that same majority of the country said they don't want to see the president impeached. A few other numbers here that I think is worth noting. Obviously, more people went to the polls saying they were casting a vote in Congress to oppose the president. I think we see that in suburban America. But it wasn't, you know, it wasn't a blowout on that front. That was 38% of the vote. Throw a few other, the Mueller investigation. This is another one, guys. Look at this. A plurality disapprove of it. 46% versus 41% that approve. He's been in the quiet period, Casey. Mr. Mueller has. Obviously, that quiet period may end tomorrow. We don't know what that means. But wow, do voters have, maybe it's exhaustion, maybe it's fatigue, but boy, the combination of no impeachment, net negative on Mueller probe, President must love this exit poll.
That number looks to me like his approval rating, which perhaps is just the number of people in the country that believe that it's a witch hunt, right? That tells me that that's breaking through.
Interesting point.
But, you know, to go back to that first number you were talking about, Chuck, that impeachment number, I guarantee you one person looking at that is Nancy Pelosi. And you can already hear it in her comments. And she's going to come under such pressure from the left to do it. But she knows that's not where the country is. And, you know, I heard this from voters that I talked to on the campaign trail. They said, especially through the Midwest and the heartland, they wanted a check on the president. It doesn't necessarily mean that they want to throw him out.
She knew this right away. And it's Nancy Pelosi versus Tom Steyer and Maxine Waters on the other side.
As hated as she is and as much as she has been turned by Republicans into a boogeyman, Nancy Pelosi knows what she's doing. She's an effective legislator. We joke that she's actually Nancy D'Alessandro. That's her maiden name growing up in the politics of Baltimore. She knows how to get it done.
Her father and her brother, both mayors of Baltimore.
54% of the country thinks the Russia probe is politically motivated. Again, not only not a mandate on this, frankly, a mandate in the other direction.
But we talked about, I mentioned a moment ago, the president's good at a narrative. And think about almost every public appearance. There's no collusion. It's a witch hunt. There's
he has branded this.
I mean, he branded that clearly up until things went quiet. We're going to take a short break. We'll continue our coverage here on NBC after this.
credits on the politics of chaos and the politics of cruelty. Now is time for going far and going together. Now is the time for decency, for facts, for trust, and now is the time for truth. Now is time for leaders to lead. And to those agents of anger determined to divide us instead of unite us, it's time to pack it up and for you to pack it in.
Gavin Newsom, governor-elect in California, greeting the crowd a short while ago and accepting victory. Gavin Newsom beats John Cox 57-43.
California without Jerry Brown.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I'm so sorry. Like, you know, will the Earth stop spinning on its axis?
We'll see him again run in 2020.
What's he going to run? He's been a mayor, attorney general. He's got to run for something different.
We got to sign off here shortly, but I want to go around the bend and get final thoughts. Casey?
My two big questions going forward. First of all, what new are we going to learn about President Trump? Because Democrats in the House are going to have subpoena power, and whether if his voters will believe any of that new information and will it cause them to change their minds. But also, how are the record number of women going to change the House of Representatives and the politics of our country?
Chuck?
Look, we're in the middle of a political realignment, and tonight was a reminder that, boy, geography in some ways was destiny. I mean, we can sit here and talk about this campaign and that campaign, but it seems as the red state Senate races sort of tipped to the red team, and the suburban seats that we thought tipped to the blue team. We're in the middle of a political realignment.
Andrea.
The country is more divided than ever. Is it going to be just more gridlock, or will they actually try to work together, the White House and the New
That's
Democrats?
our coverage tonight. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Good night.